Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Before we commence business, I wish to advise members that its meeting last Tuesday, in light of the Executive's decision to ease restrictions on social distancing, the Business Committee agreed that for a question time, urgent oral questions and ministerial statements, social distancing in the Chamber will be reduced to 1 metre. Chairs and microphones have been provided in the additional places for use only during these items of business. For all other items of business, then social distancing remains at 2 metres. The Business Committee will review this arrangement again in a couple of weeks as necessary and appropriate. First item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded that statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be permitted, and I will be taking no points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call on Padraig Delargy.
I am proud to be from the Bogside. I am proud to be from Derry. But this weekend, more than ever, I am proud to represent Derry. To stand with the families of Bloody Sunday, whose dignity, courage and resolve reverberates in struggles across the world. For 50 years, the Bloody Sunday families have marched, campaigned and demanded truth and justice. The people of Derry and Ireland have stood with them, but some of their demands remain unmet. The British government are intent on preventing any prosecution through an amnesty for British soldiers who murdered 14 innocent men and boys on the streets of Derry and injured another 17. Accountability also lies with the British Army generals and with successive British governments who oversaw the murders and denied opportunities for justice. On the monument in Roswell Street, the following words are etched. Their epitaph is in the continuing struggle for democracy. The men, women, and children who marched on that day marched for civil rights. They marched for democracy. They marched to ensure that future generations would never again be treated as second-class citizens. But 14 of them never got the opportunity to enjoy the equality which they helped to achieve. And as a representative of a new generation, we are forever indebted to them. We will remember them, and we will speak their names with pride. Jackie Duddy, age 17. Michael Kelly, age 17. John Young, age 17. Kevin McElhinney, age 17. Hugh Gilmore, age 17. William Nash, age 19. Michael McDade, age 20. Jim Ray, age 22. William McKinney, age 27. Patrick Doherty, age 32. Gerald McKinney, age 35. Barney McGuigan, age 41. John Johnson, age 59. Gerard Donaghy, age 17, who, along with all those killed and injured on the 30th of January 1972, was innocent.
Thank you, and I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Communities Minister to finally deliver the long-awaited sub-regional football stadia funding programme. Football across Northern Ireland is on the up, with record crowds, investment and excitement surrounding our local game, week in, week out at all levels, from grassroots to the Irish Premiership, including our international men's and women's senior teams. Local football clubs within my own constituency and right across our country have been crying out for the release of this long-awaited funding and have now lost patience with this Minister. Minister Hargey advised me in a response to an Assembly question in August 21 that she will update her executive colleagues on proposals for a way forward for this programme in the coming weeks. Some 24 weeks have passed since that date, Mr. Speaker, and since that commitment, and still not a penny from this Minister for this long overdue funding for our local football clubs. In September 21, the Minister reiterated publicly her commitment that this programme would be rolled out in the short time ahead and within this mandate. This was followed up by a commitment from senior DFC officials who reiterated this at our Communities Committee meeting in early December. Many clubs have already invested significantly in drawing up innovative plans and designs to improve their facilities in and around their football clubs. Many clubs receiving planning permission and others having live applications in the system, all while material and building costs continue to increase due to this Minister's delay. These plans will not only benefit football clubs on the pitch, they will also transform our local clubs into vibrant community hubs with better facilities, increasing participation for all ages and improving physical and mental health. Many are rightly asking, what is the problem? Why the delay? What is going on with this Minister to deliver this funding? Now is the time for kick-off from the Minister. Clubs deserve delivery, and the Minister has failed for far too long. Now is time to get on with delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nicole Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too stand today with pride to thank the Bloody Sunday families and the Bloody Sunday Trust for organising an impressive and inclusive 50th commemoration event. It was an important milestone for the people of Derry, and it was important too that it was dignified and respectful, and it was all of that. What happened that day was unspeakable. Innocent civilians were slaughtered on the streets of my city. Families, friends and neighbours were left in turmoil. It was unlawful, Plain and simple, despite this, families have been forced into spending a lifetime fighting for justice that continues to be denied to them. The injustice of Bloody Sunday is in the heart and soul of our people in Derry. This transgenerational trauma cannot simply be wiped away at the behest of the British Prime Minister, who wants to abandon justice through his legacy proposals. Reconciliation requires sustained effort and considered approaches that engage directly with those most affected. This is how we can build a brighter future together. I am proud that my MP and party leader stood on the floor of Westminster and named Soldier F, but I am also ashamed that he had to do so. That as the UK government decided to put justice beyond the reach of the Bloody Sunday families. Soldier F went on an uncontrolled killing spree in my hometown in January 1972. He deserves recognition for his murderous acts. How does an amnesty help them to draw a line under their pain and suffering? Callous and heartless barely even covers it. I know people will listen and say, but what about? Can I say two things? The murder of one person never justifies the murder of another. And this I must stress, there is a higher burden of responsibility for state forces to obey the law and act with humanity. They are acting in my name. The Provisional IRA never did. So I say clearly, the Parachute Regiment on the Bloody Sunday carried out murder on the streets of Derry. And those who have erected flags, Parachute Regiment flags, on our lampposts are making a statement that is unwelcome across all of our communities. And I ask everyone to remember the names of those who died simply for seeking civil rights and justice. May we all overcome.
I thank the member for that contribution, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last Thursday, the Public Accounts Committee published its findings on addiction services in Northern Ireland, and they should shock us all. We have long known, as is confirmed in the report, that we are a long way from where we should be on this issue, and that a fully resourced strategic plan is necessary to tackle the misuse of drugs and alcohol. In 2020 alone, 351 people in Northern Ireland suffered an alcohol-related death. Latest figures tell us also that in 2019, 191 suffered a drugs-related death. These figures are staggering, and sadly they demonstrate a considerable increase since 2010. Prevention and support services are pivotal in supporting people, but without dedicated resources, this is impossible. The Department of Health outlined its new strategy to combat drug and alcohol misuse in September, but this cannot be implemented effectively without a budget being available for the strategy as a whole. We already know, for example, that services such as counselling are heavily sought after, but often to no avail as waiting lists are so extensive. We need clear actions and resources allocated to fix this. Worryingly, the report also details the impact of prescription medication on drug-related deaths, which has long been proportionately bigger a problem here than elsewhere. For example, Northern Ireland has the highest prescription rate of pregabalin in the UK, and the effects of its overuse on our communities are already taking their toll. In 2019, this one drug was responsible for 40% of drug-related deaths here. The report here details that there is little evidence to suggest any effective intervention has been made. We can also see from the NISR figures last week that over the past 5 years, people living in areas of high deprivation are almost 4 times as likely to suffer an alcohol-related death than elsewhere. And it is vital that we are able to support these communities and provide the essential support needed to address this issue. The Department of Health must ensure that local organisations are supported sustainably to work with young people in these areas and to support them to prevent and move away from addiction. And I would like, in closing, Mr Speaker, to place on record my thanks for those community and voluntary sector organisations that are currently providing these support services, for without them, these statistics would be worse and the families would not have much needed intervention and programmes. And I hope that we will, going forward, ensure that this growing issue, which is causing so much pain and suffering, will be sustainably prioritised going forward. Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey.
Speaker, and since 1998, the people of Northern Ireland have got used to being let down by politicians here at Stormont. The traditional parties have offered us division, indecision, and far too often the collapse of devolution itself. Tomorrow, we have a collective opportunity to show some courage and show some leadership, the one that's needed to get us on the path to new ways of delivering the action we need to safeguard our children's and our grandchildren's future. The breakdown of our climate is the most urgent and important issue facing us as leaders, as legislators, and as human beings. In December 2020, the IPCC told the world that we are in code red for humanity. At COP26 in Glasgow a few months ago, we heard that we're not on target to prevent temperatures rising above 1.5 degrees, as was pledged to by global leaders in the Paris Accord of 2016, because so far we have failed to bring the changes required. Here in Northern Ireland, we have been failing. While England, Scotland and Wales have made efforts to reduce carbon by up to 45%, Ireland, North and South, have not. The North, we have delivered less than that of GB. We've chosen instead to continue with the business-as-usual model. We've failed to invest, failed to deliver, and even failed to maintain an executive for 3 years of this mandate. The South actually increased their emissions during that time, and now have set their ambition to facilitating net zero by 2050. Every single one of our rivers, our lakes and our coastal waters has failed to meet basic quality standards. That we are the 12th region in the world for biodiversity loss. We have the highest per capita emissions across these islands. We remain the only place in Western Europe without climate legislation. It's 2022 and we have no air pollution strategy, no ammonia strategy, no waste strategy. The recently published energy strategy paves the way for blue hydrogen, and still we invest public money in fossil fuels. The only part of these islands with no net zero ambition. We can do better. Indeed, it is morally just. We must ensure that any climate legislation this Assembly passes is ambitious enough to meet the scale of the crisis we face and enables all sectors to move forward sustainably. The eyes of the future generations are on us. This goes beyond party political interest, beyond short-term electoral cycles, and it certainly goes beyond the interest of corporate lobbyists. This is about securing our future and our children's future. For too long, Stormont has failed our people, has failed our planet, and it's time that we change that. Thank you.
I'm going to call Trevor Lunn.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the tragic case of Lisa Dorian, a young woman of 25 who disappeared and is now presumed dead. The name will be familiar, but for detail, Lisa was 25. She was a personable and friendly young woman with everything to live for. But she disappeared without trace on the 28th of February 2005, so it's 17 years ago in a few weeks' time. An intensive and far-reaching PSNI investigation is ongoing, but despite their best efforts and many searches, no trace of Lisa's whereabouts has been found or where she is buried, the assumption being that she was murdered and her body hidden. Lisa attended a small gathering of friends in a caravan in Ballyhalbert on that night. About six or seven people. Apparently they were comparatively new friends. And as the evening progressed, they gradually left until just two were left, Lisa and a young man. At some point, the story goes, they apparently heard voices outside, and rather than stay inside the caravan and lock the door, they decided to leave, and they did so, but were separated and ran in different directions. Lisa has never been seen again since then. And the description of events that I've just given are as related by the young man she was with. My reason for raising this case is the torment caused to the family by the absence of a body and the inability to give Lisa a Christian burial and to bring some level of closure to her relatives. I want to appeal to anyone with information about where Lisa may be to come forward and share that information. There are people out there who know something. it may be useful, and if they have any humanity and feelings, they should do so. They could use the Crime Stoppers confidential line or contact the ICLVR in confidence and with anonymity. If they're hesitant about that, Mr. Speaker, I invite them to contact me. I'll talk to them in complete confidence whether they're involved in any way or not in what happened. I don't need to know who they are. I don't need to meet them. Just tell me if they can shed light on a dreadful situation. Just leave me a message, send me a note, talk to me. The only information I want is what may lead to the whereabouts of Lisa's body, not who told me. Indeed, I probably wouldn't know who they are. I firmly believe, as does the family, that someone or several people know enough to identify where Lisa was left, and hope they will make contact and put an end to this nightmare. The anguish suffered by the Dorian family over 17 years must be unbearable, and they should be enabled to lay Lisa to rest in the proper manner. I implore anyone who knows to search their conscience and to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would mention the other disappeared familiar names, Columba McVeigh, Joe Linsky and Captain Robert Nariak, and I hope that someday we can obtain closure for those families as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Liz Kimmins.
Last week we learned that the emergency general surgery is to be temporarily withdrawn from Daisy Hill Hospital in Newry at the end of February. This announcement has inevitably caused widespread worry and anger across Newry and its surrounding areas, as the community believe this is another covert attempt to downgrade Daisy Hill. Let me be very clear. Sinn Féin will resist any dilution of services to Daisy Hill and remain focused on the retention of services and the upgrade and expansion of the hospital to enable it to reach its full potential in the future. And whilst the Trust is proposing this as a temporary measure, it represents a significant loss of important services at the hospital and is deeply concerning. The Southern Health Trust has confirmed that at present only 2 out of the 6 required general surgery consultant posts have been filled, and this will be reduced further following the pending resignation of another surgeon, which is another stark reminder of the chronic staff shortages across health and social care. Sinn Féin have been consistent in their calls for the Minister for Health and his department to come forward with a workforce plan as a matter of urgency, and I reiterate that call today. We must have a workforce plan if we are to stop the loss of vital services like these across health and social care. Daisy Hill has been under constant threat over the years due to lack of investment and poor workforce planning, and enough is enough. We cannot keep lurching from crisis to crisis, creating instability and fear across our communities. We cannot play games with the lives of people in South Armagh, South Down and further afield, where travelling to Craigavon Hospital for urgent treatment is not a viable option. Daisy Hill is a first-class hospital, staffed by committed and diligent workers, and Sinn Féin stand firmly with staff, patients and the community on this important issue. We have fought hard over the years in conjunction with the community to retain its services, and we won't stop now. Daisy Hill is currently the only hospital between Drogheda and Portadown, and therefore it's absolutely essential that it is in a position to serve the people of this whole region. The Trust and the Health Minister must bring forward urgent solutions to recruit and retain staff and ensure that we are never faced with a situation like this again.
Thank you, and I call Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say that all politics is local, and I stand here as a very proud Clocker Valley woman today, and I see other members from Fermanagh and South Tyrone here today. I'm very glad to still have my voice this morning. Following the wonderful victory of my local rugby team, Clocker Valley, who played Ballyclare in the All-Ireland Junior Cup final. I send my commiserations to the South Antrim representatives of the House. However, I'm absolutely delighted and chuffed that the Clocker Valley men were victorious at Ravenhill on Saturday evening. The atmosphere was electric, and it was wonderful to see clubs in Ulster like Clocker Valley and Ballyclare doing so well in this prestigious competition. The community that surrounds such clubs was evident on Saturday night, as I was one of 3,000 odd supporters who travelled to Ravenhill to watch their team play. And in the run-up to the match, the buzz was evident in the Clocker Valley. This is a team that does so much for the community, and clubs like this are vital in tackling social isolation, promoting better health and well-being and community relations. Not least, the club has done so much to raise money for charities, all the while producing Ulster and Ireland players such as Chris Farrell, who is an Ireland international. I am so proud of this club, Mr Speaker. However, this club is crying out for investment and funding for better facilities, and I support them fully in this campaign. A number of months ago, the former Fermanagh and South Tyrone MLA Arlene Foster, along with myself, had a meeting with the club and the Communities Minister to urge her to help this club. And we must do better in helping grassroots sports across the board. They bond our communities together and help support our young people. In the case of Clogher Valley Rugby Club, they provide programmes and training for children and young people, both male and female, from as young as 3 up. We are very fortunate to have a team like Clogher Valley in our rural community, and I know this is replicated across the country in other towns and villages. So today I repeat my call to ensure we adequately fund and promote our grassroots clubs. Congratulations to Clogher Valley Rugby Club. We are so proud of you on this win at the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Nicola Mullen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know I speak for all of us when I say that we are indebted to all of the staff across our nursery schools, our primary and post-primary schools, for always going over and beyond the call of duty, particularly during the pandemic. But I rise today to pay tribute to one lady in particular, a lady of great character, composure, commitment and compassion, Mrs Carol McCann, who as a former pupil came back to St Dominic's and for 14 years has been its principal, and she has just retired. Over those 14 years and under her leadership, St Dominic's has undergone a transformative journey. It isn't possible to list all of her achievements in the time permitting, but I do intend to highlight a few. Under Mrs McCann's leadership, St Dominic's achieved specialist school status in English and Drama. It regularly achieved in the top 3 performing schools in the North, was awarded the Sunday Times Northern Ireland School of the Year on 2 occasions, an award that not only recognises academic achievement, but the wider engagement by the school with students, parents, staff and external bodies to create an outstanding learning experience for all. Mrs McCann also ensured that there was a wider range of extracurricular activities within the school, so that there is something there for every girl, all with a strong focus on bringing out the best in the girls, instilling greater confidence and self-belief. And as well as building strong links across the community with other schools, particularly through the Politics in Action project, Mrs McCann also actively encouraged the girls to get involved in social action projects locally and internationally, teaching that very important Dominican value to give back and bring about positive change in society. Carol McCann leads by example. Listening to those who worked alongside her, they all say that she has been an inspirational leader on a daily basis, demonstrating the core values of St Dominic's, truth and compassion, to both students and staff. Over the past 14 years, she has inspired and transformed the lives of thousands of girls and young women. And I have no doubt that when those girls look back and reflect on their time at St Dominic's, they will be very grateful that they had Carol as their principal. And it is on their behalf that I say thank you, Mrs McCann. Thank you for everything you have done. And as St Dominic's enters a new chapter under the new leadership of Mrs O'Neill, I, like many other past pupils, will continue to watch as the school flourishes, and I will do so with a great sense of pride.
Thank you. I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And at the outset, I would share the calls expressed by Trevor Lunn, calling for people to bring forward information on the whereabouts of Lisa Dorian's body. This was a horrendous crime perpetrated and the pain and suffering that the family have had to endure is despicable, and I would encourage anyone with any information to come forward to enable the recovery of Lisa's body. I speak here today under member statements in relation to the report on the implementation of the 2011 Planning Act, which was released late on Thursday evening by the Infrastructure Minister. As Lions Party MLA and infrastructure spokesperson, I was disappointed that this statement was released on a Thursday evening and there was no statement to the Assembly in relation to this and the opportunity for MLAs to ask questions in relation to that. The report has been long awaited. The consultation finished in April of last year, and I must say, on reading the report on Thursday evening, my initial response was, is that it? Our planning system in Northern Ireland significantly affects local communities. It's a key driver for economic growth, and also it can enable us to tackle the climate crisis. The evidence was presented during the review highlighted a wide range of concerns about our planning system and the need for action, but the report, very sadly in my opinion, falls well short. Major planning applications, let's recall, in Northern Ireland take an average of 56.4 weeks against a target of 30 weeks. Some of the worst offenders in terms of statutory consultees rest within the Department of Infrastructure, the department responsible for planning. Regionally significant applications have been sitting within the department, not for weeks or months, but for years. There's real concern also in relation to how applications are undertaken and the need for reform. The planning system is not fit for purpose in our race for net zero. The CBI in Northern Ireland recently reported upon the issue and made clear recommendations for action. In their report, they outlined that in Scotland, the target for major applications is 4 months, in England it's 13 weeks. And in England, 88% of major applications are decided on time, but yet the target in Northern Ireland is 30 weeks and we're still missing it. There were clear recommendations within the CBI report, such as putting statutory pre-application discussion process on a statutory footing and also introduce processing agreements. But yet the report, which was released on Thursday evening, is littered with comments the department is not persuaded. No movement on third-party right of appeal already in place in Ireland, nor any changes in relation to enforcement. It's hard for me not to conclude that the refusal to take forward many of the changes proposed by consultees leaves us with a department that's keeping its head in its sand in relation to the need for reform of our planning system. I would urge the Minister to reconsider her decision not to pursue the many different changes proposed by consultees when the consultation actually closed last April, and to review her position in relation to this report. Thank you.
Sean Corlea. Members, I would like to ask you to reflect on the following words. I still feel like I am in the first lockdown. Not much has really changed for us. And members, these words could describe any number of people who rely on respite and daycare services and short breaks, or those who attend local day centres. Since the pandemic started nearly 2 long years ago, the initial closure of services was eventually followed by cautious guidance and instruction. This effectively turned off the tap of support for so many families, carers and service users. Since then, respite and daycare services have never returned to anywhere close to pre-pandemic levels. And this is despite the rollout of vaccines, changes to self-isolation requirements and access to rapid and mass testing. Put simply, members, users of day centres and respite services have been left behind. Yet we know the Trust and the Department of Health is fully aware of the situation. Countless questions and pleas for support have been heard. Nearly 7 months after the Minister asked the Public Health Agency to review the guidance, there has been no announcement or light at the end of this dark tunnel. There is no plan or timetable at the present time for the full resumption of respite and day centre services, despite restrictions and lockdown measures being lifted elsewhere. Virtually nothing has changed for those attending daycare or respite, including for their families and their carers. Last week, members, I wrote to the Public Health Agency, each of the trusts and the department asking hard questions as to when we will see a plan to restore day centres and respite services. I believe the Department of Health needs to now urgently wake up to the plight of some of the most vulnerable people across our communities. They need to publish the review and set out a plan and a timetable for the full restoration of these vital services. Many of these families' members are not at breaking point, they are beyond it. And there is an absolutely urgent need to restore these badly needed services to them.
Thank you. And that concludes member statements. Next item on the order paper. The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10, brackets 2 to 10, brackets 4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10 brackets 2 to 10 brackets 4 be suspended for the 31st of January 2022.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion does require cross-community support. Order, members, please. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and as there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion has been agreed. Members, take your ease for one moment, please.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber excuse me, that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members of the need to be concise in asking their questions. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period thereafter. Having laid the ground rules, I now call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Edwin Poots.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement to the Assembly about Northern Ireland's first ever rural policy framework, following the recent public consultation which closed on the 6th of September 2021. For decades, investment in the development of rural areas in Northern Ireland was driven by successive EU programmes. However, the UK's exit from the EU, including its withdrawal from the EU-driven Rural Development Programme, provides a unique opportunity to develop programmes specifically targeted at addressing the unique challenges faced by people living and working in rural communities throughout Northern Ireland. The Rural Policy Framework provides a basis for us to make the most of this opportunity. It supports my department's vision of putting sustainability at the heart of a living, working, active landscape valued by everyone. It demonstrates our ongoing commitment to ensuring that rural communities flourish and prosper through our continued support and investment in initiatives that will make a tangible difference to those living and working in rural areas. We must not overlook the fact that over one-third of people living in Northern Ireland live in rural areas. To move these communities forward, I want to deliver initiatives that address barriers to sustainable growth and promote equal access to services. This means dealing with issues such as connectivity, economic development, environmental challenges, poverty, loneliness and isolation in rural areas. I want to use the Rural Policy Framework alongside other key policy tools, such as the Rural Needs Act and the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation programme, to help address the barriers that prevent rural programmes from growing sustainably. My priority is to introduce policies to address these issues, improve urban-rural linkages, provide greater access to jobs, health and well-being, broadband, education and training, social and other opportunities to help sustain and improve the economic and social outputs and sustainability of rural areas. The Rural Framework Policy is a framework against which these policies will be introduced. It is a living document that will support a fair and inclusive rural society, where people living and working in rural areas will benefit from improved access to services, improved quality of life and greater opportunities from sustainable growth. The Rural Policy Framework focuses on 5 thematic pillars, supported by 19 priorities for intervention. These will help to create a sustainable rural community where people want to live, work and be active in a sustainable and environmentally responsible way. The thematic pillars were agreed and developed as part of a comprehensive engagement process with rural stakeholders over a 2-year period. The 5 thematic pillars will support initiatives in innovation and entrepreneurship, sustainable tourism, health and well-being, employment and connectivity. These priority areas are supported by work that we are already engaged in. Through this work, we have been able to test our assumptions through a wide range of pilot programmes. Evaluation of the pilot programmes and the lessons learned from their delivery have been used to inform the development of this comprehensive policy framework. So when consultation closed in the autumn, it came as no surprise that there was overwhelming support for it from the vast majority of those who responded. I want to personally thank all those who took the time and effort to respond to the consultation. I was greatly encouraged by the level of engagement from a wide range of stakeholders and the quality of responses received. We received 105 written responses, 7 of which were supported by rural support networks, representing the views of 915 community and voluntary groups. Respondents also raised a number of additional key themes, which are helping to shape the framework further. In particular, there was recognition of the changing nature of the challenges we face in rural communities presented by climate change. It is clear that stakeholders want environmental and sustainability considerations to play an important role in delivering future rural programmes. And as we in Northern Ireland seek to address these challenges, through our Green Growth Strategy, we must lay the foundations for a more sustainable society in which our rural communities will play a significant role. Social housing provision in rural areas was another area of concern highlighted by respondents. And whilst DAERA has no specific policy remit or responsibility for social housing, as rural champion, I will ensure that my department engages closely with stakeholders and the Department for Communities to ensure that positive action is taken to help address the issue in rural areas. This is something I intend to reinforce by working with public authorities to ensure that they adhere to their responsibilities as set out in the Rural Needs Act. Respondents also highlighted the importance and value of partnership working, and it is my intention that DAERA will continue to work in partnership with other government departments, local councils, community groups and business in rural areas to deliver for our rural communities. DAERA already has a strong history of partnership working, and this was something that was so evident and effective when responded to the challenges of the COVID pandemic. Responses to the consultation have also highlighted the challenges that many rural stakeholders face because of short-term financial settlements, reinforcing the need for longer-term financial clarity. I am taking this into account when deciding where to allocate funding for the next 3 years as part of the budget exercise, and this should help deliver the aims and objectives of the Rural Policy Framework. The need to learn lessons from the LEADER programme, and particularly the importance of the bottom-up approach in engaging local communities, was also highlighted by the respondents. Throughout the LEADER programme, the immense contribution of local action groups has been invaluable. And I want to ensure the best elements of this approach are retained to support future schemes in an efficient, effective and flexible way. I therefore decided to establish a Rural Stakeholder Oversight Committee to ensure the continued involvement of key stakeholders and rural communities in helping to shape future rural investment. I also want to ensure that the way in which the Oversight Committee operates is kept under review so that it can remain flexible and responsive to the changing needs of our rural society. It is my intention that the Oversight Committee will be established in the coming months and will be supported by a range of stakeholder subcommittees covering a range of themes and issues including equality, the environment and the thematic pillars of the Rural Policy Framework. The Rural Policy Framework has been updated to reflect the issues that have been highlighted in the consultation, so I now intend to formally launch the new Rural Policy Framework for Northern Ireland next month. After that, my officials will start developing the new Rural Business and Community Investment Programme. This will involve designing new schemes and examining delivery structures and methods for the next 7 years. Development of the new programme will be informed by the detailed evaluation of a range of pilot schemes developed by my department, and many of which are well underway. These pilot schemes were developed to help test the assumptions of the Rural Policy Framework and provided £6.2 million of investment in rural communities in 2021-22. There are 9 pilot schemes in total, which to date include the Website Development Programme, for £0.25 million, Rural Tourism Collaborative Experiences, £0.46 million, Rural Microbusiness Growth Scheme, £0.16 million, Rural Social Economy Investment Scheme, £0.4 million, Microfood Business Investment Scheme, £0.2 million, Rural Halls Refurbishment Scheme, £1.07 million, Rural Pollinator Garden Scheme, £1.69 million, Rural Digital Inclusion Scheme, £20,000, and Rural Community Rescue Scheme, £1.9 million. It's too early to say at this stage how the programme will be delivered. As a result of the work we have done through Leader Tripsy and our pilot schemes, we have experience in successfully delivering for rural communities in a variety of ways. I want to ensure that for each scheme under the new programme, we use the most efficient, effective delivery mechanism possible. This means that a range of delivery options will be considered as the design of the new schemes progress. Whilst my department will continue to deliver a wide range of initiatives to support rural communities in Northern Ireland, it is important to remember the challenges facing rural communities are not for DAERA alone to address. Under the Rural Needs Act, public authorities have a duty to have due regard to rural needs, which should deliver better outcomes for people living in rural areas to help make rural communities more sustainable. I recognise the importance of continuing and work in partnership with other public bodies, the private sector and rural stakeholders to ensure the best outcomes for our rural communities. We will therefore work closely with partners in government to champion the needs of rural communities across a range of issues, and this includes issues such as housing and other public services. As mentioned earlier, I am currently considering where to allocate funding for the next 3 years as part of the budget process, and this will include allocations for the new programme. Alongside this, my department will also continue to deliver Tripsy while aiming to secure additional funding for rural communities through Peace Plus, Green Growth, City and Growth Deals and other funding opportunities that emerge in the future. No stone will be left unturned. Mr Speaker, members, the purpose of this statement is to rightly recognise that our rural communities in Northern Ireland are innovative and resilient. I have no doubt that with the right support and by collaborating with other public authorities, we will showcase a diverse and innovative way in which the needs of rural communities can be addressed. I am confident that the Rural Policy Framework will help to deliver the best possible outcomes for our rural communities and address many of the challenges that they now face. We must now look to a post-COVID-19 future and embrace the opportunities that green growth, globalisation and technological innovation present. Given the challenges presented by climate change, focus on the environment and sustainability, we will be key in the delivery of future programmes, and as we in Northern Ireland seek to address these challenges through our green growth strategy, we must lay the foundations for a more sustainable society, and our rural communities will play a significant role. If we get it right, the benefits to our rural community will be substantial and will no doubt make Northern Ireland a place where people want to live, work and be active. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I see there's significantly more people in the chamber than there is on my list. So if members want to ask a question, if they could rise in their place, that's great. Thank you. Yep, okay, yes. It's like that whack-a-mole game. Yes, that's fine. I call the Chair of the Committee, Mr Declan McAleer.
Gramargat, and I thank the Minister for his statement. And the Minister will be very aware that rural communities benefited greatly under the EU Rural Development Programme, which provided a 7-year ring-fenced budget and included projects that were driven from the bottom up from local communities through later. But obviously, as a consequence of Brexit, we have been removed from the EU Rural Development Programme, and we have seen no progress on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which was supposed to be the pot that the British Government would provide to replace that lost funding. So could the Minister give us any indication as to what budget he believes will be available for funding this new rural policy? Margaret.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And at this point, it's too early to indicate the budget because we haven't got the overall budget resolved as yet. But we will be bidding to the Northern Ireland Block Grant budget, which is obviously increased as a consequence of Brexit. We'll also be bidding for Peace Plus money, EU farm replacement funding where appropriate, green growth, and beyond the current Parliament, we will then take stock of what is available. In addition, the Leader programme carried with it almost 20% in administrative costs. That meant that just under £12 million of the £73 million that was available was directed to administration costs rather than being targeted at the rural communities. So we really do want to put some focus on how we can deliver this funding more efficiently and ensure that we can take that figure, which is close to 20%, hopefully down to a much smaller figure. I would like to see single figures, and therefore deliver more money to the communities and less on administration.
Mr William Irwin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank the Minister for his statement today. Minister, I'm sure you would agree that agriculture is the backbone of our rural areas. Therefore, the productivity and profitability of agriculture, if that is reduced, this will have a knock-on effect on our rural businesses and indeed employment. There are real issues for the sector as a result of moving away from the targets set out in the Executive Climate Change Bill. What impact is this likely to have on our rural areas?
Well, it's slightly off topic, but I would say this, that not my words, but KPMG, who have recognised for their expertise in these issues, estimate that in terms of the family farms, just the primary producers, that we lose 13,000 jobs. So that's hugely significant for the rural community. But in addition to the 13,000 jobs in the primary sector, the knock-on effect on the processing sector, which is made up largely of people from rural areas. You go to the food factories in Dungannon and Portadown and other places, they're largely made up of people who live predominantly in rural communities. So the impact on jobs in the rural community would run to many tens of thousands. Therefore, it's important that we seek to protect the rural community in so many ways. That's why we're doing this particular policy framework, to assist them. But it's important that, first of all, that it is a financially viable community, and decisions that we take in this House need to be taken with that in mind.
Mr Patsy McAlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Just to reverse back to the issue as has been raised by the chairperson of the committee there around the prosperity funding to replace the EU monies that have been lost clearly through Brexit. Could the Minister, or has the Minister been in a position to get any indication whatsoever as to the scale of that funding that may or may not come to the North?
At this stage, I can't give the member a definitive answer, so it is still being worked through, and we hopefully will be in a position in March to deliver what the budget will be, but I think it's important that we get a budget for Northern Ireland first. So the Department of Finance did bring budget proposals, and I think that they need to be amended, they need to be changed. I don't think that they go anywhere near far enough in terms of delivering on commitments for climate change, for example. And all of this is very important for people in rural communities, because whenever you think about it, people living in rural communities, many of them don't have access to the gas pipe network, which could in future be used for delivering hydrogen and biomethane. Many of them have to travel to get to work, so having vehicles which are carbon neutral are critically important, and a means of ensuring that those vehicles have an easy access. And connectivity and broadband availability and all those things are critically important. So everything that we do must ensure that rural communities are not left behind in Northern Ireland, and that the opportunities for people in rural communities are as good as the opportunities for people here in our capital.
Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, you speak within your statement, you speak of the issues to be addressed, including education. As you are aware, within the education at present, area planning is in progress, and that recommends that only schools with 105 plus pupils are sustainable. This will have a knock-on effect and really knock the heart out of rural communities. Can I ask you what talks or collaboration have you had with the Minister of Education to address this, what would appear to be a conflict in your policies?
Well, I thank the member for the question. And Fermanagh South Tyrone was probably a higher proportion of smaller schools than any other constituency. And I have been engaging with the Education Minister to see how we can help support schools in rural communities. And we want to see how we can do that. This policy on 105 pupils has been around for a long, long time. And I know that the closure of small schools is very, very difficult for people. I also know that as a consequence of going to small schools, there are a lot of opportunities that you won't get that you'll get at a larger school. And that's a conundrum that we're in. You know, whenever I was raising my children, their school closed and was amalgamated with 4 others. I'd have to say that ultimately that was a positive thing for the education of the children, in that there was much more on offer in preparation for secondary education. So these are all challenging things, and the Minister of Education previously held this portfolio and has a heart for rural communities, and I'd expect that she will have a good listening ear when it comes to these issues.
Mr. John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, to thank the Minister for the statement. At a recent meeting with Alliance colleagues and also with TransLink, the issue of better connectivity for rural areas was discussed. Addressing, if I may, Principal Deputy Speaker, this issue of better connectivity to towns from rural areas, but also the issue of connectivity to public transport. Can I ask if the Minister can confirm if conversations are taking place between departments and agencies which would address, for example, the issue of better access for cyclists to public transport, which might include storage of cycles at public transport facilities?
Well, that's where the establishment of the Oversight Committee and its subcommittees is very important, because they will be responsible for inviting officials from other government departments as and when required to help and inform the work of the committee. So other government departments will have to demonstrate to them the work that they're doing in terms of addressing the issues for rural communities. And you know, it doesn't matter. I'm the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, but every minister is responsible for rural communities. So being the Minister for Infrastructure, or indeed education or whatever other department it is, does not obviate your need to ensure that people in rural communities get a fair crack of the whip.
Mr. Philip McQuiggan.
Minister, in your statement, you're saying that one of the important lessons from the consultation was the lessons learned from the LEADER programme, in particular the importance of bottom-up approach in engaging local communities. I mean, you'll be aware that local action groups were allocated a budget to pursue the strategic objectives that were developed by the local communities they represented. So it was the LAGs that identified the local need and the local strategies. In light of that, can I ask, Minister, how and will your department guarantee that local needs are identified and that local strategies are developed to address local needs?
Well, I have identified the need to learn lessons from engaging the local communities through that bottom-up approach. And I want to ensure that the best elements of this approach are retained to support the rural businesses and community investment programme in a way that is responsive to the needs of our rural businesses and communities. And I believe that the Rural Stakeholder Oversight Committee and its subcommittees are central to ensuring that the best elements of that bottom-up approach are retained. The committee structure that I'm putting in place will ensure that key stakeholders in rural communities will be central to helping to shape the way in which future investment is targeted. So I don't believe that we're moving away from the bottom-up approach. I'd argue that we're embracing the best elements of it in a way that meets the needs of future programmes. It's also important to bear in mind that the LAG structure was a requirement of the Rural Development Programme. So from the point of view of delivering future programmes, we don't want to be restricted to retaining the exact same structures. And we need to ensure that our programme going forward is flexible, efficient and responsive, which means making the best use of a range of delivery mechanisms. And we also have to be mindful of the need to make best use of the resources we have available, which makes it very difficult to justify retaining structures and processes that eat up to 1/5 of the available funding that should be going out to the communities.
Mr Thomas Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her statement today, and again, there is no doubt that through the initiatives in the framework, our rural communities will thrive with proper support for the rural businesses and proper infrastructure in place, and this will help the vehicle to reduce the brain drain within our rural communities. How does the Minister then foresee this being taken forward in future programmes?
Well, it's always an issue of concern when we lose talent and ability from our rural communities. I would have to say that our investment in Project Stratham, which has come about purely as a consequence of DUP delivery in their deal with the Conservative government back in 2017, has ensured that connectivity in the rural community is increasing. And as a result of that, more people who have talents and skills which would previously have forced them to go to the city for a job, or indeed out of the country for a job, can actually carry out that job in that rural community, very often in their own homes in that rural community. And I think that's hugely advantageous. The fact that there's over £200 million of investment secured going into rural communities that enables school children, for example, to more easily do their homework, which is critically important, to engage in all of their research and work, which enables people who are carrying out service jobs, people from accountancy background, engineering backgrounds, so many backgrounds, are able to carry out their jobs in those rural communities, is critical going forward. And it's programmes like that there that we need to ensure help sustain rural communities.
Ms Emma Sheeran.
I get and I thank the Minister for his statement and the answer that he has given already. Rural dwellers should have equality of opportunity, and obviously inequality is often intersectional. And with that in mind, how will women, young people and people with disabilities benefit from this rural business and community investment programme under the rural policy framework? And additional, in the previous RDP, it was border communities that could be argued benefited the most with the cross-border aspect of that. Will there be any cross-border route for this, the cooperation programme?
Well, one of the pilots that we run, for example, was a pilot in rural halls. So rural halls, as you know, are very often the hub of the community. So they support those parent and toddler groups. They support those older people who want to meet and helps tackle issues around loneliness. They support people to provide classes and aerobics and yoga and all sorts of things, which helps with people's mental health. So investing in those rural halls, and particularly those rural halls that previously hadn't received financial support, I think has been a significant benefit to rural communities, and the rollout of that programme will help ensure that more people who have been deprived of opportunity that they might have in the city would have opportunity in those rural communities to meet, to mingle, to engage in things which are readily available elsewhere.
Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the House. Minister, you've just touched upon it there, but I've been heartened recently on a number of rural halls and received funding via the Rural Halls Refurbishment Scheme in my area. While I welcome the capital support, I believe it goes much further. Many volunteers involved in rural halls have felt despondent and that their work has been undervalued. The scheme has helped encourage, build and utilise infrastructure already in place. But, Minister, I believe there should be a priority, especially in light of the need to rebuild rural communities in isolation as a result of COVID-19. Would the Minister agree with me that this scheme should be expanded?
Yes, I do. And one of the things that was important about the scheme, that we provided a training element, and that for people to draw down the grant that they had to avail of the training element. Because too often a lack of capacity has ensured that communities haven't had the opportunities that others have had. And we need to build that capacity. And therefore the training element is critically important, and hopefully, having had a taste of getting some financial support from government and some renovation work to their facilities, to provide disabled access, to provide safe electricity and heating and so forth in these halls, that we can help them with micro grants for equipment, and we can help them with other support through this programme. And it'll need to be feed through it as to what the requirements are, but to assist people to have that series of programmes in those rural halls, which will help the people within the community. Something for them there to enjoy, something for them to help with their mental health, help with their loneliness, help with isolation, help with so many areas. We want to take these issues head on to help rural communities.
Mrs. Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I declare an interest, Minister, as belonging to a community group that has benefited from the Rural Community Pollinator Garden Scheme. We hope to have something for you to look at in a few months' time and opening the community garden. But Minister, the health and wellbeing piece, what I'm finding, certainly as a volunteer within community organisations, is that whilst there's money to deliver programmes and the health service assists with that as well, there's very little in terms of help for some of the staffing costs in terms of that and some expertise. I just wonder, how do you envisage moving forward with the demand on volunteers and coming out of COVID recovery, whether or not there'd be support in terms of management and supervision?
One of the areas that we do support is through the Family Farm Health Checks, and that has been a hugely successful programme, and particularly when it comes to identifying, high levels of cholesterol, atrial fibrillation, people who would have heart problems, indeed cancer problems, identified early. And we all know that identifying disease early is the best way of actually ensuring that that disease doesn't spread, and we can actually do something about it. So again, absolutely open to working with other organisations, Department of Health, TransLink, whoever it happens to be, Department for Communities, to ensure that we can deliver high quality services in rural communities. I look forward to seeing the member with her rural pollinator scheme, and I hope that there'll be no sting when I get there.
Ms. Anya Murphy.
Minister, Brexit and the withdrawal of EU funding is a context for the development of a new rural policy framework. The Minister for Finance has highlighted that £11 million has been set aside for projects here under the pilot scheme for the Shared Prosperity Fund that had been launched under the name Community Renewal Fund, was substantially less than the approximately €70 million per annum that we previously received from comparable EU structural funds. Minister, given your party's support for Brexit, what are your contingency plans to ensure that the social and economic needs of people living in rural areas, if no more funding becomes available from Westminster?
Well, certainly we're very happy to raise all of these issues with the Department of Finance and to deal with them in a positive way to ensure that rural communities do have a continuation of significant funding to deliver across a range of areas. We need the Department of Finance to recognise rural needs. We need them to recognise the issues around the environment in particular and to put further funding into the likes of green growth so that we can have vibrant rural businesses which will drive the economy forward, which will drive local economies forward, the local shops and all of the other businesses that exist there. And we want to ensure that we can continue to provide that element of support which helps structures go in place to support people living in rural communities.
Mr. George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, I welcome the Rural Community Pollinator Garden Scheme, which is an excellent forward-thinking policy which will increase our biodiversity, but also, given the number of successful applications from our schools, it will also encourage and educate the next generation to understand and deliver biodiversity into the future. Minister, would you agree with me that this scheme should be included in the future programme?
It has been very exciting, the uptick of the Rural Pollinator Scheme and indeed the innovation that exists within the applications, and that is something which we have sought to be facilitating. There's going to be a real focus on the scheme this year on education, but I would hope at a later point in the year to do further piece of work for communities, and the department will work towards that. But for now, we're focusing on schools and doing something with the Department of Education because young people have a real enthusiasm for things relating to the environment. And what better can we do than to increase the pollinators that exist here? It'll be good for our environment, it'll be good for our biodiversity, and indeed it'll be good for our harvests, whatever those harvests happen to be of, whether it's our apples, our cereals, or whatever else. Pollinators have a key role to play in all of them.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. This policy framework links through to different pillars and then also the programme for government, but yet the key thing to drive it is the budget. Does the Minister not agree with me that the budget needs to be linked through to the programme for government and in order for this and other things to be achieved? Thank you.
I agree that budget is critically important, and that is the course of work that we're currently engaged in, of ensuring that we have the appropriate budget to match the aspirations that exist within this policy framework. And that will be a course of work that we will continue over the next number of weeks.
Ms. Linda Dillon.
Thank the Minister for his statement so far in the response to the questions. Minister, Brexit presents a significant threat to the future of agriculture and rural development. The North has lost access to EU funding and potentially huge consequences for rural development and rural communities, and we have seen this in our own area of Mid-Ulster. How will you ensure that the rural policy framework integrates and complements the rural development programmes in the rest of Ireland?
Well, I note the member's statement, but since Brexit actually happened, virtually all of our prices in all commodities has risen, and the farming community is in a considerably better position than they were pre-Brexit. So in October, for example, I was able to offer farmers 6.29% more for their single farm payment than they had whenever they were in the European Union. I'd increased it the previous year as well. I was also able to deliver it in October, which isn't happening anywhere in the European Union, because I was freed from the conditions that are applied by the European Union, which are not beneficial to actually releasing the funding involved. And I would say that the biggest threat that we have currently to the farmers and to the agri-food sector is the climate change bill being proposed by Ms Bailey and being supported by her party. And if you're serious, and I understand that there'll be some of them here tomorrow, if you're serious, talk to those people, listen to those people, and do the right thing when it comes to voting on the climate change legislation that will be coming available over the course of the next number of weeks.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I want to go back to the question of lost EU funding. You said, or you seem to be saying, it's not really an issue, but in November 2020 you signed a letter along with your counterparts in Scotland and Wales in which you, quote, said you had pressed time and time again for clarity from the UK Government to meet their commitment to rural areas. You also said, quote, it's simply intolerable to even contemplate a future where devolved administrations are not at a disadvantage. Given we know the tens of millions of pounds of funding for rural areas has been lost because of Brexit, can we take it, Minister, that you haven't received any such commitments in terms of replacement funding from the UK Government, and do you have anything to say to rural communities as a result of that?
Well, the member will know that I'll always bat hard for rural communities, irrespective of where that is, here in Belfast, or over in Westminster or elsewhere. I will always seek to fight for the rural communities that I represent and be their champion. Therefore, when it comes to the development of the budget, we will take all of the opportunities that exist from prosperity funding, from levelling up funding, from green growth, and what the Department of Finance can offer us. I'd have to say that we're in a circumstance this year where we're potentially handing money back to Westminster. So, this cry that we don't have enough money if we end up handing it back rings a little hollow. So I will be pressing the Department of Finance to actually get the money to people who have demonstrated that they can spend it, and spend it wisely, and spend it well, and spend it with real benefit to the wider public. And a lot of that has been done in our rural communities, and I trust that the Department of Finance and the Finance Minister in particular will continue to provide that support for our rural communities.
Ms Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the historic failure of the Department to engage women and young people can't be denied. And Minister, as I listen to your statement, there's still not even a single mention of women or young people. So it makes me wonder what's new about the framework. And I listened to your reply given to Ms Sheeran. But, outside of meet and mingles in rural halls, Minister, what is the actual plan in this next framework to ensure that the historic failure to engage women and young people as programme beneficiaries does not continue?
I always wonder that the member is always blinded to what's actually taking place. So, she's talking about young people, and she's talking about an investment of around £2 million in rural pollinator schemes, which are identified towards schools. And I see the member shrugging. I'm sorry, but these are significant. You mentioned young people, and I would be of the belief that most of the people who attend school are young people, unless I've been living in some alternative planet. But seriously, we are investing significant amounts of money in supporting the needs of the rural community per se, of the young people who live in the rural communities, of the women who live in the rural communities, of the marginalised groups that live in rural communities. What do you think the halls, for example, who will be using them? Whenever the disabled access goes in, whenever the halls are warmer, whenever women's groups, for example, will have a local hall fit for purpose available to them, whenever we'll have the various classes that people in that local community will set up, whether it be in arts, crafts, whether it be physical activity, the women and the young people in the rural communities will benefit from all of those things. And I really wish that we would stop trying to label one group and set one group apart and say you're not representing these people, because it frankly isn't true.
Mr Jim Allister.
I'd like to test the fine words of this statement against a real issue in my constituency. The world-famous dark hedges are suffering from degradation because of traffic destruction and lack of management. We've had years of partial passing, broken promises, we urgently need a competent body to manage the dark hedges. Will this policy help? North Antrim, like South Down, has many rural tourism assets. So how will this policy help in that Pacific incident?
Well, I have been to the Dark Hedges. I have met the Chief Executive of the local council, and they recognise the need that exists there. I was with the local MLA who invited me there, Mr Story, to see how we can actually help to deal with that circumstance. It is a cross-departmental issue. It is not an issue in terms of roads that the Department of Agriculture leads on, and he knows that. But I recognise that the Dark Hedges are a hugely valuable asset to Northern Ireland. It brings a lot of tourism, and we will work, and have indicated very clearly that we will work not just to support, but to actually drive things forward with others. And that course of work is continuing even as we speak.
Thank you, Minister. No other members indicated to me that they wish to ask a question. Nope. So if members will take their ease for a few moments, we'll move on to the next item of business on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item of business is the introduction of the School Age Bill. I call the Minister of Education, Ms Michelle McElveen, to move the first stage.
Moved.
Can I ask the Clerk to please read the long title?
A bill to amend the meaning of compulsory school age in the education orders.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it will now be printed. Members, just take their ease for a moment before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Draft Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you. I am seeking the Assembly's approval for the Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations NI 2022. As members will be aware, my department currently administers a number of welfare mitigation schemes that are designed to alleviate some of the welfare changes that were introduced in the North from 2016. The mitigation schemes provide financial support to people who are affected by various reforms, including the benefit cap and social sector size criteria, known as the bedroom tax. Members will also be aware that the existing welfare mitigation schemes came to a statutory end on the 31st of March 2020 in accordance with the relevant legislation. At that point, my department introduced contingency arrangements to ensure continuity of mitigation payments for eligible people, pending the making of new legislation to extend the schemes. Under the contingency arrangements, mitigation payments have continued under the sole authority of successive budget acts. This approach has been agreed by the Department of Finance and is currently set to continue until the end of March this year. Extension of the existing welfare mitigation schemes beyond the 31st of March 2020 was included in the NDNA agreement and the commitment of the Executive. Achieving this now requires primary and subordinate legislation, which must be approved by resolution of the Assembly. The Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill was recently introduced into the Assembly and completed second stage on the 19th of January this year. The bill will also provide for the extension of the social sector size criteria, the bedroom tax mitigation, until the 31st of March 2025. Today I am bringing the Assembly the Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations, which provide for the extension of the remaining welfare mitigations until the 31st of March 2025. The extension will be achieved by removing the current end date of the 31st of March 2020 that is specified in the various welfare mitigations regulations and replacing it with a new end date of the 31st of March 2025. The regulations will amend the Welfare Supplementary Payment Regulations NI 2016, the Welfare Supplementary Payment Loss of Care Payment Regulations, the Welfare Supplementary Payment Loss of Disability Living Allowance, and the Welfare Supplementary Loss of Disability Related Premium Regulations. This will have the effect of restoring statutory welfare mitigation payments for people who are affected by the benefit cap, time limiting or contributory employment and support allowance, loss or reduction of disability living allowance on transition to personal independence payment, and any associated loss or reduction of disability-related premiums and care payments. As I've recently mentioned, since the 31st of March 2020, my department has continued to make welfare mitigation payments under the sole authority of the Budget Act. This has ensured that payments were made to people who otherwise would have been eligible if the statutory schemes had continued to operate. While continuing to make mitigation payments since the 31st of March last year was clearly the right approach, this means that my department now needs to put in place measures to ensure that duplicate payments are not made. To take account of the mitigation payments already made, the legislation before the House today indicates provisions for the treatment of the period of the 31st of March 2020 and the date the regulations come into operation. This period is referred to as the administrative period. The regulations will act to prevent any duplication of payments during the administrative period. They will also ensure that where an individual is entitled to a welfare supplementary payment that is payable for a maximum period of 1 year, that any period during the administrative period for which the person has already received a mitigation payment is counted towards their 1-year period of entitlement. The regulations also introduce further amendments to omit references to the administration period after a period of 13 months from the date the regulations come into operation. This will ensure specific provisions will be removed after they cease to have any practical effect without the need for further legislation. These measures will not impact on the entitlement to welfare supplementary payments, and I can advise the House that an SL1 setting out the details of the policy covered by the statutory rule was referred to Committee for Communities for consideration at their meeting on the 16th of December 2021. The committee confirmed that they were content with the rule to be made. The draft rule has also been referred to the Executive for consideration, and at the meeting on the 20th of January this year, it was agreed that the rule could be laid. It is important that we now provide assurance to the thousands of families and low-paid workers who are dependent on these mitigation payments. The legislation will provide certainty by continuing the payments for another 3 years until the 31st of March 2025. I hope that members from across the House will join me today in protecting the most vulnerable to support this legislation going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call the chairperson of the committee, Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 27th of January and understands it is to be made under Article 1375 of the Welfare Reform Northern Ireland Order 2015. The committee noted the need for these regulations to amend a range of welfare supplementary payment regulations made in 2016. Those earlier regulations provided for supplementary payments to people affected by charges to the welfare system brought forward by Westminster. As we know, the 2016 regulations provided for a period of entitlement to supplementary payments, including that no payments were to be made after the 31st of March 2020. This House knows the recent history of these payments, that since March 2020 the Northern Ireland Executive committed to continue to provide financial support for those people affected by the welfare changes. This has been done through the relevant Budget Act, including the allocation of £42.88 million in the 2021-22 budget to continue paying welfare mitigation schemes, such as the bedroom tax and the benefit cap, until the 31st of March 2022. The committee understands that the purpose of this statutory rule is to remove the expiry date of the 31st of March 2020 from each of the specified welfare mitigation schemes and inserts a new expiry date of the 31st of March 2025, and this will have the effect of reinstating welfare supplementary payments for people who are affected. The rule will also make provision for the treatment of the period between the 31st of March 2020 and the date the regulations come into operation. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee has on numerous occasions considered the issues of welfare reform mitigations since early in 2020, when the first cliff edge faced us. Through numerous evidence sessions, the committee has heard from charities and organisations supporting those who are most in need of welfare mitigation payments. A briefing from the Cliff Edge Coalition particularly highlighted the necessity for continued welfare mitigations and the hardship that many families face. During the committee's consideration of Social Security operating regulations last Thursday, the committee again expressed concern that the utmost needs to be done to support those most in need. The dramatic increases in fuel and energy prices, combined with the highest rate of inflation for many years, mean that money is stretched more than ever before. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, members have frequently expressed concerns about the creation of further cliff edges, and whilst the committee support this SR, it is not without concern or hesitation by some members. The committee hopes that this 3-year extension will be well used by the Assembly to ensure that we are not approaching another cliff edge in 3 years' time. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend that the Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be affirmed by the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak on the Welfare Supplementary Extensions Regulation. May I first thank the Minister and the Committee Chair for outlining the detail of these regulations. As we have heard, the main purpose of these regulations is to extend the remaining mitigations to March 2025. While it has been preferable that no end date was included, these regulations should hopefully provide reassurance and certainty to so many people across the North with regards to that are in receipt of these payments in the time ahead, and particularly up to 2025. At a time of rising living costs, securing these welfare protections will help so many people and families from the worst aspects of the cruel cuts by the Tory government. Minister Deirdre Hargey is committed to protecting people from the bedroom tax and closing the loopholes to ensure our families with their children, our workers and the most vulnerable in society are protected. They remain our priority here today. The appointment also of the independent advisory panel to review all the welfare protections is welcome news for us all. And I acknowledge, likewise, the Chair and the Minister, the excellent and sterling work of the Cliff Edge Coalition and other organisations who have continued to campaign for the extension of these welfare protections. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for bringing these regulations today, which we welcome. We welcome the regulations. We welcome the extension of mitigation payments to shield people here from some of the more savage aspects, as Ms Ferguson referred to, of the Welfare Reform Bill, designed by the Tories in Westminster and rubber-stamped by a majority of MLAs in this House. We do welcome the mitigation package agreed here back then and extended now. It certainly has protected people, but excuse me if we aren't doing cartwheels, don't particularly feel like celebration when we're really giving people a stick and plaster after leaving them vulnerable to Tory cuts. We also lament the length of time it's taken us to get here and lament the fact that the extension can't be for longer, but we do certainly support any initiative or any measure to protect people here. Support.
Thank you. Ms Kelly-Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for bringing forward this legislation today. As has been said before, so I'm not going to repeat that again, these are an extension to the welfare mitigation schemes that are already in place to ensure that people don't face a cut-off, having had that period of a year where under a slightly different regulations that we've been able to cover their costs. It does extend to the 31st of March 2025, these welfare mitigation schemes, and they include the benefit cap, as the Minister has said, people moving from DLA to PIP, loss of disability-related premiums and loss of carer payments. But what I will say is that those people will still come to an end with those mitigation schemes on the 31st of March 2025. And as we discussed in committee, we have no other choice than to take this regulation forward, because if we don't, we will let people down sooner than that 2025 date. But I am concerned, as the Chair has mentioned, about that future cut-off date. I believe that we should have a review on those dates. I will certainly support these regulations going forward now, but the Act does need to consider what we're actually bringing forward for people, given the fact that we have invested in the independent panel that are looking at welfare mitigations. Are we basically saying to them, what is the point in your work, because 31st of March 2025 this all comes to an end anyway? But I do thank the Minister for bringing this forward. We have a number of people who have thankfully been able to have their mitigations continued out under the budget agreement that we had for the last year, and they're satisfied now that they will be taking this forward until 2025. So I am in support of this regulation, but I think as a House we do need to consider the impact that we will be creating to those people in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Armstrong. No other members indicated to me that they want to speak in the debate, so I could ask the Minister to wind on the debate on the motion. Minister.
All of the speakers, and indeed to the Communities Committee, just for their support in terms of getting it through. Just to make a couple of remarks, I mean, I've been very clear from the outset of dealing with the extension of the existing welfare mitigations that I wanted to take all of these through, both these regulations. There will be other regulations next week in terms of closing the loophole, and indeed the legislation as well around the bedroom tax. I didn't want an end date in. I was very clear in that. Indeed, these regulations as well as the legislation, I didn't have an end date in, because I do feel that even with the review that is ongoing at the minute around welfare mitigations, that it's not about stopping any of the existing protections that we have in. It is about adding to them and being complementary of what we're already doing. That said, I wouldn't have been able to get it through the executive because other parties didn't agree with my position of not putting an end date in, and therefore I was faced with the choice of do nothing and continue to be in the hiatus, or to try and move the situation forward. And obviously engaging with those out in the advice sector, the Cliff Edge Coalition and others, I did make the choice then to move forward as I'm doing now, and I do hope that these issues are picked up more broadly in the time ahead. So again, I want to thank everyone for their contributions, and I commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the draft Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations Northern Ireland 2022 be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to further consideration stage of the Charities Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
No amendments have been tabled. There is therefore no opportunity to discuss the Charities Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage. Further consideration stage of the Charities Bill is therefore concluded and the bill stands referred to Mr. Speaker. Members take their ease for a few moments before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the proposed amendments tabled in relation to the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill in the House of Commons on 6 January 2022 to extend to Northern Ireland changes to the employer cost cap for public service pension schemes.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Beg to move, last quarter.
Thank you. Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister for Finance, Mr Conor Murphy, to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
I'm asking the Assembly to endorse the proposed amendments tabled in relation to the Public Services, Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill in the House of Commons on the 6 January 2022 to extend the Northern Ireland changes to the employer cost cap for public service pension schemes. The cost cap mechanism was introduced for public service pensions both here and in Britain as part of the 2015 pension reforms and in line with the recommendations of the Independent Public Service Pensions Commission. Two of the main objectives of the mechanism are to protect the Exchequer from unforeseen costs and to provide stability and certainty for members on benefit and contribution levels. The cost control mechanism determines how costs in public service pension schemes are shared between the scheme's employers and members. It is tested at scheme valuations, which take place every 4 years, and affects how future employee and employer contribution rates are set. It is a fundamental feature of the cost control measures agreed by the Assembly as part of the 2015 public service pension reforms contained in the Public Service Pensions Act Northern Ireland 2014. For each scheme, the mechanism assesses changes in costs. If costs decrease or increase by more than a certain percentage amount of pensionable pay, currently set at 2%, compared to the original level, action is taken to bring the cost back to target. The original intention was that the CCM would only be triggered by unforeseen and unpredictable events. However, at the 2016 valuations, it was observed that projected valuation outcomes were indicating both breaches at the cost cap floor and increased costs for employers. This raised concerns that the mechanism was not operating in line with its original objectives, and the Treasury commissioned the Government Actuary to review its operation. The Government Actuary's report recommended a number of changes to the mechanism which would address these concerns. Following a consultation which included stakeholders for the devolved schemes, Treasury laid amendments to the Public Service, Pension and Judicial Offices Bill on the 6th of January to implement two of these changes. These changes will come into effect for the 2020 valuations, which set employer and employee contribution rates from April 2024. Last I will summarise the two main changes. Firstly, a reformed scheme only design. The change to the reform scheme only would remove the effects of the pre-reform legacy schemes from the cost cap mechanism. The Government actually had identified that changes in these legacy scheme costs were the main driver for the cost floor breaches indicated at the 2016 valuations. The reform scheme only design will ensure consistency between the set of benefits being assessed and the set of benefits potentially being adjusted for the future. This will make the mechanism more stable and reduce intergenerational unfairness, as comparatively younger members' benefits or contributions will not change based on the cost of the pre-reform legacy schemes, which they had little or no access to. Under this approach, the cost risk of legacy schemes would pass to the Exchequer. The LCM will ensure this approach is also applied to the devolved schemes here. Secondly, an economic check would introduce a new step in the valuation process to validate any cost cap breach before any resultant scheme changes can be implemented. The introduction of the economic check would mean that the impact of a change in the long-term economic assumptions would be considered in the cost control process and will be able to offset any ceiling or floor breaches that would otherwise occur. The economic check would be based on official long-term forecasts of GDP growth and would also take into account changes in the long-term earnings assumptions. This means there will be a higher bar for member benefit reductions or contribution increases if the long-term economic outlook has improved. However, working symmetrically, this would apply equally to benefit increases or contribution reductions in the long term if the long-term economic outlook has worsened. It should also be noted that the effect of the economic check may have on the mechanism is limited, in that it cannot cause or contribute to a breach, but only prevent or offset one. These additional cost control amendments to the Public Service, Pension and Judicial Offices Bill technically fall outside the scope of the original LCM agreed by the Assembly on the 1st of November last year, to allow the measures in this bill to remedy age discrimination in public service schemes to extend here. The changes can be expected to make the cost control mechanism for public service schemes more stable. A more stable mechanism means changes to member benefits or contributions become less likely. The proposed reforms thus help provide greater certainty regarding members' projected retirement incomes and the level of contributions. This LCM will ensure that the devolved schemes implement this economic check in the same way and to the same timescales as the equivalent schemes in Britain, and in line with the overarching requirements of Treasury cost control policy for all such similarly constituted public service schemes. Last Concordia, these are technical changes. However, it is important that their impact is understood. The design of the devolved public service schemes here is broadly identical to that for equivalent schemes in Britain. These pensions are paid from annually managed expenditure, and as a consequence, cost control policy for the devolved schemes is expected to reflect that maintained by Treasury for those equivalent schemes. Adopting these proposals for devolved schemes is therefore necessary to maintain this approach. To do so differently could lead to divergent valuation outcomes at the 2020 and subsequent valuations. This could have implications for available block grant funding if additional funds were needed to cover shortfalls in circumstances where devolved schemes' costs could exceed the comparable cost control profile for the equivalent schemes in Britain. On this basis, it is important that these required technical changes are applied for devolved schemes here to the same timescales, and in these circumstances, the LCM provides the most pragmatic solution to achieve this.
Thank you. Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for his opening remarks and for the related oral and written briefings which officials have provided to the Committee for Finance on the legislative consent motion and the relevant Westminster legislation. I would also like to thank the public sector trade unions who, at very short notice, provided the Committee with some very useful written submissions. My comments today are made as the Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, as indicated in respect of the previous legislative consent motion for this bill, public sector pensions are important. They cost around £1.3 billion per annum in Northern Ireland alone and are a vital component of retirement provision in this jurisdiction. The changes that are being brought forward by the Westminster legislation will affect around 130,000 of our public sector workers and retirees in Northern Ireland. The second legislation consent measure refers to further changes which cover the cost calculation mechanism. There are two main issues. In respect of the first, which is the different treatment for legacy pension schemes, a correspondent to the committee suggested that the associated risk of underperformance would entirely fall to those schemes. This seems to be at odds with assurances provided by officials who suggested that Treasury would assume the related risk. Perhaps, Minister, in your mind, you could clarify on this issue. Otherwise, the committee found this first aspect on the LCM to be uncontroversial. The second issue refers to a new criteria for cost cap breaches. This appears to mean that the payment of additional benefits or reduction of contributions will only occur if pension scheme performance also meets criteria linked to the long-term performance of our economy. The committee understands that the detail hasn't been worked out yet, but the link is expected to be based on long-term GDP. The idea is to limit the situations where cost cap breaches occur. The unions indicated quite a lot of concern about this and the potential for an adverse impact for public sector pensioners. However, the committee also noted that if the legislation is not passed, Northern Ireland public sector pensions might be out of step with the rest of the United Kingdom. This in turn could conceivably generate a liability against the block grant if our public service pension schemes generate a cost cap breach which was not recognised by HM Treasury. The committee were unhappy with the very limited timescales for consideration for this matter. The committee was also concerned about the potential for an adverse impact for public sector pensioners. However, given the possibility of an additional liability for the block grant, the committee felt that on balance that it had no option other than to support the legislative consent motion. Mr Deputy Speaker, on a related matter, the committee has previously asked the Department about the impact of the MacLeod remedy on levels of retirement in the public sector over the next few years. The legislation will allow those who are entitled to it to receive a non-actuarially reduced pension at age 60 rather than at state pension age. Perhaps again the Minister in his wine could indicate why the Department believes that this will not act as an enticement for public sector workers to retire at an earlier point than perhaps might have been expected before the MacLeod remedy. And perhaps he could also confirm that why the Department think these unexpected retirements won't generate problems for the delivery of public services. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr Melissa McHugh.
Carla, agus dus just by lumsa basis leis an éire fásta for henne ratches, and I'd just like at the outset to thank the Minister for bringing a statement to the House today. And I welcome the opportunity just to speak on this issue. This is the second LCM which this Assembly has debated in relation to the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill, which is currently progressing through Westminster. Now, the initial intention of the bill was to provide a remedy to the discrimination which was highlighted in the MacLeod judgment. Prior to the first debate, the Treasury was able to provide assurances that the cost of implementing the remedy would not fall on scheme members. This was to be achieved by ensuring that any breaches of the ceiling of the cost cap mechanism would not result in increased members' contributions. Now, this is an important protection, as it would not be acceptable to ask scheme members to pay to remedy a discrimination which they were affected by, but they did not create. However, since the Assembly voted in favour of the first LCM, the British Treasury has tabled amendments to that bill, which, if passed, will radically alter the cost cap mechanism of public service pensions. The cost cap mechanism is designed to bring a fair balance of risk to scheme members and their employers. It ensures that any increases in pension costs are met by both parties at set rate, as opposed to solely by the employers, which had been the case previously. Importantly, if the cost of providing public service pensions are not as high as expected and are more than 2% below the cost cap, this would result in a floor breach where scheme members would see increased benefits. However, now the British Government is seeking to change how the mechanism works by removing the legacy schemes from the calculations of the cost cap and by also adding an economic check which links the calculation of cost cap breaches to the UK's long-term GDP. In practice, this means that when any cost cap breaches are calculated, corrective measures would only be taken if the breach would still have occurred had the long-term economic assumptions been considered. The Public Service Trade Unions expressed mixed views on reform scheme-only design, but were broadly against the introduction of an economic check. They accepted the cost cap as part of the overall reforms in good faith, after the British Government promised that there would be no change to public service pensions for at least 25 years. The 2016 valuations initially showed that costs of providing public service pensions were well below what had been anticipated, and that they were widespread floor breaches leading to increased benefits for scheme members. The proposed changes are an attempt by the British Government to move the goalposts because they have discovered that cost cap mechanism working as originally intended did not suit their policy objectives, namely that more of the burden of providing public service pensions should fall on scheme members and not the Government. Now, while this Assembly has the authority to legislate for public service pensions and could diverge from implementing this policy, we must be mindful of the impact on the block grant any diversions would have. Given the limited financial resources that the Executive currently has and the acceptance that more generous public service pensions would divert funding away from priority services such as health and education, we have no choice other than to allow this LCM to pass.
Thank you. I call Mr. Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and my comments will be very brief. The Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill that is currently making its passage through Westminster is aimed at implementing a deferred choice underpin within pension scheme. Amendments were laid by the Treasury to the Public Services Pension and Judicial Offices Bill on the 6th of January 2022. By supporting this LCM before us, members of the schemes in Northern Ireland should not be disadvantaged, and we mitigate the risks of future litigation should the NI changes be delayed or differ in terms of cost or design. This legislative consent motion will address the close timescales now required to implement the remedy solution by April 22 and ensure the changes for devolved schemes are implemented to the same timescales as similarly constituted schemes in Great Britain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am content to support this LCM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. As it's now 3 minutes to 2, I suggest, and question time begins at 2 o'clock, can I suggest to members that the House takes its ease until then? When this debate resumes after question time, the first speaker will be Mr. Matthew O'Toole. Thank you.
Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting. It's time for questions to the Minister of Finance, and I call Mark Durgan to ask the first question. Mark Durgan.
Question number 1.
I call the Minister. Conor Murphy.
The Department for the Economy is responsible for and has been leading discussions locally on the public service obligations for City of Derry Airport. Nevertheless, when I met with the British Transport Secretary Grant Shapps on wider airport issues last summer, I raised the issue about which London airport the Derry flight might use. More widely, my department is working with the Department for Infrastructure, who are assessing a business case and funding proposal made by the airport. The current London and any potential PSO for a Dublin service will be important elements of future operations at the City of Derry Airport.
Supplementary, Mark Durgan.
Would the Minister agree with me on the importance of City of Derry Airport to the North West and the importance of the executive departments working together with Council to ensure that it not only survives but that it thrives?
Yes, I absolutely agree with him. It is a key and integral part of the need to rebalance our economy and to ensure that infrastructure that we have, including airports, roads, rail, all allow us to allow the North West to maximise its potential, and for too long it hasn't been able to do that. So I'm fully in agreement in relation to that. I also agree that it is across a range of departments. My own department stepped up, as it did on a number of issues during the pandemic, to provide support to airports, but the Department for Infrastructure, the Department for the Economy are areas where various aspects of airports relate to. There is no overarching department with responsibility, but it is important, and I did propose both to Infrastructure and Economy that the three departments, myself included, work together closely to try and ensure, both in terms of dealing with London but also in terms of dealing with Dublin, that we get all support that we can and we ensure the long-term security of the City of Derry Airport.
Call Ciara Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the City of Derry Airport obviously provides vital connectivity to the North West, so as we concur with Mark, any additional support and public service obligations to the city and the airport is hugely important. Can the Minister also confirm if the airport will be included in the package of rate reliefs contained in the upcoming budget? Thank you.
Well, there are the airports were included in terms of rate relief, and that was obviously recognising their huge economic importance, both the two Belfast ones and the Derry one in particular, and recognising their huge economic importance to the regions that they serve. We are looking at the issue of further rate relief in the new financial year. And of course, those businesses will have benefited from a 2-year rate relief at this stage, and obviously, thankfully, business is starting to return again, although we're still a long way short of where we want to be, and we still have some journey to go to get out of the pandemic completely. But yes, of course, we can look at those, and we are looking at packages in terms of rate relief across a range of businesses. It won't be at the same level that we were able to provide with the additional COVID money we had during the pandemic, but we will continue to try and support those businesses who will continue to struggle as we emerge back into hopefully full economic recovery.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister. Airports and airlines are a critical part of our economic structure, and it's vital they're supported. Not my words, the Minister's. Can the Minister update us on the COVID mitigation package for the Belfast International and Belfast City Airport? And I welcome what he's already said about future rates relief.
Well, and we are talking to the airports continuously in relation to the challenges they continue to face, and undoubtedly they do continue and will continue to face challenges. The issue is we don't have the same level of additional COVID money that we had, so the executive is limited. There are, as he will understand, a wide range of competing demands, and there are also, in the course of the pandemic, we stepped up. We don't have any responsibility for airports, but we did step up to try and provide support. So we do need to see the departments between them, and I'm not allocating to any singular department. I'm saying collectively, as an executive, there's an understanding that more support is needed. We have to have the departments work on that to make an assessment of it, but also then to make an assessment, as I would, of what funding we have, and to match that against the competing priorities. But we are keen to help if we can in the time ahead, and we do fully understand the importance of the airports.
Call Kelly Armstrong.
Question number 2.
As the member will be aware, the draft budget is currently out for a 12-week consultation period which ends on the 7th of March. As soon as possible after the budget consultation period ends, I will bring a further paper to the Executive outlining consultation responses and seek an agreement on a final budget. There is a legislative requirement for a budget to be in place before the beginning of the next financial year, and it is therefore imperative that a draft budget is agreed by the Executive ahead of the upcoming Assembly elections. Such an agreement would allow departments to plan and deliver services appropriately, providing public services the stability that is afforded by a 3-year budget settlement. I am under no illusion that the timetable is challenging, and it will be important for the Executive to work collectively in agreeing a budget.
Supplementary. Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as you say, the budget timeframe is extremely challenging, and we have heard over recent weeks that there may be an attempt to collapse the Assembly. If that happens, what protections can you put in place for all of those community and voluntary sector and organisations who will be left without a budget?
Well, we have to ensure that that does not. Firstly, any threat to collapse the institution should be removed, and as I have said in recent days, the rest of us are getting on with the work that we need to get on with in the time ahead, and we can't allow ourselves to be distracted. So I want to see the budget consultation process, because this is the first 3-year budget in many years that this Assembly and Executive have dealt with. It does give an opportunity for planning. It doesn't contain the amount of money we would like to see in order to support our public services, but it is vital for giving particularly some of the services, as she has referenced, that certainty and continuity in the time ahead of a 3-year budget outcome. And so I think it would be cynical in the extreme to deny those people the opportunity to get that level of support. And of course, we will continue to work to try and ensure we do get executive agreement, we get the budget through in due course, and make sure we give some certainty to those who most deserve it.
Lisa McHugh.
Minister, as already the case that some departments have commented on the difficulties that they face, especially if health is prioritised. And whilst there are obvious pressures, can you confirm that this is the most difficult budget that departments other than health have to face?
Well, the budget that I have produced recognises and supports the priority that the executive parties and generally speaking most of the MLAs in this institution have stated many times over the last number of years, that health is the priority, that we need to assist health in terms of transformation and bringing down waiting lists, dealing with issues like cancer treatment and mental health issues as well. And so the budget I proposed reflected that. That has created a pressure on other departments because we have looked for some efficiencies to try and support that. But departments are getting a year-on-year increase in their budget, and while it's not all that they would want to have, it's certainly the outcome of the spend review is not all any of us wanted to have. Nonetheless, it is an increase year-on-year, and it will be up to departments to try and prioritise the spending of that budget over the next 3 years around areas that are priorities for them and that can be met within the settlement they receive. So I would hope that all parties will recognise the commitment that we all made to try and support health in the time ahead and get together and support the budget proposals and recognise that we all will face challenges in doing that, but that is a very necessary prioritisation.
Steve Egan.
I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Could the Minister confirm that if the budget, as there is no agreed budget by the end of the financial year, in fact going forward we're limited to 45% of the budget total in year, and this would mean a significant challenge to all our public services?
Well, as he understands, if it was the case, and as I say, we shouldn't be contemplating that that will be the case, and I think any threats to bring us into that circumstance should be removed. We are a short distance from the end of this mandate. There's a lot of work to be done both in this chamber and in the executive as well, and we need to conclude that work. We've only had a 2-year mandate essentially, given where we were, and so. But if it was the case, he's correct. The worst case scenario, Permanent Secretary can ensure funding continues to that, but it is at that limited level, and it doesn't give anywhere near the level of certainty to an awful lot of organisations who depend on it. And given that we have a 3-year budget to put in place, that is an opportunity to give certainty and allow for planning into the future.
Keith Buchanan.
Nobody disagrees that health needs additional money to address issues within it. Nobody would disagree with that. But are you content, as the Finance Minister, that the Department of Health is in a position to manage money effectively? Bearing in mind the amount of money is spent on locum doctors and agency staff year on year, and that at the end of 2025, 52% of our budget will be to the Department of Health. Are you content that they are managing money effectively?
Well, there's no doubt that the attempt to transform the NHS over many, many years by introducing privatisation into it has actually, in the professed expectation it would create efficiencies, has actually created much greater inefficiencies. And you can see that certainly in recruitment of agency staff, that creates a huge inefficiency where we should have actually been recruiting people into the health service itself. So that hasn't been the solution. I'm sure the Executive do, and we've had discussions around the Executive about this, we want to see the additional money that we're providing to help, the timetable for how that will be spent, the milestones which we would judge it, the outcome as it goes along in each of those big areas in terms of waiting lists, transformation, cancer treatment, mental health, those issues that we want to see how that will be spent. And clearly the Assembly itself will want to get an understanding of all that. So we have been working and will continue to work with the Health Department so that there's a very clear sense of how that money will be spent in the time ahead, and to make sure that this investment, which is very, very necessary, will be actually used in an efficient way to create that type of transformation.
Nicole Liz Kimmins.
Question 3, please.
The future of the Mournes is one of my priorities, and I have therefore asked the Innovation Lab team within my department to lead a project aimed at securing the long-term sustainable future of the Mournes. Executive colleagues have nominated departmental representatives to participate in this project. As part of the project, the team will engage with local stakeholders to gain an understanding of the key issues. This work has commenced, and it's hoped that an event can be held in the locality of the Mournes in the near future to bring stakeholders together. A high-level project plan has been developed which sets out key project activities. The plan takes account of the impact of the forthcoming election and the restriction that this imposes on public engagement. The Innovation Lab team is also developing a business case to secure external expertise to conduct the public engagement.
Supplementary, Liz Kimmins.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I think we all know that the Mournes wildfires caused significant ecological damage, and it is so important that we get the recovery plan in place as quickly as possible, not only to support the Mournes as an area of outstanding beauty, but also in the longer term. So can the Minister confirm then if an executive agreement on the plan has been reached, when does he expect implementation to begin, given all that he said in his response? Thank you.
Well, I can assure, I agree with the member firstly in terms of the absolute necessity to protect the Mournes both now and into the future. The Executive are on board, and each department have provided representatives to work with the team doing that. The work of the Innovation Lab will include a review of existing research as well as commissioning of additional expert research should this be needed, and there will also be a series of research engagement events with cross-section of community to include focused citizen engagement sessions, and the purpose is to enable the development of a long-term plan which essentially will include the community and stakeholders in the Mournes, and I expect this work to be completed later this year.
We call Peter Weir.
Mr. Speaker.
Concordia, with your permission, I will answer questions 4, 8 and 13 together. I wrote to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on the 11th of November last year, calling them to waive VAT on energy bills temporarily to support the many households and businesses struggling with the cost of living and spiralling energy prices. I have not yet received a response to my letter, and officials have followed up on this with their Treasury counterparts. And while this is disappointing that the British Government does not appear to be prepared to cut VAT on energy bills, I will continue to call on the Treasury to take urgent action on the cost of living crisis.
Peter Weir, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his response. It's disappointing there hasn't been a direct response as yet. Can I ask the Minister whether there's been any other discussions with Treasury on any other financial help that can be given to hard-pressed families at this time of the, particularly with the rising fuel costs in terms of energy, and any additional schemes beyond what has been announced already?
Yes, I recently, in the last number of weeks, did a four-way meeting with the finance ministers from Scotland and Wales, in which we collectively pressed Treasury on these issues. We are assured that there will be a spring statement sometime towards the end of March, a bit late for including in our current financial process, but there will be a spring statement which will address cost of living issues. Now, we don't have detail of what that might include, but we will continue to press the case for support, as he has outlined, for very hard-pressed families.
Call Trevor Lunn.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I was going to ask the same supplementary as Mr Weir, but And maybe in looking at this in reverse, Mr. Speaker, has the Minister, what examination has he made of the prospect of revenue raising and locally here, which would start to deal with the problem perhaps from a different direction?
Well, as I'm sure the member knows, I've established a fiscal commission to look at the prospect of economic levers that we don't currently have. We're a long way behind Scotland and Wales, who have had a number of iterations of looking at this. This institution has never, since 1998, taken a very detailed look at what might be available to us. Unfortunately, that takes some time, and if the report, I would hope it may be available before the end of the mandate, but it will be for an incoming executive to look at. That would then, if there was a political will to move and look at some revenue raising options for us, then that would require a negotiation with Treasury. So I don't think any of those issues would be in time for this 3-year budget cycle, but probably towards the latter end of the next mandate. But I think it is incumbent on us to look at a situation where our budgets are so tight, when there are emergency situations which are unforeseen and outside of our control, like the increase in energy costs, then what interventions we can make are very, very limited. I think we should have all fiscal levers at our hands that we can in order to make sure that we can intervene where is necessary as per our own judgment in this part of the world.
I call Stephen Dunn.
I appreciate the update on this important matter. Another issue adversely impacting a number of sectors here, including our construction sector, and even things like charity tractor runs, is the UK Government's plan to end the red diesel rebate. Has the Minister made any representations on this important matter?
Yes, we have had an ongoing discussion on this. The first iteration, I think this was affecting pleasure crafts and things like that, so we've had engagement with them and we will continue to do that. I know it is tied up in the kind of reduction of carbon emissions as well, an attempt to do that. But yes, we recognise the very strong cases made by construction and some of the charges, and I know many of the members will be have been lobbied on that by people in the construction sector. So while we want to make sure that we are getting to more reusable energies and renewable energies rather, that we ensure that the impact of that isn't so severe that people aren't able to cope with the journey that we all need to be on.
Call Cara Hunter.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, my question refers to the Energy Support Scheme. We all know the difficulties with rising energy costs, and many people experienced difficulties before Christmas. Can I just ask why it took until January for this scheme to be unveiled? Thank you.
Because it took that length of time to get the Executive to agree it. The Communities Minister raised the issue with me immediately after the October monitoring round, and we asked departments to indicate earlier than normal to us what monies they may surrender in January monitoring, so we could get a sense of what type of scheme could be put together. We did put that together over December and asked for executive agreement, but it didn't get that level of agreement until January, unfortunately. I think both myself and the Minister for Communities would have preferred that the scheme was in earlier and able to reach people earlier than it has done.
I call Andrew Muir.
The 3-year budget that is ahead from April has a massive opportunity to tackle fuel poverty and also address the whole issue of the climate crisis. What's the Minister doing to ensure that that 3-year budget is actually climate-proof and is able to deal with the issues that have been discussed here today?
Well, that type of policy issue will be a matter for the Executive as a whole, brought forward by those who have responsibility in that area. In terms of energy, it would be probably a combination of economy and DERA. And of course, yes, the Executive has its own overarching targets in relation to that, and that is faced by a real challenge which is outside of our control about rising energy prices and the ability to support people in that. So it would be a matter, rather than for the Department of Finance, which makes propositions in relation to the budget, but in terms of that overarching policy, would be a matter for the Executive as a whole, led by the departments who have responsibility in that area.
Call Jemma Dolan.
As an advocate for the protocol, surely the Minister knows that Article 8 and Annex 3 of the protocol retains Northern Ireland within the EU VAT regime, and in consequence, that VAT regime says the minimum level of VAT that's allowable within that regime is 5%. And therefore, if the UK Government in GB reduced and removed the 5% on energy, it couldn't apply to Northern Ireland, courtesy of the protocol. And it's his ideology of subservience to the EU that is denying energy users that opportunity.
Well, firstly, in terms of the protocol itself, my officials did liaise with the Department of Economy when writing to the Treasury, and Both energy and VAT are included in the protocol to some degree, although they are complex areas. As such, we cannot give a definitive view on whether a notification to the EU would be required for the support to be implemented here in the North. However, as I have said, VAT is an accepted matter, and the Treasury would be responsible for seeking a derogation should one be required. The protocol provides for a joint committee to regularly review the implementation of VAT provisions. But I also understand that both Spain's government passed emergency measures to reduce the cost of heating and electricity bills by reducing VAT from 21% to 10%. And the Czech government announced a VAT waiver on electricity and gas supplies in November and December due to the energy crisis. So quite clearly there are flexibilities permissible under the EU rules.
Call Steve Egan.
May I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I think the key question has just been outlined by my friend from North Antrim, is the issue about where we get to VAT and how we get to that point as well. Is the Minister proposing and is making recommendations to the Joint Committee that Northern Ireland has looked in particularly favourable? Because the Minister is aware that indeed Northern Ireland is probably in a worse position of fuel poverty than anywhere else in our nation.
As I've said, in terms of energy matters, we liaise through the Department of Economy, who advise on these issues. It would be up to Treasury to seek a derogation should one be required. And if that, as I say, there is a provision at the Joint Committee to review implementation of VAT provisions. So if it is such a derogation would be required, we'd expect that to be raised through that mechanism.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
I have encouraged the Minister for Economy to consider whether there is a need for further financial support for businesses. As I noted in the Assembly on the 25th of January, I am happy to work with any minister who wants to bring forward a proposition for sectoral support, and I am happy to make a recommendation to the Executive on that basis. Ministers will, however, have to bring it forward to me. I cannot reach into another department and make their case for them. Nightclubs and similar establishments are covered by the Omicron hospitality payment, which I announced on the 23rd of December past. They have also benefited from 24 months of a rates holiday since April 2020. Under the plans I announced in the budget, they will have no rates to pay in the first 3 months of the next financial year. Officials from my department have also been working with representatives of the hospitality industry on proposals for retrospective support for nightclubs to compensate them for the period of time that they were required to remain closed while other businesses could reopen.
Supplementary, Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. You will appreciate, of course, that I submitted this question before your financial statement in the House last week. So can you confirm or otherwise whether the Economy Minister has actually brought forward any proposals? And also on that latter point there around engagement, you'll appreciate that while the nightclubs and the bars will have some access to grant funding, there are people like DJs and musicians and bands members who are outside of that, and if that is something that your officials can engage around. Thank you.
Well, as the member says, we have included on the advice of the Department of Economy only not last weekend, the week before last, advice in relation to hotels, and we agreed to add them into the scheme. She will know what hospitality or support for businesses is not my area of responsibility, but LPS have thankfully agreed again to step up to that task. In relation to other people in the associated supply chains of entertainment, some of those would fall under the ambit of the Department of Communities, and others will fall under the ambit of the Department of Economy. And as yet I have had no bids in relation to those matters, but I do think communities have been looking at some schemes, but it really is, as I said in my opening answer, up to those with policy responsibility to bring forward a proposition supported by some evidence of need, and I'm very happy to make a recommendation to the Executive on that basis.
Pat Cadney.
Yes, thank you. And Minister, thank you. Minister, I know that it may not be it's the Department of the Economy, but Minister, there is no doubt that you have a huge underspend throughout the Executive, while small business and suppliers of our nighttime economy have gone without support. Why is this money sitting in your coffers, and could it be used to uplift our hospitality industry?
Well, firstly, as he was here last week when I did the January monitoring statement, and I had supported all bids that came in for money. So every bid was met, and there is a proportion of money left over. We are challenged next year in terms of our budget, so the objective of myself and the department will be trying to maximise our carryover to try and support public services in the next year, but also to spend out where there are very good cases for support now in relation to some people as are continue to be affected by the ongoing pandemic that we're still experiencing. So again, I'm quite happy to look at cases that are made by other ministers. It's not an idea of money just languishing in the coffers. That money can be carried over, and we're currently in discussion with Treasury about the limits to the money we can carry over. We hope to carry over as much as we possibly can, because we do know that even with the 3-year budget we have, that a lot of public services are going to continue to be challenged. But if a case is made for some of the businesses he has outlined, I'm very happy to look at that.
Roy Beggs.
Through the Minister's Department, he will be able to find out if there are some of this hospitality sector that have not been given any support to date. It would be helpful if you could let us know that. But secondly, would he ensure that those hotels who may have been fully let by government agencies providing food and accommodation, that they would not benefit because they have no need to benefit? They're operating at full capacity.
Well, I think the payments have been made out, and now there's cases being made for hotels to include them into that additional 40 million scheme. I think brings it up, I think, somewhere in the region of another £2.5 million. There's an identified number of hotels that have been provided to us by the Department of Economy that they say require support, and we are content to pay out on that basis. We don't have the ability to decide in other sectors within the tourism or hospitality area and say we think those people. It's a case has to be made to us for that level of support. So, B&Bs and guest houses or other things may not be included in this scheme because it has not been identified to us by the Department of Economy as requiring of support. And so we operate on the advice that we're given from those who have policy responsibility for that and put together the scheme to provide support. In relation to those who have had other business, I mean, hotels and hospitality have not been required to close. Nightclubs haven't been required to close over this period, but there is a recognition that they lost a lot of Christmas trade, which they otherwise would have got. If there is a case to be made that others didn't lose that, then I'm certainly happy to look at that, but that case I don't believe has been made to us.
Robin Newton.
Mr. Speaker, question number 6.
No funding has been returned to Treasury in respect of non-ring-fenced resource DEL, which funds the ongoing cost of providing services. While no capital DEL was returned in 2018 or 19 or 2020-21, unfortunately 81.1 million was returned in 2019-20. This was primarily due to delays in projects due to COVID and a delay in signing a contract for a health project as it required further due diligence. Ring-fenced resource DEL is provided for non-cash accounting transactions in relation to depreciation or impairment, including student loans, and it can only be used for that purpose. And as such, 537.3 million of the total available has not been required over this period. Members will be aware that the restrictions on the use of financial transaction capital and the difficulties this has caused. As a result, 270.3 million has not been utilised over this period.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you have at your disposal the Public Spending Directorate that is there to offer you advice on maximising the resources available to Northern Ireland, advising on their allocation, ensuring the effective use of available resources through allocation monitoring and public expenditure. Given the level of expertise and support that there is there, is it not amazing that we are indeed sending money back to the Exchequer?
Well, as I outlined in my answer to him, in terms of the resource which is used for public services, none has been returned over that time period. Some capital has been returned, just over 81 million in 2019-20, and I outlined the reason for that. The onset of the pandemic stopped construction, and there was a significant hold-up in a health project, which was to consume a lot of capital. In relation to those other costs, that's money that's available if it's required for a specific purpose. And if it's not required for that purpose, it can't be utilised. Financial transaction capital we can improve on, and I have said that to departments that it can only be engaged for in very specific ways over a 25-year period. But I have said that departments need to step up and look more closely at how they can utilise that. So we certainly can do better in that regard. But it's not a case of having money that we had at our disposal to spend and handing that back, apart from that 1 year in relation to capital.
That ends the period for list of questions. We move on to topical questions, and I call John Stewart. And topical question 10 has been withdrawn, and I call John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask for an update on the rates process for 22-23? Any rates holidays that businesses or non-commercial premises will receive, and when businesses and homeowners can expect their bills to land on their doorstep?
Well, we have signalled intention to continue on. Some of the, bear in mind, an awful lot of businesses have had a rates holiday for 2 full years, which is a very substantial support to them, but very necessary over the course of the pandemic. And I have had the opportunity over recent times to be out engaging with businesses, and I've heard at first hand how much they value that and the business support that was given to them as well. So there is a proposition to look at all businesses for the first month in the new financial year, as a consequence of the COVID rates order that's going through, and then to look at a range of businesses for a 3-month extension as well in the time ahead. That's part of the budget consultation process, and once that's agreed, we'll be able to give certainty to businesses. But we are, as I say, intending to do that for 1 month for all businesses, 3 months for targeted businesses.
Supplementary, John Stewart.
I thank the Minister for his answer on that. Definitely the rates holidays and that business support has been well welcomed, particularly by our city, village and town centre businesses. Unfortunately, many are still paying more per square foot than out of town centres. If we're really truly serious about town centre regeneration, do you believe the time has come now to rebalance and reevaluate those town centre and village businesses so they can compete and flourish to see the town centres that we actually want to see in our local areas?
Well, I think I would share his desire to make sure town centres and village centres are supported and sustained as best we can. And that would be a question for rates policy. And we will be looking at rates policy in the time ahead. We're looking at revaluation, but we're also looking at business rates generally. And we have taken significant steps, albeit because of the 2-year holiday. Quite a lot of people would not have experienced it, but we had effectively reduced business rates by 18%. Over this period as well. So we will continue to look at that in the time ahead and to see where more targeted supportive rates can apply and have the sort of effect that he has mentioned.
Mervyn Storey.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware that back in August of 2001, CPD, for which he holds responsibility, issued the procurement advisory note because of the challenges to some 248 contracts. Will the Minister give an assurance that those contracts that have been adversely financially impacted, particularly I'm thinking of schools in my constituency, will get the support, the help and the financial support that they require to ensure that the contracts are able to proceed?
I'm very happy to look at that case. We have, as he knows, revamped the procurement board. We have looked at procurement policy guidance notes. And we're now bringing those through the executive to make sure that they have the full authority of the executive attached to them. Part of that is a tidying up exercise, looking at some of the previous policy notes and what they produced. And if there's a specific case in relation to those contracts, I'm very happy to look at it and come back to the member.
Supplementary, Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that commitment. And also, will he, given the fact that there has been some financial capital transaction money that has been set in reserve, will he look at that, and is it possible to use that money to be of help in terms of trying to ensure that those contracts that were let and were agreed but now there's a difficulty with will be able to proceed?
Well, as I said in answer to a previous question, of course I don't think we are making full or as full use of financial transaction capital as we could. It will, in my view, apply to projects which have a 25-year lifespan. I'm sure some of the school estates project would have that, so I would be encouraging the Education Minister to look at where they can avail of that, because there are sums available to us to utilise under that, and our capital budgets are challenged. There's no doubt about that, particularly when we come to year 3. So anything which can supplement those, I think, is of value. But it's really for the individual departments to look at the specific project and say, we think this fits into a financial transaction capital model, and then we will certainly support that.
Rose Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you may be aware that 70% of calls to the police every day are from people with vulnerabilities, particularly mental health vulnerabilities, and the Chief Constable's recent announcement of not being able to recruit because of the cuts. I just wonder, Minister, in terms of the 3-year financial statement and budget going forward, what consideration you have given to meeting the ambition of the new decade, new approach of over 7,000 officers?
Well, I do think, with the challenges, that the central question is, do we agree health is a priority? And do we agree to try and give health the transformational funds to do all of the issues that I'm sure are dear to her, as many other hearts, in terms of waiting lists and cancer treatment and mental health issues? And that does then put a squeeze on all the departments, there's absolutely no doubt in that. But every department has an increase in their budget. And there is, I think, ring-fence money in relation to policing as well, which probably wasn't identified in the Fiscal Council's report. So what we want to do is to continue to support departments as best we can, and we do say to ministers when they prioritise their own budget, and they have a significant degree of latitude within their own budgets to prioritise, that we should be looking to issues which were commitments that we all made collectively coming back into the executive, like NDNA. So I would look to the Department for Justice to meet those commitments in the time ahead, and certainly, in my view, while budgets are much tighter than we would want them to be, there is the ability to meet commitments such as that in the time ahead.
Lord Kelly, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree that health is a priority for every party here, but how is health defined across all departments? Because health is impacted across housing, it's impacted across educational outcomes, it's impacted in our prisons, it's impacted by the police in terms of the calls that they make. So in terms of putting the money towards health, how is that defined, and what collaboration is there across the executive?
Yes, I think you're quite right. There's much more to health than the health department itself, although it is obviously the primary responsibility in that regard. And the big issues of our time in terms of tackling our waiting lists, our cancer treatment services, our mental health issues, and the reform of the health service itself, because it has become a kind of machine which continues to consume public finances, and if we don't do something to alter that, that will continue to grow. So in 3 years' time, when whoever's in this position is trying to set a budget, they will have a much more challenging outcome than we currently have, and our outcome at the moment is challenging. So it is defined across a range of departments, and we do look to other departments to come forward with propositions and policies in relation to working collaboratively together, and also to promote the general health and well-being of the community.
Paul Kelly Arshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, just take you back to the idea that there may or there could be unspent capital or revenue funding. Could I ask, is there any opportunity for communities to tap into this money, if that money is available, to assist the construction industry?
Well, if there was unspent money and we're likely to exceed our limits in terms of carrying over resource and capital into the next year, which is going to be very much needed to try and supplement budgets of a number of departments, including perhaps even the conversation with the last questioner we were having in relation to the Department for Justice. There's no doubt, and the community ministers have already indicated, that Housing Executive, in terms of refurbishment work, can absorb some of that if there is unspent resource, and carry it through to the next year to make sure it's spent out then. So it will be one of the options that we do look for at the end of the financial year, if it is the case that we may exceed our carry-over limits.
Kelly Arshaw, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. Construction, as you know, is vital if we are to achieve the housing strategy and end homelessness across Northern Ireland. I'm just wondering, is there any joint departmental working with yourself to support our construction industry, especially as we have a real lack of people coming into the industry at the moment, and how much work, as you say, we need for the Housing Executive, for instance, going forward?
Yes, well, we obviously work with construction through the procurement board, but there also is a construction forum as well to address issues, because we have a range of responsibilities for building regulation matters as well. But obviously it's an interest that transcends just the Department of Finance, and Department of Economy in particular would have an interest there on infrastructure, given the huge contribution construction makes to our overall economic performance here. So yes, I think it is vital that we try and work closely with them in the time ahead, that we make that cross-departmental, and wherever some resources can be made, they not only contribute to employment obviously, but if you are improving the housing stock, you're contributing to a reduction in heating costs, but you're also contributing to health and well-being as well.
Call on you, Murphy.
Can Collier, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, the draft budget allocates a 10% increase to the Health Department over 3 years to support the Executive's commitment to prioritising health going forward. It is vital that we now use the opportunity to implement the structural transformation of the health and social care system that is so desperately needed. How will the multi-year budget allow us to take a more strategic approach to implementing the required health reforms?
Well, as I think I said in answer to a previous question, and a number, I suppose, the questions have arisen in the context of discussing the budget, we have agreed to prioritisation of health. We now have an opportunity to match that with sufficient resource to allow it to get on with tackling some of the big issues in health, but also in that transformation piece. Health has I suppose, charge it is put in terms of public finances has increased year on year, and if we are ever to get that under control, then we need to take that strategic 3-year approach to try and reduce that. Or an incoming executive or whoever setting the budget in 3 years will have a much bigger challenge than I currently have. And so it is important now that we finally have a multi-annual budget to try and put that resource in to effect the sort of change that is needed, both to support the health of our population, but also to ensure that public finances can be brought under some measure of control in terms of health spend.
Supplementary, Anya Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. As the Minister is also aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a huge consequence on our health system, not least our ability to deliver specialist treatments such as cancer, elective care and as well as that mental health services. Will the draft budget provide the resources necessary to get the health system back to delivering these vital services?
Well, that's the intention, and we did give a very significant additional amount of cash to health over the course of the pandemic to try and cope with the pressures it was facing, undoubtedly, and to try and give support to our healthcare staff over that period, and we will continue to try and support them into the future. But yes, we want to transform, and that's why I think we need health to advise us as well as to how this money has been spent, what the outcomes intend to be, and how we can measure that, or an incoming executive can measure that over the next 3 years to make sure that the additional money that I hope we do agree to put into health then achieves the outcome that the executive wanted to.
Call Joanne Bunting.
Through you, could I ask the Minister what action he will take to financially assist those who are going to be hit with a hefty bill with regard to cladding and high-rise accommodation?
Yeah, we agreed on behalf of the Executive again to undertake this at the Department of Finance. Again, no singular department has responsibility, and we have already gone out with a scheme in relation to buildings above 18 metres that have SEM, aluminium combustible materials on the cladding. In doing that, we also did a search as to what other buildings around that height level have other cladding material which, again, might not consider to be suitable. And I think it identified, off the top of my head, probably another 13 or 18 perhaps buildings that might come in under that. What we will do is try and identify the cost of that, and we've been working with the Department of Communities and the Housing Executive to look at that, to identify the cost. And if we've already agreed for the SEM, the funding available, and we're working through the details on that with the particular building that it applies to. There's only one building that it applies to here in the north. But in relation to the others that may come in under another category, we're already working through that to look at that and engage with the Housing Executive in terms of perhaps it taking a responsibility for dealing with that issue.
Supplementary, Joanne Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will appreciate that I have some constituents who have been in receipt of estimates for literally tens of thousands of pounds, which could have significant detrimental impact on them and their properties. And I'm thinking particularly here of private owners or private landlords. So if there is to be such a scheme that people can tap into, how will this be made accessible to people, and what are the timeframes for such a scheme?
Well, those are some of the details that we're working through at the moment. We're trying to look at the model in Britain that they've been developing, where there's a singular department that deals with this, where they've obviously been able to engage with financial institutions which are beyond our responsibility here, to make sure, as well as making sure people are safe in their own homes, and if these things need to be changed and they need support, that we do that, but also to make sure that we protect the public purse. So where it is responsibility of private landlords and others who perhaps are responsible for certain aspects of fire safety, that they carry the burden that they're supposed to carry. So we have to make sure that what we're paying out for is absolutely necessary. And in that regard, we are looking to how this scheme has been developed in England, because they have much more resource to do that, but they also have that level of engagement with financial institutions and others to make sure that the public purse is paying where it needs to pay. So I would hope that that can be developed as quickly as we can, and I hope that we continue to work with the Housing Executive to make sure that the primary interest, I'm sure, of herself and us all is to make sure people feel safe in their own homes and that they can afford to continue to live in their own homes. But we have to make sure that those who are obliged in terms of the private responsibility step up to the mark in relation to that as we do with the public one.
Members' time is up and we move on to the next set of questions. But would members take a ease for a moment, please? Okay, members, ready to resume the sitting. We will now move to questions to the Minister of Health. Questions 11 and 13 have been withdrawn, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
One.
I call Minister.
Speaker, I would like to request a further minute so that I can provide a full update on this important topic. Trusts proactively identify unpaid carers by working closely with GPs, pharmacists, the community and the voluntary sector and other public agencies. A standard practice when staff identify carers, they are offered carer assessments or reassessments, and if accepted, arrangements are made for the assessments to be carried out. While the impact of the pandemic has yet to be fully quantified and assessed, it is clear that the physical and mental health of our vulnerable adults and carers has been affected as a result of COVID-19 restrictions and the subsequent reduction in adult daycare and short breaks. Adult daycare and short breaks are subject to nationally agreed health protection guidance to keep service users safe. Dynamic risk assessments of each setting and implementation of infection control measures ultimately determine the level at which services can be delivered safely. While services have reduced, just as they have in many neighbouring countries, I, however, am very mindful of what a support they are to service users and families. Members will be aware that the Public Health Agency were tasked to undertake an in-depth review to identify a safe pathway to restore services fully. This was formally submitted to the Department at the end of October last year, and consideration of the pathway was required to take account of the evolving evidence on the Omicron variant in terms of transmission, virulence and vaccine escape. The risk of COVID-19 transmission must, however, be balanced against the health and well-being of carers and have received a partial service for nearly 2 years. That is why I have approved in full the pathway for the remobilisation of adult daycare short breaks and transport. My officials have now written to health trusts to direct the full implementation of the pathway, and I expect trusts to act without delay. Trusts will be able to use the pathway as an enabler to scale up services in a holistic manner to manage risks, and trusts will be required to update rebuild plans and outline the time frame to fully restore respite services. And I would like to personally thank the families that have shaped this pathway through the engagement panel facilitated by the Patient Client Council, and the review and pathway will be placed on my department's website.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. You've taken the wind out of my sails, because I was just going to ask you about the restoration document. Can I just say this is absolutely welcome news for all of those carers out there who are exhausted and have been waiting for daycare and respite care to come back. Minister, on that, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
I call Colm Giller now.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, no, look, in regards
you're responding to a non-question, but anyway, respond.
That many carers and family members have received due to the reduction in services of adult daycare, short breaks and transport. It has been something that the member has raised numerous times within this chamber, and I gave her my commitment any time she did raise it that we would look at the remobilisation of those. The pathway has been published. It doesn't mean we will go straight to full delivery straight away, but it does set a pathway to allow our trusts and service providers to get there.
I call Colm Giller now.
Minister, I also welcome your commitment, but I would like to know if you could outline for us the timeline, because these families are already extremely hard-pressed. So could you give definitive times for when families will have the services restored?
And I thank the Chair of the Committee for that point. As I said, the pathway has been agreed today. My officials will now write to all trusts to direct the full implementation of the pathway, and I expect trusts to act without delay. So the operational delivery will be with trusts.
Call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his very welcome announcement on that answer to Kelly Armstrong's question. Pre-pandemic, families have had to wait some time before receiving a respite care package, and this waiting list for support is undoubtedly growing. So what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that once respite services have been properly restored, that they will have the capacity to meet the increased demand?
And I thank the member for the point, because it's not just because of COVID we were in the situation we currently are, but the challenges were already there before COVID. Currently, trusts are at a varying level of adult daycare provision pre-pandemic, between 50 and 60% of capacity, and trusts have reported significant reduced access to community short breaks and transport provision, and that's reflective of the availability of physical space and the use of independent sector contracts. So trusts are exploring a range of options to further increase the level and range of services that they can provide. Whilst this currently has resulted in nominal increases to provision, a change in policy is required to restore services to pre-pandemic levels. And furthermore, as I said, the trusts have now been instructed to get on with the job and to implement the pathway, and trusts will be required to set out updated rebuild plans to outline a time frame to fully restore daycare, short breaks and transport.
Call Dolores Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, as a former rehabilitation daycare services manager, the centres provided much more than respite. They also was intervention in terms of post-illness or disability. So are there going to be additional resources in terms of the allied health professionals going into the rehabilitation centres to enable clients to actually maximise their opportunities?
And I thank the member for that. She will be aware there is a consultation currently out in regards to social care provision for the adult services, and I would encourage the member to make sure her views and her opinions are fully recorded in that consultation as well, to make sure that what services are being delivered in every setting meets the needs of those who are using them.
Call Trevor Lunn.
Speaker, question number 2.
I thank the member for his question. As members will be aware, a regional trauma network was included as part of the Stormont House Agreement in recognition of the need for a comprehensive trauma service to better support victims and survivors. Whilst there may have been some debate previously as to what exactly was meant by this, from taking up this office I have been clear with my officials that I wanted to see a scheme developed as initially envisaged. It was a clear political commitment, and it was something that victims and survivors undoubtedly deserve and require. A range of preparatory work to enable the delivery of this important service has been undertaken, and to date this has involved the commissioning of research into best practice on appropriate therapies, conducting training and establishing key clinical and administrative posts within the Health and Social Care Board and trusts. Whilst there were a small number of outstanding issues to resolve, not least varying legal arguments to consider, I am pleased to be able to advise that my officials have been working diligently, and I expect to be presented with a final proposal within days. And it will be my hope to have the service operational as quickly as possible thereafter.
Supplementary, Trevor Lunn.
I thank the Minister for his answer. This question arose out of a meeting between the Executive Committee and the Victim and Survivors Forum last week, and they expressed their utter frustration that, having listened to an ablaze of publicity and the announcement of this centre to be established back in 2005, September 2005, by a previous minister, that nothing seems to have happened between that and when this minister took over. So I'm glad to hear that he's announcing some progress now. Can you give us any kind of a timescale or any substantial progress that has been made? And is there perhaps provision in the increased budget that he's going to have to deal with, or somebody else perhaps, that could allow this to proceed with a bit more speed?
To be making a fuller announcement in the next few days, as I said in the substantive answer as well. But I will say, in regards to the design of the services, an important part of establishing the regional trauma network was actually the co-design of services with stakeholders, and that included victims and survivors, the community and voluntary sector, and the Health and Social Care Board. So I wanted to ensure that the respective views of stakeholders actually influenced the nature and direction of the network, because that's integral to the development of an effective and world-leading psychological trauma service. But there was also a number of legal questions also needed answered before we could make progress.
Nicola Leah Flynn.
And again, thank the Minister for, which is, I think, a positive response in relation to Mr Dixon's question, Mr Lunn's question. I was actually going to ask the same issue if the service was being established as it was originally envisaged, and that was obviously a regional accessible service for victims. So I thank the Minister for that response. And maybe just, Minister, you mentioned that some of the detail you have been carrying out around the design and the training and some of that preparatory work. Would the Minister be able to provide some of that detail in writing, following on from today's question time? But I think that will be positive news to the victims. Thank you.
And I thank the member for a follow-up question in regards to, I know Mr Lunn also asked about the funding, which I think Ms Flynn also intimated to as well. Figures from the Health and Social Care Board indicated the Regional Trauma Network now receives recurrent annual funding of circa 3.3 million, with the full amount of funding received having been allocated. This funding has been used to establish the regional staff team with a clinical director and operational support functions, and clinical administrative roles have been funded across the 5 health and social care trusts. Funding to date has been used for research into best practice on appropriate therapies, and that included a scoping review with recommendations from Queen's University Belfast, training trust staff and the provision of consultation services, the promotion of the Health and Social Care Board's Compassionate Leadership Initiative, and the innovative web-based information management software.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's remarks so far. As he indicated some time ago, there was, to my mind, shocking, unnecessary and unfortunate confusion over what was agreed politically about this regional trauma network. So I welcome the Minister's commitment, which I reiterate. We will not leave behind the innocent victims and survivors who know exactly what they were promised during the Stormont House negotiations. As the Minister has covered co-design, could he give us his assessment of the importance and the focus on mental health in his department under his watch?
And, I thank the member for that point, and I think it has been well iterated even through the mental health strategy and work programme that we published for 2021 through to 2031. As the member is fully aware, that strategy's vision for the future states that we aspire to have mental health services that are compassionate and able to recognise and address the effects of trauma, with a specific strategic outcome being the facilitation of a trauma-informed practice through targeted approaches to people with a specific trauma exposure. And that has been endemic, I think, and embedded in through the work of my department since I have taken up this role.
Call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer so far and the member who brought this important question forward. Minister, can you outline how the Victims and Survivors NI will work with the Regional Trauma Network? And I recently attended a meeting in Claudy with the victims and survivors, and note the incredible support that they provide victims of trauma. Thank you.
And I thank the member for that point, because there is a number of key stakeholders who have been instrumental to getting us to where we are today through the engagement with my officials and the Health and Social Care Board. And as I indicated in an earlier answer, the co-design of the trauma services was an important part of actually establishing the Regional Trauma Network, and it's that co-design that involves not just, well, it involves stakeholders, and that included victims and survivors, the community and voluntary sector, and the Health and Social Care Board. So it was important that the respective views of all those groups were actually taken on board to influence not just the nature but also the direction of the network, as we make sure it was actually fit for service. And it was the Health and Social Care Board has completed a public consultation on the establishment of the Regional Trauma Network, and my department continues to ensure that work towards establishing the network is consultative and participatory.
Stuart Dixon.
Question number 3.
First of all, Mr Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt condolences to the friends and family of little Maggie Black. One can only but imagine the sense of shock and loss that her family and the wider Carnlough community had experienced over these last 2 months. However, in their grief, they are still finding the strength to campaign for greater emergency medical cover in rural communities. I'm sure I speak for all in this House when I commend them for their efforts and their selfless determination. In response to the question, Mr Speaker, I am pleased that over recent times there has been much greater collaboration between healthcare providers and the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. One of the most recent examples were firefighters providing driving assistance to the ambulance service in light of sustained workforce pressures. However, do I believe there could be greater collaboration? Yes, I do, Mr Speaker. Members may be aware that the Fire and Rescue Service were previously involved in a co-responder pilot where crews were dispatched to cardiac arrest calls. This proved successful in improving response times and was something that last year I had asked to be explored for further rollout. The recent loss, however, has brought it into sharp focus and a renewed sense of determination on my part. Whilst there is still some final work to be done, I do hope to be able to announce details again in the very near future.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, can I ask you today, have you reached out to Maggie Black's family and friends in respect of a meeting which they would like to have with you to explore these issues? And in particular in relation to your answer today, can I call on you to put on a secure footing that co-responder trial, and that we can actually deliver a co-responder service not only in rural areas but in any area of Northern Ireland where that is a relevant thing for the Northern Ireland Fire and Service and Rescue Service and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service to do together? And can we ensure that there's a great deal of upskilling?
And I thank the member. I have recently received an invite to meet with the family, and I'd be willing to take it up if the member wants to also be in touch with my office and we can coordinate something at that point as well. Because the ambulance services have, as I say, have previously engaged with the Fire Service, Rescue Service on a co-responder pilot where their crews were dispatched to cardiac arrest calls in the local catchment areas of fire stations. This provided successful and improving response but required further engagement with the Fire Brigade Union before it could be adopted more widely. Northern Ireland Ambulance Service Senior Management held a meeting in November last year with their counterparts in the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service to explore how this could be rolled out across all of Northern Ireland. And discussions between the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and representative bodies for collaboration in an emergency medical response are ongoing, and I will be meeting with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service Chief Fire Officer and Chair early next month.
Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer, and also like to add my name to the family of Maggie Black, who have suffered and put their grief into good work to try and see this through. I'm sure the Minister would agree with me that for many years the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service haven't been an early response to emergency incidents, have had their hands on victims of many different types of incidents. Would the Minister just agree with me that there are many aspects of collaboration that could be explored through this potential arrangement and on the learning that has went on over this past 20 and 30 years from the first-class response that they provide for Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for his question, and as he will be aware, I think one of the things that makes us unique here in Northern Ireland is the fact that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service actually sit under the Department of Health. And when I've engaged with the Chair or the relevant Chief Fire Officers, they do see a natural fit for their services and what they can do additionally as actually being part of our community responders in the first response. So we have engaged, as I said, with them. The Northern Ireland Ambulance Services engages with and dispatches multiple community responder schemes as well across Northern Ireland. And we do want to work closely and make sure there is a synergy between what services and supports that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service can provide to their counterparts and their compatriots in the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service.
Colin McGrath.
Mr Speaker. I welcome the answers that the Minister has given so far to what seems to be quite a logical process. I know that certainly within the area that I cover, through no fault of the ambulance service, you could be waiting up to 18 or 20 minutes for an ambulance to arrive in a 999 scenario, yet there are part-time fire stations which can have 6 paramedics rolling out within a matter of minutes and could help. But I wanted to ask, has the Minister any understanding of the work that takes place in Dublin Fire and Rescue Service, where that service, that co-response already exists? I'm meeting with the Chief Fire Officer in Dublin on Friday, and I would welcome that if the Minister felt that it was useful, if we could have some follow-up meetings with departmental officials to try and roll this out.
In regards to taking this forward, Mr Speaker, it's the engagement that I've had with our new Chief Fire and Rescue Officer, who is also a driving force between what additional services the Northern Ireland Fire Brigade can bring. So he does bring experience from previous roles that he understands the challenges but also the opportunities that there are in additionality to what the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service can actually provide. So those conversations are going, and as I indicated earlier on, I will be meeting with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the Chief Fire Officer and the Chair early next month.
I call Anya Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, rural communities are experiencing a significant deficit of public services, not least in terms of life-saving services. What plans has your department in place currently to address the lack of fire cover and ambulance provision in rural areas?
The member may or may not be aware that currently the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service actually has a public consultation out at the moment as to how they restructure their management sectors, and they're actually looking to map those on top of our local district council levels as well, something that wasn't done previously when the new councils were set up. But there is a consultation out in regards so that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service can actually follow those boundaries as well. Mr Speaker, it was co-terminosity was a great phrase and a great word that was used at a time and seems to have slipped out, but it's something that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service are now progressing with.
I call Mervyn Story.
4, Mr Speaker.
And I thank the member for his question. The Delivering Together was published in 2016 in response to the Bangor report, and in response to huge strategic challenges, including an ageing population, continued increase in demand, long-growing waiting lists, workforce pressures, the emergence of new and more expensive treatments and ongoing budget constraints. Delivering Together presented a new strategic direction to transform health and social care services, both in delivery and in planning. COVID-19 has further reinforced the need for the transformation of our system, as highlighted throughout the Bangor report, and that includes in consideration of how our hospitals are configured, including the number of acute hospitals. Work is underway to consider our urgent and emergency care services, to improve our elective care work and consider the provision of general surgery, all which are areas which have a direct impact on the number of acute hospitals. I do not have the overall direction of travel as of yet, and it would not be right for me to assume outcome of the work that is currently ongoing. However, it is safe to say that with the increase in population need for health and social care services, I do not envisage closure of hospitals, as we will need to maintain capacity. Going forward, the outcome of the ongoing reviews and reforms are likely in order to reconfigure where specific services are delivered, such as envisaged in the elective care framework in terms of elective care sites. This will, of course, have an impact on the number of acute hospitals. However, whilst the pandemic has provided challenges to our ways of working, it has, by necessity, also slowed down our progress of transformation. The work to reform services is being undertaken in very difficult circumstances, and the professionals providing the expertise to my officials are the same staff standing in the front lines across the trusts. Nevertheless, Health and Wellbeing 2026 Delivering Together remains the overarching strategy for transforming health and social care services, and decisions on the nature and approach to rebuilding services will be considered in adherence to the principles set out within this strategy. And as we rebuild our health and social care services, the transformation will continue and remains a priority and the only solution to the long-term sustainability of our system.
Thank you, Nicole. Carl Killen. Sorry, Carl Mervyn Story for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Obviously, anyone listening to the response by the Minister will yet again indicate that it is littered with ambiguity and uncertainty. On one hand, the Minister says that there will be no closures, and the next hand he then makes reference to have an impact on acute hospital provision. Can the Minister give a clear assurance in this House that the Causeway Hospital, that has done a huge job during the pandemic, without which we could not have had provision of service, will not have its future questioned in the overarching strategy, which seems to be the focus of this Minister?
I don't know where the member has got that information from, because I've always been clear in this House that we need every square foot of our hospital provision, and the member has heard me say that many times, so I can assure any member in this House. And I've heard members recently on social media and print media talking about the closures of hospitals and the threats to hospitals. No such thing. No such thing has happened or even been intimated under my stewardship of this ministry, because we need every bit of our hospital estate. Actually, we need to invest more in our hospital estate, and the member will be well aware of the support that Causeway Hospital has received, and he'll know well, being a fellow MLA for North Antrim, that in the past, where there were those who talked about the threat to Causeway and it was going to close, were actually the ones who were driving it down the road of closure, because it made it so much harder for the management and the staff, not just of the hospital, but of the Northern Trust, actually to recruit. And when the narrative around Causeway changed, that it was an integral part, not just to the Northern Trust, but also to the entire health estate, it made it easier for the management within the Northern Trust actually to recruit and put that hospital on a firmer basis.
Call Caroline Cullen.
Good Collier, and I'm delighted to hear the Minister saying that about the matter. I agree. You need to love your hospital, try and save them. Sends out the wrong message. Given the impact of retention and recruitment of staff that was there before COVID, certainly everybody, including the Minister, will know full well that certainly with the retention of staff and workforce planning is key. Can the Minister confirm if he's planning to bring additional plans and strategies forward around the retention and recruitment staff as part of the overall workforce planning piece? Cormac.
And I thank the member, and she is right. It's about how you frame your support for your local health service. When people undermine it and they talk about it closing, it actually unnerves staff and unsettles staff. She will also be aware that my department published the Comprehensive Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy 2026, delivering for our people. Originally had been envisaged that 3 consecutive action plans would be developed during the lifetime of that strategy. The first action plan was to cover 2018 to 2020. Our pandemic response delayed the formal development of the second action plan. However, a number of actions were progressed in 2021. But effective workforce planning is a key theme of the workforce strategy, with the aim of developing by 2026 sustainably funding an optimum workforce model for the reconfiguration of health and social care services. And operational workforce planning is the responsibility of the employers, such as the trusts and other parts of the workforce. Long-term regional workforce planning is led by my department, and it is aimed to secure a workforce and skill supply over the next 5 to 10 years horizon. So the concentration and the focus now, and the members heard me say this, when we used to talk about recruitment and retention, it was all under one framework, but what we've done since the middle of last year is actually split those. So while we look about recruitment, we also look at retention as a separate piece of work, and the member will be aware through briefings to the Health Committee of the work that has been specifically led around our nursing and midwifery workforce this minute of time.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. The Bingo report was 2016, and we were all very excited when it came into force, and then your department released its response, so to speak. Are you going to produce an updated version of that off the back of the COVID pandemic, and how you integrate the putback with the transformation agenda? Thank you.
I thank the member. There is an intention to go down that and produce an updated report in regards to that direction of travel, and the member will be aware that in regards to the elective care strategy, mental health strategy, cancer strategy, a lot of that work is actually different work streams of what needs to be done to be rebuilding that as well. So when we have, I suppose, the capacity and the headroom within the department, we produce such a report as the member's talking about.
Paul Jemma.
Minister, clarify, is it still the situation that if a board announced a temporary closure, it doesn't require a public consultation, but a permanent closure does? And we all had experience of that a decade ago when Belfast City Hospital Emergency Department was declared temporarily closed, allegedly. Is that a ploy which is still used? And has that been last week we had an indication about Daisy Hill. So what is the position between, is there consultation on temporary closures or not?
The member will be aware, I'm sure, if he's followed, the Trust has said they will go out to consultation in regards to Daisy Hill, but he will also be aware of the reason why the board made that decision, that out of 6 substantive posts, they only had 2 general surgeons actually in place, and one of those was due to retire. So the steps that were actually taken was due to safety measures agreed by the board and then recommended to the Health and Social Care Board.
That ends the period for list of questions, members, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical questions 6 on data being withdrawn. I call Padraig Delargy.
Minister, what steps is your department taking to ensure that all patients have timely access to GP appointments?
I thank the member for his question in regards to GP services. There was an adjournment debate in here a couple of weeks ago in regards to the overall provision about what additional supports and measures are actually being put into our GP services in regards to additional fundings to ease them, support them over the winter pressures, but also additional monies that they can put actually into their telephone services as well, so they can make sure that they can see as many patients as needs to be seen, but also they can get as many telephone or online consultations to those patients where that's suitable as well.
Padraig Delargy, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Obviously, one of the most, I suppose, distressing parts of this, particularly for people who need an appointment before they can access surgery or where chronic illnesses can be diagnosed, is that they're contacting the surgery numerous times. They're only ever getting as far as the reception desk. They're not getting past that, and it's very frustrating. It's only adding to the anxiety which patients are experiencing. So would you be able to outline what measures you're taking specifically to address this issue, particularly for patients who need a GP appointment urgently so that they can actually get one when they get through to their clinic?
If the member has a specific clinic he wants to raise with me in regards to the challenges that are there, because I do know the issue that he raises has been talked about in a number of areas, but often when I talk to our Royal College of GPs or the GP Committee of Northern Ireland, it is a very small number of practices where that would be the general experience as well, because our GPs are doing over and above in regards to their own hours, but also making sure that anybody who contacts their surgery is actually either receiving a call back in regards to an appointment and been given that opportunity, or are being seen face to face as well. So if there is a specific practice that the member has concerns about, if he wants to let me know about it, I'll raise it with them.
Call Paul Frew.
Speaker, when asked by a member of this House on the 25th of January to confirm that he, the Health Minister, would be bringing a motion to extend his emergency powers, the Minister said that it would be up to the Business Committee and he wouldn't want to preempt what decision that they would take that day. Mr. Speaker, a very strange response when we know the Business Office placed the extension of powers motion onto the provisional order paper twice, once on the Tuesday the 25th of January and then again on Monday the 31st of January, which is today. Can the Minister confirm to this House that it was him, that withdrew the motion twice? And can he give this House the reasons why he withdrew the motions?
I thank the member. Quite simply, yes. I withdrew the motion because it still needed to be clarified as to what steps the Executive were going to take on the 10th of February. And I thought it would be premature to debate something that hadn't been passed through the Executive. But what I will note, Mr. Speaker, was it was the provisional draft paper that indicated that debate. and I had wrote to the Business Committee asking for that motion to be withdrawn on that Tuesday. The Business Committee hadn't met, so when I answered Mr Allister, at that point in time the Business Committee had not given me indication that that debate would not proceed, so I didn't want to preempt the decision of the Business Committee.
Okay, I call Joanne Bundy. Oh, sorry. Paul Frew, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I hope you wouldn't deny me a supplementary. The Minister, thanks very much, Minister, for confirming that you withdrew the motions twice. And the reasons you give is a bit strange in itself, because no matter what decisions are taken on the 10th of February, the motion to extend the powers is about the ability to use emergency powers in the future. So there isn't really a connection between the 10th of February decisions to be made and an extension of your power, Minister. So can I ask again, why do you need the extension of powers, and when will you bring it to the House to debate fully?
And again, I thought I had explained to the member before in this House, they're not my powers that I seek to extend, but the powers of the Executive, because it's the Executive that makes the decisions in regards to any extension or any motion that is brought to this House in regards to restrictions or regulations. So I wanted to make sure that I was in full capacity of what the Executive intended to do on the 10th of February before I brought a debate to this House in regards to the fullness of what powers would be extended at the request of the Executive.
I call Joanne Bundy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The care package crisis carries on, you'll be aware. So can I ask the Minister what action he's taking to ensure that those who are awaiting a care package in order to be discharged from hospital will be afforded access to such package within a timely manner?
I thank the member, and she will be aware that I gave an additional £23 million to our domiciliary and care providers towards the end of last year, so they could increase both capacity of provision but also workforce as well. And Mr Speaker, although that money was given at the end of, this end of November, started December, it is taken with actually within the last few weeks that we're actually seeing those additional places, those additional recruitment processes coming into place to provide for the additional packages to be brought in as well, and for the additional people to be supported in the discharge and the supported discharge from hospitals as well.
Joanne Bundy, supplementary.
Mr Speaker, I have constituents who are elderly, who are terminally ill, and whose families made the difficult decision to bring them out of hospital prior to Christmas, and those people are still awaiting care packages. Could I ask the Minister, therefore, do we need to step this up a gear? What can be done as a matter of urgency to introduce more staff into the sector to try to address this before it becomes a worsened and heightened crisis?
And I thank the member for her point. She will be aware that there was an announcement even made last week of one care provider actually recruiting an additional 300 places across Northern Ireland to be able to support these packages and additionality as well. So it is about actually supporting those independent and trusts who are still recruiting and who are actively recruiting to fill domiciliary care places at this minute in time, to encourage people to come forward because of the additionality of the increased pay rates that were able to be put into place due to the additional monies that were actually provided towards the end of last year.
Call Pat Kedney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, in a letter addressed to myself and indeed the Education Committee, you outlined to this House and to myself why you feel the free provision of period products is not a health issue.
I thank the member, and he will be aware that also in that letter as well I indicated that while period poverty is a very serious issue and the lack of access to period products can have significant consequences, we can all agree that the statistics that 40% of girls report having used toilet paper because they couldn't afford the products is shocking, or that it is very wrong that mothers have to choose between products or feeding their children. And the lack of period products can also have a negative impact on a person's health, both physical and mental. And tackling period poverty is therefore an important issue and something that must continue. I'm aware of the bill to provide free period products. The bill would provide a scheme for my department to provide free products to anyone who is in Northern Ireland, and I very much recognise and share the objective of the broad intent of the bill. However, period products are not classified as healthcare products, as menstruation is neither an issue that in general requires health treatment nor is preventable, and the undeniable health impacts does also not make the underlying issue and the lack of period products a healthcare issue. Rather, I believe that this is an issue closely related to poverty, social justice and gender equality, all of which are outside the remit of my department. And as such, whilst I do very much welcome the underlying principle in the bill, I'm unable to support the duty solely on my department.
Supplementary, Pat Kennedy.
Thank you, Minister, and you'll know that I don't agree with you on that. And Minister, as you know, your department provided free condoms under the C-card scheme, yet period products are not a health issue. Does the Minister not feel that this is unfair? And Minister, what can you do within your powers to rectify this?
The member will be aware as well, although this is currently in consideration stage at the Education Committee, and he indicates the response that I give. It was also, I have also written to my executive colleagues to get agreement on which department should lead this work. And without such agreement, no executive amendments can be proposed to the bill, both in relation to the responsible department and in relation to other technical issues that are presented in the bill. And this leaves my department open to the risk that the duty will be placed, even though the issue would normally be outside our remit as well. So why I do support the member and the intent of his private member's bill as well. The sole responsibility and the financial implications resting solely on the health department is not something that I can accept, and I know that's where the members come from. But I will gladly support this being taken forward by executive departments or even the executive office in regards to who takes ownership of the member's bill.
I call Mervyn Story.
Minister, at a recent meeting of the Community Pharmacy All-Party Working Group, I made the comment that platitudes will fail to deliver for patients who are currently not in receipt of the Medicine Advice Service. Given the fact that you know that there's been a commitment, a huge commitment by our community pharmacists, when will you move to make medicine adherence services a non-commissioned service and end the current situation where new patients cannot be brought into this service?
My department has been working both with the Health and Social Care Board and Community Pharmacy, who the members said they had met with, and that's in the development of a commissioning plan for community pharmacy services. And in 2021-22, the focus was on the provision of core services. That included dispensing, repeat dispensing and adherence, and some activities and services that ensured access to medicines and advice for the public, including vulnerable groups and those receiving end-of-life care, because that ensured that local pharmacy services were available to meet the needs of the people of Northern Ireland and to support the pressures within our health and social care services. CPNI and the Health and Social Care Board have now agreed a commissioning plan for the next 3 years that will cover 2022 to 25, and subject to the agreement of a funding envelope, the 3-year plan will aim to consolidate and build on the considerable advances seen in community pharmacy services and the role of local pharmacists and pharmacy teams that the population have benefited from over the past 2 years. So when looking to the future, it is important that we continue to work together to build on the significant successes that community pharmacy has had and continues to have.
And Mervyn Story, supplementary.
Speaker, given that this was an issue particularly relevant during the pandemic, there was COVID monies that were made available. The Minister has made reference to a funding envelope. The Minister has received money. When will he use that money to actually deliver this service?
On the wider scheme, the service that the member talks about will be part of the 2022-25 funding package that already is agreed, and the funding envelope of that is will be part of the overall Department of Health budget as well. In regards to actually providing that service between the 1st of December to the end of March, there was a £5 million offer made, which unfortunately wasn't acceptable to community pharmacy, but at that stage my department officials, Health and Social Care Board and Community Pharmacy continued to work together to try to bring about a resolution to what has been a long-running dispute in regards to this specific one service.
I call Just McNulty, and the member is unlikely to get a supplementary.
Minister, why is Daisy Hill Hospital and the community our wonderful hospital serves always the last to get and the first to lose?
Mr. Speaker, that's not the case in regards to Daisy Hill Hospital. I know it is the case that the member has tried to portray in the media. I think it's unfortunate. I think he's undermining the service. I think he's undermining the hospital and the work that they are trying to do. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, that the member and some of his party colleagues have taken to social media to point that out. And I'd also acknowledge the responses that have come back from Mark Taylor, the Northern Ireland Director of the Royal College of Surgeons, of Alan Stout, the Chair of the Northern Ireland GP Committee as well, in regards to actually asking the member and his party colleagues to be careful. And the word was be careful what you're petitioning for, because it's the safe service in Daisy Hill that is the priority. It's about high quality general surgery for all patients in the area, and general surgery has changed throughout the UK and needs major support, so it doesn't need the undermining that the member seems to be building up for in his campaign and even in the letter that he wrote to me back on the 14th of January, where he talked about pursuing alternative avenues to oppose any and all proposals to scale back or downgrade Daisy Hill Hospital. There is no such proposal.
And members, time is up, and members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Order members, we now return to the legislative consent motion for the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm going to rise to speak very briefly today about this is the second legislative consent motion that we are being asked to approve in relation to the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill. It's probably worth saying that the amount of time we've spent on the relevant legislation in the Finance Committee has been in inverse proportion to our ability to effect any meaningful change to it. As was said earlier on by the Minister and indeed others, All this dates back to public service pension reform, which was undertaken in the first half of the last decade by the then Tory or coalition government, which was following the Hutton report, which was designed to effectively reform the way the provisions of public service pensions at the time. There was a subsequent court case around an unfairness for a particular cohort, which led to that was called the MacLeod judgment. That led to the legislation that's going through Westminster at the minute. Prior to this, we have debated and passed the legislative consent motion in broader terms about this this legislation. We've taken significant amounts of evidence on it in the Finance Committee. Last month, we were told by the Finance Department that it was going to be necessary to seek an updated or second legislative consent motion in order to give legislative consent to additional changes via amendment that the Treasury wants to make at Westminster to adjust the way it's going to approach the cost cap breach. As was said earlier, one of the effects of this is to give less certainty than the Treasury had previously claimed to give around the fact that there will not be any material loss to scheme holders. So we are not in an ideal position around this legislative consent motion. It's happened very quickly with very little notice, and indeed this entire process has been suboptimal. I should say that's not entirely the fault of the Department of Finance. I acknowledge that there is relatively little that can be done in relation to divergent policy or to diverging from parity on this. This would be a significant cost if we were to avoid parity or try and or do anything which took a different approach to Westminster. So there would be a potential cost risk. Having said that, as with all these things, it would have been preferable in relation to the second legislative consent motion to have longer to fully understand the consequences of this LCM. We don't, as we're debating this today, have very much choice other than to allow this legislative consent motion to pass. But of course, we know that in broader terms, the whole approach to legislative consent motions and the way we debate these things has been shown to be, at times, frankly, a sham, a farce, because the UK government simply asks for legislative consent motions, and then when devolved legislatures decide that they're not going to give legislative consent, they go ahead with it anyway. In this particular instance, I and my party will not be opposing this legislative consent motion. That's not the same thing as giving our full-throated endorsement by any means to the amendments that are being brought forward by the UK government in relation to these. I would like, as I think the Chair of the Finance Committee asked for in his remarks on behalf of the committee, some more clarity from the Minister in relation to his view and the Department's view as to whether pension holders, pension holders here are at any material risk or greater material risk than they were before these new amendments were brought by the Treasury. As I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, this process has not been optimal, to use the phrase that we've found out about this at the last minute and had relatively limited time to scrutinise it in committee. We have had a briefing from the department which was welcome. This is dense technical stuff, but clearly we're having to do it at pace. We have had written evidence from the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, who are not fans, it has to be said, understandably and justifiably so, of this proposed change. It's also true that the trade union movement generally have been sceptical about the timing I've been sceptical about the fact that we've had to, as it were, rush into some of the, from their perspective, had to rush into the addressing the MacLeod remedy through law. The truth is, we don't have a huge amount of alternatives at this stage in the Assembly, but it would be helpful to get clarity from the Finance Minister on his view around whether any particular pension holders are going to be at risk. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, without any enthusiasm or any particular alternative, I suppose, we won't be pushing this to a division or resisting it today, but we certainly won't be giving our full-throated endorsement to this LCM by any means. Thank you.
I call Andrew Muir.
Deputy Speaker, speak today as the Alliance Party's finance spokesperson. However, party strength at the moment means the Alliance Party does not have a place on the illustrious Finance Committee. Without a place on the committee, we are not party to all the correspondence and documentation exchanged with the committee. We can, however, carry out our own investigations about what goes on at the committee, and it is my understanding that despite having previously passed an LCM for this bill last year, a further LCM is now required due to amendments that have been made to the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Bill in Westminster that now requires further legislation in Northern Ireland in the form of an LCM. Reforms to the scheme that are included in the LCM are a cost control mechanism that will adopt a reform scheme design and the introduction of an economic check that will be linked to expected long-term GDP. From watching committee proceedings last week, and I do watch them most weeks, I understand that a number of different trade union bodies are unhappy with this LCM, specifically with the speed of this amendment and the cost cap mechanism changes that are being considered. However, if this LCM is not passed today, we are left in a very difficult situation in which we risk an adverse and serious impact on the block grant, with the possibility the Executive may have to meet the cost of cap breaches in the Northern Ireland public sector pensions. As we have previously seen with RHI, the Executive cannot be left to fill in a blank cheque, as it's the taxpayer who then pays it when it's eventually cashed. To this end, today I will be supporting the LCM on the basis that current timescales mean that we're left with no other option. However, I would like to echo calls from the Committee for Finance that the Minister seeks clarity on whether Treasury will assume the burden of this LCM, and also note the views of trade unions with regards to changes to the cost cap mechanism, the possibility of adverse impacts for members, and also the difficult timing of this LCM. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call on the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
I'd like to thank members for their contribution to the debate. Some important points have been raised, particularly on the handling of cost risks for the legacy public service pension schemes following the change to a reform scheme only design, which this LCM would deliver, the challenging timescale for these changes and any potential adverse effects for public service pension scheme members. A number of the committee chair raised this, and obviously a number of members have raised it since. In relation to the risk, the cost risk for the legacy scheme, and I do note the concerns that were raised by the committee. The Public Services Pension Act Northern Ireland 2014 provides for the Department of Finance to make directions to set out that the cost control mechanism can assess costs of both legacy and reform schemes in scheme valuation. These amendments will make a minor change to that Act to make it explicit that those directions may provide for the costs or changes in costs of legacy schemes to be excluded from the mechanism. This reflects a similar change to the equivalent primary legislation governing schemes in Britain. I can confirm that the Treasury has also given an undertaking that a reformed scheme-only design will mean that the risk of costs associated with the legacy schemes will be transferred to the Exchequer, and that it is now appropriate for the Exchequer to bear this risk in order to reduce intergenerational unfairness. The LCM ensures this approach is also applied for devolved schemes. I also acknowledge the points were made in terms of timing, and although it was accepted that the Department had little control over this, the reforms were first proposed in the response to the consultation on this matter, which the Department of Finance alerted the Assembly Committee to on the 12th of October last year. At that point, the approach to legislate for the required changes had not been determined. The legislative route for these changes was confirmed on the laying of the relevant amendments to the Public Service, Pension and Judicial Offices Bill on Thursday, the 6th of January this year, and I subsequently wrote to executive colleagues on the proposed LCM the following week. So the timing for the laying of these amendments has resulted in challenging timescales for a second LCM. Standing Order 42A9 does provide for an amended process in these circumstances of a second LCM, and where the committee has already considered and reported on the connected LCM proposal. In this case, the first LCM for the Public Service, Pension and Judicial Offices Bill was agreed by the Assembly on the 1st of November last year. So I am grateful to the Finance Committee for its prompt attention in considering this matter and taking evidence both from the Department of Finance and also trade union representatives in the limited time available. Last Concordia, as I advised in my opening remarks, these changes are intended to ensure the cost control mechanism operates in line with its original objectives, one which is to provide stability and certainty for scheme members on benefit and contribution levels. In this regard, the reformed scheme-only design will increase stability and intergeneration fairness for members by removing the cost risks associated with those legacy schemes which were previously in scope of the mechanism but which members had limited or no access to. The economic check sets out a higher bar for any scheme changes which would otherwise occur in circumstances of a cost floor breach at the 2020 and subsequent valuations. However, it is a measure of good governance and responsible fiscal management that any potential breach should now be validated with reference to the additional economic assumptions which continue to affect the cost of providing these pensions. As recommended by the Government Actuary, the economic check will operate symmetrically and will set an equally high bar for any proposed reductions in the scheme benefits which would otherwise be required if the outcome of the 2020 valuations indicate a breach of the cost cap ceiling. There were a number of other issues were raised. The committee chair is now absent, raised the issue of retirements and perhaps earlier than expected retirements. The Department of Finance is not aware of any indications that the number of retirements will increase across public service schemes directly due to the McLeod remedy. Individual departments would require their workforce planning to assess the situation based on the relevant pension arrangements and scheme demographic. And my officials, of course, continue to monitor this going forward. Malaysia McHugh raised the issue of the 25-year guarantee, and the protected elements of the 25-year guarantee are set out in the Public Services Pension Act Northern Ireland 2014 and are the care scheme design, contribution rates and accrual rates. These amendments do not change the protected elements in scope of the 25-year guarantee. And as the Actuary's report made clear, it doesn't seem possible for the mechanism to be able to protect the taxpayer unless it considers the wider economic outlook in some way. The symmetrical operation of the economic check will also protect members. Furthermore, the reforms will lead to a more stable mechanism, with both benefit reduction and improvements becoming less likely, which aligns with the spirit of the 25-year guarantee. Last Concordia, the cost control changes which have already been agreed by this Assembly in the first LCM for this bill will protect public service scheme members from any adverse impacts of the cost of remedying unlawful age discrimination arising in the soon-to-be finalised 2016 valuations. These additional changes will promote fairness, stability and enhanced protection for scheme members at future valuations by setting a higher test for any potentially adverse scheme changes and by removing the risks associated with legacy schemes in which they can no longer be members. I now invite members of the House to support the motion, and I commend the motion to the House.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business. Order members, the next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Bandit Weekly Working Hours Bill. And I call Jemma Dolan to move the second stage. Moved. The second stage of the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Bandit Weekly Working Hours Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits for the overall debate. However, it has agreed a limit on individual contributions. The sponsor of the bill will have up to 20 minutes to move and a further 10 minutes to wind. The Minister will have up to 20 minutes to contribute, and the committee chair will have 15 minutes. All other speakers will have 10 minutes. So I call Jemma Dolan to open the debate on the bill.
Garmy Last Concordia for the opportunity to address the Assembly on this, the second stage of my private member's bill to ban zero-hour contracts. I thank members and the Minister for the Economy for being here, and I look forward to your contributions and comments on the bill. I also look forward to speaking and working with everyone to ensure that this bill is passed. This bill has been brought forward in recognition of the fact that there were around 11,000 zero-hour contract workers employed in the North in 2019. Although upon meeting with the Labour Relations Agency, they reckon that this figure is vastly underestimated. Zero-hour contracts do not provide workers with guaranteed hours or income. In reality, this means that workers are expected to be readily available to work shifts which may never materialise. These contracts also disrupt access to social security. Due to the unreliable and unpredictable nature of these contracts, it is difficult for workers to maintain consistency in their eligibility and entitlement. This can also impact on passported benefits such as help with health costs and free school meals, and can, in some cases, lead to the benefit cap being applied. The COVID pandemic laid bare the harsh reality of zero-hour contracts for workers and their families. The difficulties these workers have faced during the pandemic has justified the need for these contracts to be banned as soon as possible. In its report on COVID clusters in occupational settings, the European Centre for Disease Prevention found that workers on precarious contracts were more at risk of presenting themselves to work while experiencing COVID symptoms. The lack of paid leave and uncertainty around their regular income was found to put them more at risk than workers on standard employment contracts if they were required to self-isolate. This was something which was also identified by the former First Minister Arlene Foster on the 14th of September when she stated, and I quote, "We know that some people, such as those who are on zero-hour contracts, will not have an income if they have to stay at home." And on top of this, these contracts have created precarious working arrangements which have led to stress and uncertainty for people. They make it difficult, if not impossible, for workers to manage their household budgets and make long-term financial commitments such as taking out a mortgage. As a result, I believe these contracts worsen in work poverty, economic inactivity and financial anxiety. So turning to the details of the bill itself, it has 16 clauses which I will briefly take you through now. Clause 1. This clause will ensure that the legislation applies to agency workers and employees, meaning that both will be entitled to a banded hour contract. Clause 2. This clause will protect and compensate workers in cases where an employer calls the worker in and promises them work, but instead gives them no work or less than 1 hour's work. If this happens, then workers will be entitled to 3 hours' wages to compensate for this. For example, if a worker is called in for 6 hours and then sent home after 1 hour, then the worker is paid for the 1 hour's wages and additional 3 hours' wages to compensate for the 5 hours' work that was promised but not given. Clause 3. This clause will ban... No, sorry, I want to get through this. Clause 3. This clause will ban the use of exclusivity clauses. These have been used to stop employees on part-time contracts from taking on a second job to bump up their earnings. This bill will ban this and will prevent employers from stopping workers getting second jobs. Clauses 8 and 9 will give workers a legal right to a banded hour contract if the hours they have worked over the 3 months do not reflect the number of hours in their employment contract. For instance, if the contract said they are to work between 3 to 6 hours each week and the majority of their time was spent working more than that, then they are entitled to request and be given a banded hour contract which reflects the hours they usually work. The legislation will set out 8 bands of weekly working hours as follows: 3 to 6, 6 to 11, 11 to 16, 16 to 21, 21 to 26, 26 to 31, 31 to 36, and 36 and over. This will benefit workers and families as it will provide them with greater certainty over their household incomes from week to week, and it will also be beneficial to employers and the wider economy as it will reduce high staff turnovers and regular recruitment costs incurred by employers associated with precarious work. Clause 10 sets out the procedure for a worker to be placed in a band of weekly working hours. After the worker makes the request, the employer has 4 weeks to comply. The band is calculated by reference to the average weekly working hours over the previous 3 months. The worker can make the request at any time and may make requests even after a previous request has been refused if the circumstances have changed. The bill will place a legislative duty on the employer to offer the banded contract after the employee has served a 3-month qualification period. It is optional for the worker to accept this contract, but once the worker accepts the banded hour contract, they must begin to work on this within a month of the contract being agreed. Clause 11 sets out the exceptions where a worker isn't entitled to be placed in a band. This includes where there is insufficient evidence to justify being placed in a band, or because the weekly hours have been in flux for some reason. Clause 5 ensures that workers who exercise their rights under this bill can't be penalised. It gives effect to other protections within the bill. For example, it ensures that workers can't be penalised or dismissed for requesting to be put on a banded hour contract. Clause 6 deals with unfair dismissal. If an employer tries to enforce an exclusivity clause on a worker, the worker has legal protections if they are dismissed by an employer for seeking a second job. This will be automatically treated as unfair dismissal, and the worker will have a right to compensator or other remedies. Clause 7 and 16 refer to the role of the Labour Relations Agency in relation to conciliation. The Labour Relations Agency already has a role in promoting conciliation in a list of employment disputes. These clauses mean that workers and employers can take cases in relation to 0 hours or banded hour contracts. Trade unions have said they want to be proactive in enforcement and will pursue employers to enact this legislation, and the Labour Relations Agency will take on the role of conciliation and dispute resolution. Clause 12 and 13 gives workers the right to bring a claim in the industrial tribunals around the failure of an employer to place them in a band of weekly working hours. The standard 3-month time limit to bring a claim in the industrial tribunals apply. The remedies are that the employer will be legally required to place the worker in the banded contract if they have not complied. The employer must keep a record of offering the banded hour contract to employees, whether they accept or not. Clause 15 gives the Department the power to make regulations concerning the paperwork that employers must keep on the subject of banded weekly working hours. So, as is the norm, I carried out an 8-week consultation on the bill and received 478 responses. It showed that 93% of respondents agreed that 0-hour contracts should be banned from the labour market, while 90% agreed that the proposal to create banded hour contracts was a good way to achieve this. The feedback and support for the bill in the consultation largely confirmed that the contents of the bill would have a positive impact and that it was fit for purpose. Respondents highlighted the importance of ensuring the right to a banded hour contract was inclusive of workers and employees. In employment law, there is a legal distinction between the definition of worker and employee. This has often meant that agency workers are not entitled to the same rights as employees. This is something I was keen to avoid when developing the bill. Respondents did make suggestions to improve the bill, and these were largely confined to technical issues. The original proposal had contained a 12-month qualification period. This meant that the worker would have to work on a short-hour contract for a period of 12 months before they could request a banded hour contract. The feedback I received was that this was too long. Some respondents proposed that this right be available from the first day of work, or that the qualification period is at least shortened to 3 months. Having considered this issue, I decided to revise the original proposal and reduce the qualification period to 3 months. I feel that this allows the employer sufficient time to work out how many weekly hours they would need the worker to work, and the 3-month period also ensures the worker is not left waiting for a year working on a precarious contract. The 3-month qualification period is beneficial as it is largely consistent with the 12-week qualification periods which apply to other employment rights pertaining to agency workers, such as the right to sick pay or holiday entitlements. Another suggestion which was made for the bill to place the legal duty on the employer to offer this banded hour contract, rather than for the worker to request the banded hour contract. The original proposal was confined to giving the worker the right to request a banded hour contract once the qualification period was served. In light of the feedback received, I decided to change this and place the duty on the employer to offer the banded hour contract. I think this is more beneficial, as workers generally would be apprehensive in making a request of this nature, and is therefore more deliverable if the duty is placed on the employer. Once the employer offers the banded hour contract, the worker has the choice to accept or decline. I also briefed the Economy Committee on the principles of the bill on the 8th of December, and I'm sure the members of the committee here today will make their views heard. The banning of 0-hour contracts was part of the New Decade New Approach Agreement, which all parties and executive signed up to. But despite this political consensus, consecutive economy ministers have failed to move on the issue. When Minister Dodds was in post, she confirmed to me that she did not intend to bring forward this banded hour contract proposal to resolve the issue. Similar legislation passed in the Oireachtas in the form of the Employment Miscellaneous Provisions Bill in 2017, and there is a PMB in progress in Westminster. In the absence of legislation on the issue here, there is nothing to realistically prevent these contracts being used. And as I have said, I feel change on this is even more relevant and even more necessary due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the precarious economic circumstances what workers and families find themselves in. I hope members will support this bill and see that it will benefit workers and families. It will give people more certainty over their household income during a time when there is so much uncertainty around price rises in energy bills and household goods. I'm happy to take feedback from members and I look forward to working with you in the time ahead.
I now call on the Chair of the Committee for the Economy, Giva Archibald.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chair of the Economy Committee, outlining the Committee's consideration of this bill to date before briefly speaking in my party capacity. As the bill proposer, Jemma Dolan MLA, outlined, the bill aims to end the use of zero-hour contracts in the labour market and replace them with banded-hour contracts. The committee received a pre-introductory briefing from the proposer at its meeting on the 8th of December, where she outlined the detailed policy proposals within the bill. And I thank the member for her early engagement on the bill and for briefing on its principles. The committee acknowledges the commitment within New Decade New Approach to banning zero-hour contracts and that this aim is widely supported. The committee is aware that there are a significant number of workers in the North on zero-hour contracts and that this leaves them in a vulnerable position where they have no guaranteed hours or stable income and are often on a lower rate of pay. The committee recognises the need for legislation to address this issue. The committee explored a number of issues with the bill's sponsor, including the response to the consultation, the types of workers who would be covered and the practical enforcement of the provisions. The committee also sought legal advice following the session with the bill's sponsor on an issue that was raised in committee around the definition of a contract for the purposes of this bill. To conclude, the committee welcomes the second stage of the bill and recognises that it now requires detailed consultation across a range of stakeholders. The committee will endeavour to engage as widely as possible in the time available through its own survey and consultation at all levels with those impacted by the legislation. So, Last Concordia, I'll now make some remarks in my capacity as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. Ms Dolan has already outlined the detail of the bill, and I've mentioned already that banning zero-hour contracts is something that parties signed up to as part of the employment and workers' rights commitments in New Decade New Approach. I think we all recognise that COVID has had an impact and limited in some ways that could. COVID has had an impact and in some ways has limited what could be achieved in this short mandate. However, it's disappointing that we've not seen a consultation go out on the New Decade New Approach commitments in respect of workers' rights. I think that the impact that the pandemic has had on workers and some of the gaps that exist in employment protections regarding sick pay and leave, protections for those who are self-employed, have been highlighted, and in particular impact on sectors where there remains a prevalence of low-paid workers on precarious contracts. Many of those workers are our key workers whose roles were deemed essential early in the pandemic. I think the best thanks that we can give those workers is better terms and conditions and decent pay, and to encourage and facilitate greater trade union representation, including strengthening collective bargaining rights. And I'd certainly urge workers to join a trade union for their sector if their workplace doesn't have a trade union or isn't unionised to seek to do so. Representation is an important step forward in driving progressive change. In the absence of the broader changes envisaged in New Decade New Approach, this bill is an important step in protecting workers, particularly those who are in less secure and lower paid jobs. Ms Dolan has detailed the specifics of each of the clauses, so I won't repeat those. But this bill does strike the balance in that it requires employers to offer banded hours contracts, and Jemma has explained her rationale for this approach, to keep a record of that. A worker does not have to accept that. There is some flexibility there. It also prohibits the use of exclusivity clauses and again gives workers on these types of contracts greater flexibility. The bill obviously will apply to workers and employees. It's also worth highlighting the use of exclusivity clauses is prohibited in Britain and workers there are protected from dismissal on those grounds. Members will, of course, be aware there was a departmental consultation on zero-hour contracts back in 2014, which had over 270 responses. So the issue has been looked at previously in detail, including to understand the extent of the use of these contracts. But as Jemma has outlined, the figures are likely underestimated. Action on zero-hour contracts was an issue that was raised in the committee consideration of the Employment Bill in 2016 and in the committee report. There was a desire to see action, including from my party colleagues and from others. The then Dell Minister was minded to ban exclusivity clauses, but ultimately, in something that will be familiar to members, time ran out to see that issue dealt with then. This bill has obviously been welcomed by trade unions as providing a balanced way forward. So hopefully, given that all parties in the Executive have signed up to New Decade, New Approach, and I expect that most members of the Assembly will want to see this important bill progress, that it will now come forward for committee consideration and for further scrutiny at that stage. Ultimately, the legislation that we are debating aims to provide better protection for workers across a number of sectors who are often on exploitative and restrictive contracts. It's about putting an end to a culture of precarious work, a culture of casualisation that doesn't recognise the value of workers and that contributes to poor outcomes, most importantly for workers themselves, but also for our economy. This bill to ban zero-hours contracts is about standing up for workers, ensuring that workers have decent conditions and more security in their jobs. It's about delivering real change for workers and their families. So I would urge members to support this bill at second stage. Gurmagat.
I call Peter Weir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise on what I think is a very important subject of zero-hours contract. It is, from a legislative point of view, something that is critical to employees, but also to employers and to the wider economy. I'm sure we're all conscious at the moment that in the House of Commons at present, I believe the Prime Minister is answering questions on the Sue Gray report. So I suspect that we might perhaps slightly delude ourselves. We believe that the attention of the world is focused entirely on us in this chamber. I suspect that people will have turned off the Sue Gray report by the time the Minister is on his feet. I'm sure we'll want to hear his words on this subject. I suppose, it is the first real opportunity to look at this since the previous consultation which took place, I think, by Dr Farry, who concluded, I think, that he wanted to see some level of reform in terms of exclusivity, but also, I think, came to the conclusion that zero-hours contracts should not themselves be banned, but perhaps be more regularised in terms of the provisions within that. I certainly will accept to think we did have the opportunity as part of the committee to hear the presentation and indeed question the proposer of the bill, and I thank her for that. And there's no doubt, I think, that the intentions of the proposer is good. And indeed, I suppose, to start on a positive note, I think there are elements of this that I think I would welcome. So, for example, I think it is right that we look closely at the issue of exclusivity. And I think that a situation in which somebody is effectively tied in with a specific zero-hours contract and cannot work for others is something, I think, which is clearly in need of reform. But if we look at the wider aspect of zero-hours contracts in terms of what elements there should be within any legislation, I think there are a number of components that need to be there. We need to see legislation that is thoughtful, legislation that is well consulted upon, legislation which is balanced, and indeed that if we embrace that we know what the implications are, legislation which provides certainty both to workers and to employers, that does protect workers and ensures that they are not exploited, as some are by way of zero-hours contract, that also bears down that where there are employers that are either cavalier or unscrupulous, that there are measures taken against those. But also on the flip side of the coin, that there will be many who will benefit from zero-hours contract, who enjoy the flexibility of that, who actually it suits their lifestyle, and their rights have also got to be protected as well. And similarly, from the point of view of employers, that there is a benefit to having a level of flexibility in terms of what their patterns of work and indeed a requirement, and also looking at what the balance is within the economy as a whole. And I think that the legislation, certainly as currently drafted, falls down in a number of those components. The sponsor of the bill, when giving evidence to the committee, highlighted her 2-month consultation, and it is clear that there was clear active representation both, I think, from lobby groups who are hostile to zero-hours contracts and also from trade unions. But when asked specifically on the other side of the coin in terms of employers, it was fairly clear by her own admission that there hadn't been any active engagement with, for example, the CBI, with the Institute of Directors, with the Federation of Small Businesses. And given, I suppose, the fact that the key relevance of zero-hour contract to that sector, for example, an organisation like Hospitality of Ulster, there had been no consultation or discussion with those bodies. The most that the member did highlight was, I think she indicated there was a hotelier in County Fermanagh she'd sat down with and discussed it. But, you know, that is no substitute for the level of discussion with the important trade bodies within that. It is perfectly right that the member did consult with the likes of trade unions and other bodies. That is perfectly fine. But there needs to be balance within this, which then means, can we be confident that what is in front of us is fit for purpose? Do we know what the repercussive consequences are for employers? No, I don't think we can draw that conclusion. And I think the lack of balance, for instance, is highlighted within some of the provisions directly of the bill itself. So, for example, if you turn to clause 4.6, in making regulations, it makes a specific requirement that those who are lobby organisations that are there to protect workers' rights and trade unions are to be specifically consulted by the Department of the Economy. And I have no problem with that. I think that's right. But there's no corresponding indication that consultation should also take place with employer organisations as well. Similarly, if we're looking at certainty, the other limb of that is, which seems a worthy enough concept, but difficult, I think, to translate into a level of certainty within legislation, which also gives indications that there's a requirement on the Department to follow international best practice in terms of employment law. But nowhere is it indicated how that is to be judged. Where is international best practice? How is that to be established? Similarly, I indicated that we need to ensure that employers who would be more cavalier, we need to ensure that there is provision to make sure that they don't behave in that way, while protecting the vast majority of employers who are very responsible. Yet, if we take a look, for instance, at the qualifying period of 3 months, what is to stop, for example, an employer who takes a more cavalier approach, who simply, for example, either does not issue a contract in the first place and simply uses very casual employment, or, for example, uses someone for 2 months, 2.5 months, and then makes sure that they don't work after that period, so that they don't reach the qualifying period. Whereas, for example, I'll give way briefly.
It's on the point, thank you, Mr. Speaker, it's on the point of that casual labour, and I'm looking at it from the public house sector. They become an integral part of that team, and flexibility can't be set round it, and they themselves...
Would the member ensure he uses the microphone?
Oh, sorry, I apologise. And they contribute through Mr. Deputy Chair. They contribute to the worth and the profitability of the business, and it just gives a little certainty and gives them ownership of it.
Yes, I heard the member, even without the advantage sometimes of the microphone in relation. Yeah, look, the member makes a very valid point. The point is actually we should be encouraging a situation which there is an advantage to employers, and indeed that we don't almost incentivise them actually going the wrong way and actually dealing with somebody on a very casual basis. And that's where I think I would have some concerns in relation to that. Similarly, and it is purely a question, I'm sure maybe the sponsor will deal with this in their summation. I tried to intervene earlier. So, for example, I understand the point that if someone, for instance, is brought in and then told we have no work for you, I understand the desire to compensate that. It's a little bit unclear where, for example, a 3 times an hourly rate, where that derives from, and I'd just be interested in seeing whether there's a level of genesis within that. Similarly, I think there can be, and particularly if we look in COVID times where there can be very shifting grounds, and we've seen particularly in the hospitality industry, where because of regulations it can change very dramatically from one month to the next as where things are, that there is a need for a level of flexibility for employers and for employees in terms of the hours that they work. And there is a danger in moving into these banded provisions that are based purely on the last 3 months, that we create a level of rigidity which is not to anyone's benefit. Now, similarly, I know that there are exceptions put within that, and if we have a temporary situation where ours have been, there is an exception that is provided to employers to say this needn't apply to you. And in theory, that could deal with the situation that, for example, within a lot of businesses, particularly again hospitality, they may find a very different situation in the middle of summer to where it is in autumn, for example. But then there doesn't appear to be any particular qualification as to when this can be applied. Is this on the judgment simply of the employer themselves? Or how do we know when this will kick in, when it can be used validly by that? I think we do need to have a close examination of what legislation should be put in place in terms of zero-hours contracts. But I find myself, I suppose, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, to use, I think, the song by Jimmy Nash, which is quite often used in the question of sport, there are more questions than answers arising out of this. I don't doubt the intentions of the member. I am not sure that this particular piece of legislation is the best way forward. I think from the point of view, because I think the intentions are good, I will not necessarily be looking to divide the House in relation to it, but I think there are a range of answers that we need to get, and particularly, I suppose, in terms of the repercussive qualities. I just don't know the answer to that, and I don't know whether the Minister is in a better position to be able to address that in his remarks, or whether we are in, I suppose, as a cricket commentator said, we're in the corridor of uncertainty as regards this particular piece of legislation.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm slightly dazed and confused after the couple of interesting metaphors from the previous speaker, so I'll gather my thoughts. I didn't hear that. I'm sure it was supportive and constructive from my my Assembly colleagues. I rise today to support the zero-hours contract bill. My party has supported action on ending zero-hours contracts for some time. It's important to say, first of all, that Mr Deputy Speaker, of course, what a second stage debate is about is talking about the general principles of the bill, agreeing or not the general principles of a bill. And in one sense, it's arguable that the general principle of reforming zero-hours contracts has already been agreed, at least by those parties that signed up to New Decade, New Approach. As was said, the parties who are certainly those who've entered the executive on the basis of New Decade, New Approach, agreed to a ban on zero-hours contracts and indeed a broader suite of work on workers' rights and a suite of policy development on workers' rights, and we haven't had that in the last 2 years. What we have had in the last 2 years is, I think, a pandemic which has illustrated to us how crucial the work of people in frontline roles that have not, in the last few years, been valued as they should have been, how important those roles are. Those of us who don't work in, not that the job of MLAs and the politicians isn't important, but people who work in retail and indeed other frontline areas where, and indeed certain parts of retail, there's still zero-hours contracts, in other parts much less so. But those frontline roles that are sometimes insultingly and misleadingly called unskilled or lower value, have proved their worth. Those jobs have been at the forefront of supporting our communities through the worst of this pandemic in the last couple of years. So I think that's important to put on the record from the beginning. As I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are agreeing the general principles of the bill today, and we do agree with the general principles because it does set out an approach to ending zero-hours contracts, reforming them, creating a new structure of banded hours contracts, which I think will be fairer, particularly for those on zero-hours contracts. Now, it's important to put, first of all, in context, a relatively small number of people are employed through zero-hours contracts, but it's an especially important issue for young people. Workers in zero-hours contracts are, as we know, most likely to be aged between 16 and 24. I myself, obviously, as I'm sure lots of others, was in effectively a zero-hours contract for a number of years working in pubs. My view, having taken initial evidence in the committee and discussed both with the bill sponsor and others, is that it is certainly achievable to get this bill to a place. It may not be achievable in this particular mandate, given the time constraints, to a place where it is more than manageable for the smallest of businesses, family-run hospitality businesses, to manage the banded hours process in a way that does not add material cost to them or indeed burdensome process. I think that is achievable. It's also the case that workers in zero-hours contracts are significantly more likely to be seeking extra hours or a second job. 20% said they thought they were seeking more hours, and 10% said they were seeking more work, according to statistics. Now, that also relates to the welcome move to end exclusivity provisions that is in that's in the legislation. I won't go into huge amounts of detail on each clause, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Suffice it to say that, as I said, the central issue is around replacing, not the only issue, but is around replacing the zero hours contract with entitlement to banded weekly hours. I would just like to say, in response to the previous speaker, who I think indicated that the banded hour, and I am not the bill sponsor, she may want to correct if this is wrong, but Mr. Weir suggested that the banded hours provisions took no account of the seasonal issues. Obviously, there are certain businesses that are much more seasonal than others, and often, there could be loads of different. It could be a truck selling food at festivals or whatever. But it does say in the part 2 on banded weekly hours in clause 8. 4B that the employer nothing in this part requires an employer to offer hours of work in a week where, and part B is that the employer's regular business is not being carried out. I presume the purpose of that is to cover exactly what he's talking about, which is the seasonal business. I will give way. Yeah.
I appreciate that's in the bill. I think that was one of the points I was making. I think there's an attempt to try and square the circle with that provision. I think the problem is that there's a certain level of inherent contradiction of if clearly exceptions are being allowed, then to what extent then can the employee effectively bank that level of certainty? Now, I think there's reasonable arguments as to why there is that level of flexibility, but it does create this certain level of paradigm between giving a level of certainty in terms of banded hours, but also then creating exemptions within that, which therefore there may not be necessarily a reliability that can be banked, if you like, by the employee.
I'm tempted to respond with my own pop culture references. It sounds a little bit like the famous line in Annie Hall about someone complaining about the quality of food and then saying in such small portions. I take the point he's making. He seems to be suggesting, that banning zero-hours contracts, but not really banning them, or not really. Now, he raised the issue around some small businesses, micro businesses that have seasonal activities, but I'm pointing out, and it's not my bill, though we support the broad principles of it, that there is what appears on its face to be a reasonable provision made for that. I think it's important to say in relation to this bill that it is, given we're now nearly in February, and assuming we run to even if we do run to the full end of the term, and unfortunately, given some of the statements that are being made by certain actors in this place, we aren't even definite to get to the end of our scheduled sitting period at the end of March. But even if we did get then, I think it's unlikely that we would complete committee stage and with the best will in the world have this back to consider amendments. So what we are doing today is agreeing the broad principles and then starting the work in committee, depending on committee schedules. I think what that means is that what we're doing today is agreeing the principles of a bill that will in all probability, hopefully in some form, come back in the next mandate. I think it will send an important message of this Assembly's willingness to take action in this area. Why we support the broad intention of the bill. There are certainly areas that do need particular scrutiny. The bill is certainly very commendable. There are particular legal implications around retroactively changing employment contracts, and we would, as with others, want to have detailed stakeholder engagement with, for example, the hospitality trade bodies and the Federation of Small Businesses. They would be important witnesses in any committee stage and as we go forward. And indeed, should our committee stage be curtailed, then the fact that this bill has been at least progressed will, I guess, socialise, as it were, the debate, and so those trade bodies can start to think about what their own particular views might be should a bill like this come back, and I hope it would, in a new mandate. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, while I look forward to scrutinising this bill in more detail in the Economy Committee, accepting the fact that there are natural limits in the rest of this mandate for us to get this bill onto the statute book, I see no good reason for us to not agree to it today. I think it is welcome that we're taking action, or we're attempting to take action in this area. We, in this place, we were down for 3 years, and then we had 2 years of a pandemic. So certainly support the intentions of this bill and look forward to it proceeding further.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Isn't it great? We are back in the chamber for the second week in a row discussing workers' rights and employment legislation. I think that's to be commended. And I'll begin by reassuring the bill sponsor that I remain, as I told her when she came to committee, instinctively supportive of the bill. So there will be nothing from the Ulster Unionist Party today to block its passage. If we're going to use game shows, analogies, you're through to the next round. And why am I instinctively supportive? Well, two of the main reasons. 0 hours contracts are clearly open to abuse. Clearly open to abuse. So we have a duty to do what we can to block off that abuse. And the second reason is the bill sponsor made clear when she was in front of the committee that there's a gender issue here, that women's groups have made clear that women are more likely to be affected by workers' rights in terms of 0 hours, just because of the fact that they have more caring duties and all the rest. So I would be keen, as we move into committee stage, that the committee hears from some of the women's groups, like the Women's Policy Forum and NIWEP, the Women's European platform, so that we get a really good deep dive grasp of how the issue affects on a gender basis. In terms of consultation, Mr Weir has made clear that it appears the consultation has been weighted to some extent towards trade unions, as it should, and quite rightly they should be consulted. Also to women's groups, quite right, they should be consulted, but perhaps not so much to the employers' associations. And when the bill sponsor was in front of the committee, I asked about consulting the IOD, the CBI and the FSB, and I think the answer was no, no, no. So I think the committee would like to hear directly from those organisations. Also Hospitality Ulster, and actually on reflection perhaps the Ulster Farmers Union, because there's seasonal work in farming, particularly around harvest time. The bill sponsor talks about fulfilling a commitment in New Decade, New Approach, and I just want to talk about that document for a moment. The commitment is on page 41 of NDNA, and it is, and I quote, that the executive should move to ban 0 hours contracts. But the executive isn't moving, it's a private member's bill, so perhaps in his remarks the Minister might address, oh, maybe he'll do it right away.
I appreciate the member giving way, because this has been a point that has been raised time and time again. There are lots of things in NDNA that we would like to have done, but I think the member, I hope, would understand that the pandemic has significantly altered our ability to get on with business that we would otherwise have got on with. It doesn't diminish our desire to get these things done. But I think we also need to recognise the resource that we have here as well. We made the decision, Diane Dodds made the decision, to focus on what she could do in terms of employment law. She focused at that time on parental bereavement leave and pay. We thought that was going to be something that was simple and straightforward. It turned out to be the complete opposite because of additional amendments and the extra workload that caused. So it's not a matter of the executive or this department not wanting to take these on, but we have to take into consideration the pandemic and the timing issues. There are other employment law issues that we want to deal with, and those will be taken forward in Employment Bill in the next mandate.
I very much welcome that clarification from the Minister, and I understand that that is the position not just for him. I've heard the Finance Minister and the Health Minister and other ministers of the Executive make the same point, which I believe this House will consider to be entirely reasonable given the unprecedented demands of the pandemic. But in terms of New Decade, New Approach more generally, the bill sponsor has made the point that this was something signed up to by the 5 parties of the executive. And actually, that's not the case. The Ulster Unionist Party went back into the executive not because we had signed up to every line, or to coin a phrase, every jot and tittle of New Decade, New Approach. We went back in because it was the right thing to do at that time. And actually, I'm pretty sure I recall Colm Eastwood, the leader of Mr O'Toole's party, making the same point back in January 2020, that they were going back in, but that did not mean they were endorsing every single proposal and commitment of New Decade, New Approach. What we will support, though, as the Ulster Unionist Party, is the workers' rights in New Decade, New Approach on page 44. And for the record, I'll quote it. There will be an enhanced focus within the programme for government on creating good jobs and protecting workers' rights. The parties agree that access to good jobs, where workers have a voice that provides a level of autonomy, a decent income, security of tenure, satisfying work in the right quantities, and decent working conditions, should be integral to public policy, given how this contributes to better health and well-being by tackling inequalities, building self-efficacy, and combating poverty. I think that about sums it up for the Ulster Unionist Party. Just on a technicality, Deputy Speaker, we've heard the phrase banning zero-hours contract bandied about already in this debate, but actually this bill does not ban zero-hours contracts. It's still an option for a worker not to ask to have a banded contract, and I would ask the bill sponsor if she would confirm in her closing remarks that is the case. And actually, in liaising with Hospitality Ulster earlier today, it was clear that while they are very supportive of any legislation which will tackle abuse, they would have concerns that outlawing zero hours will remove a lot of flexibility, particularly from small businesses. And what about those who wish to choose when they work? So a question again from the bill sponsor, which did not occur to me when she was in front of committee, is this: if a worker moves from a zero-hours contract to one of the bands, does the employer then have the right to dictate which hours that band is worked? In other words, removing the flexibility from the employer. Yes.
Thank you. I employed people at different times. I'm going to just speak about the students that could have come in and the flexibility that was given to them. They would have had a contract. I would have had a contract. They would have had their set hours, but they would have given flexibility. Sometimes they had to go and do exams. Sometimes we had maybe a function on at night, and there can be flexibility built in to a small contract as well that can be open and flexible for all of those that are working. I hope the member agrees with me.
Well, what I agree with is you're a very decent man, and so you were probably a very good employer when you had the pub. But what we're talking about is making sure that we're not reliant on the personality and the attitude of the employer, that we're putting in the right and appropriate protections and rights for the worker. So again, the question is, if I were to have a banded contract for a certain number of hours per week, does that mean that those hours are negotiable with the employer, or can the employer simply say, you will work the hours that I demand you work? Because that, of course, opens up the possibility that the employer may know exactly when you don't want to work or can't work, and what happens if he then tries, or she tries to impose those hours upon the banded worker. Another point for the bill sponsor, and I may have totally misunderstood what she intends here, but it's this idea of 3 times the hourly wage when somebody reports for work and the work isn't there. You used the example, I think, in your opening remarks of somebody coming in for 6 hours and working 1 hour, and then they would get an additional 3 hours because they didn't get the rest of the shift. I assumed when you were talking about this at committee that it would actually be 1 hour and then 3 times the 5 hours that they missed out on. So 1 hour plus 15, not 1 hour plus 3. So perhaps you could clarify that. That may be just I have misheard. And the final point on the rule of threes, you have to work 3 months consecutively to qualify for a banded contract. What if, as an employer, I decide I will employ you for 2 months, then Mr. Lyons for the next 2 months, then back to you for the third 2 months, and back to Mr. Lyons for the fourth 2 months? Is that not something that we need to consider? Because that is potentially a legal abuse of the system. So I'm sorry to, well, I mean, we're scrutinising, so I'm sorry to bring up negatives, but it's supposed to end where I began with the positive. Happy to support this bill going through its second stage and look forward to it arriving at committee in due course.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and indeed thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this forward. And I guess I should open by saying that, at least in part, the Minister's helpfully indicated to us and solved a little of my curiosity as to why, under New Decade, New Approach, he hasn't brought this legislation forward and why it has been left to an individual member to do that. I'll not criticise the situation that we find ourselves in, but I think it would have been preferable had the department done that. And I welcome also what the Minister said, that there will be the opportunity, hopefully in the next mandate, to bring forward more comprehensive employment law revision for Northern Ireland, and indeed hopefully this will form part of that, should it not complete all the appropriate scrutiny processes in this mandate. There's no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that the experience of being trapped in a low-paid job with no guaranteed hours, wages or security is a frightening reality, and it's a frightening reality for far too many people in Northern Ireland today. Figures have been bandied around, and we're certainly looking at somewhere in the region of 11,000, 12,000, and perhaps even a hidden figure beyond that in respect of those for whom they don't know whether they will have a job, or indeed when they will get their next pay packet, if indeed it's a pay packet they actually get at all, which brings us to other matters in relation to regulation that I would hope the Minister would deal with, or a future Minister would deal with. It makes, therefore, it very difficult for people to have the opportunity to plan for, to save, or to work out how their future is going to be, to assist them to do things like even get a rent agreement in place, let alone a mortgage. That is just beyond the ability of many who find themselves in these circumstances. So there is no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that protection for those workers is indeed long overdue. It is important, it's incumbent upon us to deliver an economy that works for all of our citizens, but in all of the ways that our citizens want the economy to work for us. And there are those for whom this type of working, this concept of working, is what they want to do and what they want to achieve. But we need to be able to protect them. We need to be able to protect them against unscrupulous employers. We need to be able sometimes to protect them against themselves, because people see it as the only opportunity to get some money into their pocket. That isn't necessarily the best way, and I think it is important that we work to deliver what is good quality legislation to help in those circumstances. As others have indicated, the committee received a briefing from the member, and it was very helpful to us and much to be appreciated. The Chair has outlined the need for the committee to move into the various statutory phases that the committee will do in relation to consultation with others. While I appreciate that it must be very difficult for an individual member to undertake consultation, it was nevertheless disappointing that it was only the trade union movement, and I think one employer was actually consulted. There's a much wider framework of people out there, and I would hope that certainly that will be the area of operation for the committee, and I hope that as the committee provides feedback in respect of that the member will take on board the comments and the concerns that may very well be raised, and hopefully a great deal of positive comment that will come back from a much wider range of consultees. I think it's fair also, Deputy Speaker, to comment on the fact that most European Union countries, and including the Republic of Ireland, since 2019 have made alterations to their employment law in respect of 0 hours and these types of contracts. Reference has also been made specifically to perhaps the area where the highest burden falls, and that is to women in employment. And the Women's Regional Consortium have recently noticed that there's an unequivocal relationship between unstable employment and in-work poverty. Pre-existing structural inequalities result in women not just being the lowest paid, but often in the most precarious jobs, the most uncertain jobs going forward. So, Deputy Speaker, it is important that this legislation is brought forward, but it's only part of the task, and I go back to the comments which the Minister made. It's important that there's a much more wide-ranging reform in employment law in Northern Ireland. I think that if this bill doesn't succeed to get to the end goal, it will certainly have informed the debate going forward in the next mandate, and I think that that is important in itself. But I think what is even more important is that we do take stock in the next mandate, and as early as possible in the next mandate, in terms of all of those areas of employment law that we have perhaps fallen behind on in Northern Ireland, that we have a record of doing differently in Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom, and that's very important. I know that from my previous career as an employee of the Labour Relations Agency. It was one of the strengths of Northern Ireland, and it remains a strength of Northern Ireland, that we do have the ability to legislate in this particular area. It's one which we can consult with employers and trade unions on, and there's much to do going forward in respect of all of that. Over the last number of years, our coronavirus pandemic has shown that many of our essential workers are in the lowest paid jobs, many of them unstable employment. If anything, it has highlighted the vital role of essential workers and the need to end low pay, and low pay is another area that we need to legislate for going forward. This legislation in front of us today is certainly a step in the right direction, but a great deal more must be done. Work is needed across departments to improve working conditions, to tackle gender-segregated labour markets, and to address the lack of affordable childcare and invest in many of our other undervalued sectors. So I look forward to this bill coming back to the committee and for the committee to do its work to expand and consult in respect of where we're going. I think it's important that the questions which have been asked by others in the chamber today will be have been brought to the attention of the bill sponsor, and I would encourage her to start to address those today, but more importantly, rather than in this chamber, to address those in the feedback that will come to the committee, because that's where the detailed scrutiny of this bill will take place. So, Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this forward. Thank you.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker, as legislators, we must always ensure that any regulatory changes have been fully considered and any impact assessments have taken place. As I have stated previously when debating the further consideration stage of the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill, if we are to change our employment law framework, we need to take all concerns on board and learn from their experiences, and not just some. These are some bullet points I'm going to put forward to the bill sponsor. These are not negative comments, but just points we can obviously discuss, and there are open questions which we'll discuss, no doubt, if committee, if it comes to that stage. We need to consider who this bill exactly will protect or who it may not protect. Will it have an impact on the labour market, and how it will impact those who need flexibility in their working hours? Will this reduce their opportunity to find employment that suits their needs? Flexible working and 0 hours contracts can, for many employees and employers, be a way of working that suits an individual's employees' needs, allowing them a flexible start and finish times. When considering this bill, we must also note that the disadvantage to 0 hours contracts for the employee that include unpredictable hours, unpredictable income, regularly turning down hours could lead to no hours being offered, and no guarantee of a full-time position should it become available, and other issues. That's only some. There are many employers who use the practice of 0 hours contracts correctly and do not take advantage for low wages, like our colleague over here from Legan Valley, no doubt, and exclusively clauses in contracts with their workers. I would have concern that the consultation did not engage with all the relevant bodies necessarily, especially a small business, hospitality sector and micro businesses. A balance is obviously required between the employer and the employee. Many industries use zero-hours contracts due to the nature of their business being seasonal. The hospitality business is one of these industries, and I feel that better consultation is needed, not only with this sector but others within the business sector. We cannot be selective who we take evidence from and must consult widely before proceeding. As with most in this chamber, I would agree the issue of exclusivity clauses should not continue, and employees should have the opportunity to work for other employers. I also feel there needs to be more clarity as to the difference between an employee or a worker and between contracted services and a contract of employment. As with all bills, we should remember when making good law is imperative to have a full consultation and scrutiny needs to take place. Obviously, the end of the mandate is approaching, and I welcome the introduction of this bill, the general intention of the bill, and obviously when it gets to, and if it gets to committee, suitable time, and I emphasise the word suitable time, to discuss all and go through it, because it is complex and there is pros and cons for it. So thank you to the bill sponsor bringing it forward, and thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Podrick Delargy.
One of the reasons that I'll be supporting this bill is because I feel that it's sensitive to the needs of both employers and employees. In many economic debates, we hear many acronyms of GDP, GMP, GVA, but this cuts straight to the economic reality faced by many people in our society. And like some other members here today, I have worked in zero-hour contracts. Throughout my time at university, I've gone between 4-hour weeks and 40-hour weeks, and I know the pressure that many of those workers face, the uncertainty that that leaves people in, and the pressure to drop everything and say yes. And we've heard a lot today about businesses needing certainty, and I agree with that totally. But so do families. They need certainty to put food on their tables, they need certainty to heat their homes, and they need certainty to live, not merely to survive. Zero-hour contracts deny workers and families a guaranteed income. They have a disproportionate impact, as other members have mentioned, on women accessing full-time and secure employment. And crucially, they make owning your own home difficult, if not impossible. This is an issue which particularly impacts on young people, and in creating a society, a fairer society, which offers affordable homes and makes them accessible, we should also address one of the root causes of housing pressure, which is an uncertainty in working arrangements. One of the issues which I recently raised with the Education Minister was around the lack of paid leave for substitute teachers. There is a broader problem around this, but again, this is another issue which hugely impacts on workers in zero-hours contracts. Last December, the Dairy Trades Union Council found that 45% of workers on part-time or zero-hour contracts faced harassment at work and don't have trade union representation. And in response to this, the Department for Economy stated that it was focused on delivering positive outcomes for all the people of the North West. So this is an opportunity. Supporting this bill and ending zero-hour contracts would see this delivered upon. So I encourage the Minister and his party to support this. And I do recognise, as I've mentioned before, that businesses need security. This was discussed with businesses in the 2016 Employment Bill. The majority of businesses don't use zero-hour contracts to maintain or to grow a successful business. And this regulation ensures that all workers have the same opportunity to enjoy these rights. But let's take a look at what introducing banded contracts would do for employers. It would offer them the opportunity to lower staff turnover rates, to increase consumer spending, and to increase productivity. And again, as has been mentioned by the majority of members, this is a commitment in New Decade, New Approach. There are 11,000 people in the North who are currently in zero-hour contracts, and that is a vastly underestimated number because a lot of other people are in contracts which are registered as irregular contracts, so the number is vastly underestimated. But we have the opportunity here to replace zero-hour contracts with a system which works for both employers and employees. So I'm supporting Jemma Dolan's bill to remove zero-hour contracts.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the second stage of this employment bill brought forward by Ms Dolan. It is indeed vitally important that there are fair and equitable employment relations in any workplace across Northern Ireland. Flexibility and certainty are two essential requirements for both the employee and the employer. And as we continue to emerge from the pandemic, the focus must rightly be on our economic recovery, supporting businesses to grow, expand and develop. We did indeed have welcome progress on an important employment issue on the parental bereavement leave and pay just last week in this House, delivered by this Minister, which was a positive development for employment relations. The complexities, time and work involved in getting legislation, this particular piece of employment legislation in place, showed to me, which was first introduced on the 1st of June last year, demonstrated to me as a relatively new MLA the significant time and effort it takes to get legislation in place which is workable, strengthens and improves existing legislation and, importantly, doesn't lead to any counterproductive unintended consequences. While the intentions of this bill have merit, there is indeed a greater level of detailed consultation required. When the proposer briefed our committee, which was mentioned earlier by my colleague in early December on the bill, to me there was simply not enough consultation done and engagement carried out at that time with the wide range of stakeholders, businesses, employees and business bodies which would be so directly impacted by the outworkings of this bill. It seemed more like just a few hand-picked, sympathetic consultees, which is simply not enough for such a significant change within the complex field of employment law. The explanatory and financial memorandum to this bill states that neither the Economy Department or the Labour Relations Agency were in a position to provide information to indicate the likely financial implications of this bill. And to me, again, that strikes that more work is needed on such an important matter. As has been mentioned, some employees do like being on a zero-hours contract as it gives them a degree of flexibility to fit in with other responsibilities and commitments in their life, which they may not get with banded-hour contracts, which the member is proposing. They also, on some occasions, provide a level of protection for employers, often within demand-driven sectors. Some of these sectors have went through the most uncertain of periods over the last number of years, through lockdowns and restrictions, and within the hospitality, entertainment and events sectors, to name but a few. We are fortunate in Northern Ireland to have a rich blend of many small and medium-sized local businesses, which are such an important part of our economy and indeed the backbone of it. Any change in employment law needs to be measured and effective, taking account of the unique circumstances that we have within our country. I believe we do need to properly consider issues like zero-hour contracts, exclusivity clauses and other aspects of technical employment law, and I would be much more content to see this coming forward in a much more substantial and wider and complete review, rather than in any rushed piecemeal approach as we move closer and closer to the end of this mandate. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Arlia Flynn.
And I'm speaking also today in support of this bill and its clauses which will ban zero-hour contracts and replace them with banded-hour contracts. My remarks today are in the context of the huge mental and physical toll that zero-hour contracts are placing on many workers within our society. The number of workers on zero-hour contracts, according to the Office of National Statistics in 2019, was in and around 11,000, but I know the point was made earlier that that figure could actually be a lot higher, and we just don't have the accurate number. But we do know that the majority of those people that are working on zero-hour contracts are young people and women who are most likely to be employed through those contracts. So if passed, this bill will help to end the uncertainty and insecurity that zero-hour contracts create for workers and families. And arguments have been made that to ban zero-hour contracts in their totality would negatively impact many more people than it helped, including those that might be in full-time education and actually need that flexibility to combine working and studying. But this bill, in my view, is more around providing people actually with a greater choice And I know most of the members have commented on, the flexibility and certainty to provide to workers. So it seems that hopefully the majority of people are in favour of that concept, and I think that's what the bill's trying to do. Also, just to make the point that research has been emerging that's demonstrating how detrimental zero-hour contracts can be on the psychological and mental well-being of workers. Anxiety, stress and depression can be common for workers on these contracts because of the financial and the social insecurity that comes along with them. And financial stress, or the stress associated with having a 0 hours contract job, can increase the risk of poor mental health, which can then increase the numbers of people moving to out-of-work sickness benefits, and then can lead to an increase on the demand on our mental health services. So by working together to pass this bill, I think the Assembly has the opportunity to promote better quality jobs with enhanced legal protections, which will hopefully improve rather than damage workers' mental health and well-being. Workers on 0 hours contracts are not paid sick leave and tend to work even when they are ill for fear of losing their jobs. So the reality again is that the number of people struggling with mental health problems while in work is likely to be much higher, as statistics don't include workers on 0 hour contracts. And for many workers on these contracts, there is also a distinct lack of work-life balance, and the clauses within this bill, if passed, could go some way in addressing this. Currently, many workers are faced with the daily uncertainty of not knowing when their work might be, when they should eat, sleep, make childcare arrangements, or even simply to make plans with their family and friends. And financial insecurity can also mean that workers are unable to refuse work when it's offered at a time that they should be sleeping. The fear of not getting then a subsequent job means that workers feel that they can't refuse that work even if they're physically and mentally exhausted, which then in turn impacts upon their mood and their productivity whenever they're in their place of work. So this precarious employment situation clearly does affect people's lives, including the lack of sufficient sleep. Poor eating habits and relationship problems have also been reported as contributing to the mental health toll of being on a 0 hours contract. We know that these contracts do, in many cases, actually exploit workers, and the only way to tackle this situation is to support the clauses within this bill and ban 0 hours contracts to replace them with the banded hours. This will enable more people to have access to secure jobs with decent working hours and opportunities for progression. Our efforts to improve the mental health of society must recognise the important relationship between health and work, and it must recognise the thousands of people who are currently working on 0 hours contracts, and recognise that these contracts can be a contributing factor to poor mental health, particularly among our younger workers. This bill, if passed in later stages, will provide enhanced certainty and security to many of our workers who are currently locked into these unpredictable and in many cases unfair contracts. Our workers deserve better, and this bill will give them that. Thank you.
I call John O'Dowd.
And I rise to speak in favour of the bill at second stage. And it is worth remembering we are at second stage and at the start of the legislative scrutiny of this piece of legislation through the Assembly. And there have been a number of questions raised across the floor, and rightly so, at what should be done at this stage of legislation, because we're not at the end of the process. Our job now is to try and shape this piece of legislation into a working piece of legislation which can, to the best of its ability, meet the concerns of the various sectors out there. But those concerns have to be genuine, and in my opinion, they have to meet also the principles of this bill. And what is perhaps shocking, in 2022, we are discussing legislation to improve the rights of workers who remain on 0 hour contracts. That's the shocking thing about it. That we have people in work now who are on 0 hour contracts, who don't know if they'll be working tomorrow, but they might be working Wednesday, they might be called into work on Thursday, but sent home because the work that was expected isn't there, and they're not sure on Friday what money they have to pay the gas bill, feed the children, or clothe the children, pay the mortgage, pay the rent. That's the situation of many people who are working on zero-hour contracts. So I think it's long past time that the Assembly brought forward this legislation, and I commend Jemma for doing so. Mike has pointed out that the bill doesn't ban zero-hour contracts, but it certainly bans them being imposed on anyone. I think that's the important principle. And the thing to me about the bill is that it's solution-focused, because when it looks at the reality of some people's lives whose flexibility in work suits them, and it also looks at a number of business sectors that's flexibility in employment or employing people suits them as well. So Jemma has brought forward the principle of banding, which gives certainty to the employee and allows the employer to plan a work programme in a sustainable way. I think that's a good thing. There's been questions raised about, well, how would that work in practical terms? How would that work in this scenario, that scenario? Well, I think that's something, hopefully, if the bill passes second stage today, that the Economy Committee can examine in greater detail and look at it and say, well, how do we improve on that, or how would that work in reality? And, of course, the business sector will be vital to those deliberations. And some people have said, well, the business sector have not been consulted. Well, I have to say, my email pings on a regular basis from representatives of the business sector, whether they be in the CBI, or the Institute of Directors, or small business, etc. So they have a huge opportunity to respond to the initial consultation on the bill, and I have no doubt that the committee will want to hear their views moving forward, because their views are crucial on this. We all want to see a prospering economy. We want to see businesses doing well. But for a prosperous economy and for business to do well, you have to treat your workers properly. And while the majority of businesses don't use zero-hour contracts for a variety of reasons, because it mightn't suit their business model, there are businesses who do use them. And we want to ensure that those who work in those businesses feel valued and have certainty. And I think that will benefit any business who is working on the banded system that Jemma has set out within her legislation today. This morning I was dealing with a constituent who is a paramedic, and I was asking him how work is going. He says, surprising, he's very, very busy. Now, he's not a paramedic with the ambulance service. He works with a private company who subcontracts to the ambulance service. And as the conversation went on, he revealed to me he's on zero-hour contract. He might do 60 hours a week. This week, next week, he's not sure what he's doing, or the following week. But here's a guy who has been on the cold face of the pandemic over this last 3 months and is on a zero-hour contract. Doesn't know from one day, well, in fairness, maybe 1 week to the next, what hours he'll be working. That's totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And it doesn't matter if they're a paramedic or a shop worker or a waiter, or back in the day when I was a chef. You need to know when you're working. You need to know what you're earning. And as has been pointed out by Orlea, in terms of your own mental health and well-being and being able to plan with your family, you need to know that. So I think Jemma has brought forward a piece of legislation that answers many of the questions that have been posed about this. And I think if we could pass second stage today, the Economy Committee will do their job, will scrutinise and bring the evidence, and we can, at the end of this process, have a piece of legislation that protects workers, protects businesses, and ensures that we, as an Assembly and as a legislator, catch up with people. Because, as I said earlier, it's shocking that in 2022 we're only now debating this legislation. So thank you.
Agus neis éarm Sir Pat Catney on Canchai call Pat Catney.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I was going to speak on this today, but I thought about, as we come to near the end of this mandate, and that I want to commend the bill's sponsor for bringing this forward. I think that we do have to consult, as everyone in here says. There's a lot more consulting to be done with it, but it is a good, honest bill. And I know as it works its way through, we will mould it and shape it. As I go out, Minister, in another month's time or 2 months' time, sometime in May, to face the electorate, I thought that I would get my chance here at least to say that I am supportive of this bill, nobody knowing whether you'll come back or not. And for the member from my neighbouring constituency from Lurgan, John, you said you worked as a chef. The only one I could never really negotiate with was the chefs when I worked with them, because they're absolutely on stress all the time. But look, on these contracts and in a business, I want to just speak for a second. We need workers and people that will buy into the ethos of your business. Be there when you need them, be flexible, and I take what you did say, Mike, and I appreciate that. I went out of my way to try and look after the staff as best we possibly could. In fact, most of them I would be still in contact or friendly with. But the point I'm trying to make here, within a contract you can be flexible, and you need to be flexible within your business. I also sat on the Ulster Licensed Vintners before it became the hospitality section in dealing with the unions as we tried to negotiate a settlement. It was easy. You know, if you're in, I only can speak to my own business, but if you've someone in there and there's a lot of money changing hands and you're not paying them their true worth, well, I know what happens, folks. You know, it's very, very easy to supplement. I'm not saying anyone would do that, but you need to give them their true worth and lift them up and listen to where they are and bring them in and make them part of that business in order for you to grow. I commend this, all right, once more, and I hope that the SDLP will shape it as well, and I would love to be back to help shape it. Thank you.
I now call the Minister for the Economy, Gordon Lyons, who will have up to 20 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to debate the important and often misunderstood issue of 0 hours contracts today. I note the members' intention to assist workers who wish to have greater certainty in their employment and to eliminate any unfair practice that emanates from exclusivity clauses in those contracts that offer no guarantee of work. However, as I have said in this House before, legislation is a serious matter and needs to be carefully considered and explored in order to avoid any unintended consequences or impacts. Having considered the legislation proposed, I am not certain that the bill as drafted will achieve the members' stated objectives. I am also concerned that the implications of the proposed legislation has not been properly scoped and that the consultation undertaken has not been sufficient to ensure all aspects of the proposed legislation have been fully considered. Now, this is not a criticism of the member or her work on this subject. I am in agreement that the matter of 0 hours contracts needs proper attention. However, 0 hours contracts and the question of what we can do about their misuse are complex matters. I know that many members of this Assembly will be all too familiar with the many arguments for and against various types of intervention, and I will return to this point later. In setting out my observations on the matter of 0 hours contracts, it's probably not necessary to remind members that flexible working and the ability to work flexibly is recognised as being beneficial to both employers and workers. Flexible working is something we advocate for in order to help those who cannot or do not wish to work the standard 9 to 5 hours. Whilst clearly not suitable for everyone, it can help more people get and stay in employment and enjoy all the benefits that employment brings. This includes, for example, those with caring responsibilities and students who need to support themselves while also studying. It is also vitally important for some small businesses. Consider a small catering company who does not know what their order book will look like from week to week. They need to ramp up and down staffing levels depending on how much work they have. Therefore, it's also fair to recognise that there are certain businesses, particularly those that are in demand-driven or seasonal sectors, who will need to be able to continue to offer casual forms of employment to those who wish to accept them. The reality is that when used appropriately and properly, 0 hours contracts can provide an effective form of flexible working that suits the needs of both parties in the employment relationship. Indeed, the most recent ONS Labour Force survey data suggests that the majority of people employed on 0 hours contracts do not want more hours. Bearing all of this in mind, we need to make sure that whatever we do about 0 hours contracts addresses the real problems. We need to tackle and prevent abuse when it happens. Equally, we need to ensure that we don't disadvantage those workers who voluntarily choose those types of contracts because they work for them. We also need to make sure that we don't disadvantage the businesses who use these contracts quite properly to keep their operations running and viable. And my emphasis on properly here is very much deliberate. I am in agreement with the member that one clear issue of potential abuse with 0 hours contracts is the use of exclusivity clauses. Now, I cannot see any circumstances where it could be fair or reasonable to not guarantee someone any work and at the same time seek to prevent them from working elsewhere. And I agree that legislation is required to address this specific issue. There are, however, other aspects of the use of 0 hours contracts which are less clear-cut. As already stated, and I will invariably state again, this is a complex matter. The reality of employment relationships is that there is no one-size-fits-all model for employers, nor is there a one-size-fits-all for workers. When legislating on any matter, we need to make sure that we understand all the implications, both good and bad, for those who will be impacted. And I'm not convinced that all the implications of the legislation before this chamber have either been fully explored. Now, at this point, I will remind this chamber of my comments during the further consideration stage of the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill. As I stated then, the series of amendments that needed to be tabled at the further consideration stage of the bill clearly illustrates the inherent risks of legislating without due consideration of the wider implications. My officials in the Office of Legislative Counsel worked hard to enable those amendments to be turned round in a matter of weeks. And I remind all members that there is no time left in this mandate to repeat such an exercise and fix any issues arising with the bill. Now, I am fully aware of the commitments set out in New Decade, New Approach, the draft programme for government in respect of workers' rights, including 0 hours contracts. Although I suspect everyone, I hope, would acknowledge the unique circumstances of this mandate, with its prolonged suspension followed by the subsequent challenges of the pandemic, which has meant that it has not been possible, practical or reasonable to give this matter the attention it needs to be addressed effectively, and I hope I outlined that fully to the Chamber through Mr Nesbitt earlier. It's also been necessary to focus the work of my officials on the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill, and again I make no apologies for that. It is such an important piece of legislation for those who will unfortunately need it, and I'm pleased that we have worked with the Committee and the Assembly to deliver legislation which will provide important protections for people who find themselves in the most distressing of circumstances. Returning to 0 hours contracts, this was a topic of much discussion in this chamber in the previous mandate. I know that in recognition of the complexity of the issue of 0 hours, the Assembly previously elected to provide my department with a deliberately wide enabling power so that with due time and consideration and proper consultation, appropriate measures could be put in place to address abuses associated with 0 hours contracts. While the absence of the Executive and the subsequent pandemic has hindered our ability to bring forward regulations under these provisions, the regulation-making power is already there, and if there are deficiencies in that, we can look at it in the next mandate. And as we saw with the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill, employment law is an extremely complex area. No single employment right operates in isolation from others, and as such we need to take care that our legislation does not have any inadvertent or unintended consequences on other rights. And one way to do this is to ensure that any proposals on 0 hours contracts are subject to full and proper public consultation, and that we complete all the necessary regulatory and other impact assessments. As the regulations proposed in this bill would have a direct effect on commencement, I am concerned that there will be no further opportunity to engage with workers, businesses and other stakeholders to fully address the implications of the legislation before it comes into operation. At all times, I would caution, and I hope that everyone in the Chamber would agree, that the wrong intervention can actually be worse than doing nothing at all. I'm also conscious that many of the sectors where the use of such contracts is most prevalent, such as hospitality and healthcare, are already under pressure as a result of the challenges posed by the pandemic. So we need to ensure that any new measures are balanced and take into account the needs of both workers and employers. But the pandemic does not give us the right to ignore abuses. It gives us an impetus to address them. Where there is evidence of abuses by employers, we need to clearly understand what these are and determine how to address them. That is a given. But I also urge members to consider requiring a flexible workforce to deliver a business is not in itself abuse. Dealing with fluctuations in demand, whether seasonal or otherwise, is not an abuse. Failing to consider flexible working requests from those who need to work flexibly, including those workers who need to be able to say no to regular working patterns, could actually be the wrong thing for an employer to do. I repeat, it is proper, where we see evidence of employment abuses, that we take the necessary steps to prevent those. But it is equally important, where there are arrangements which work for both workers and employers, that we don't intervene and undermine these. Turning now more specifically to the matter of the bill and its associated explanatory and financial memorandum, I'd just like to say that while I am mindful that this stage in the Assembly process is about the principles of the bill, even at this early stage, I think it's important to ask if proper consideration has been given to the costs of the proposed measures. It's essential that we receive the views of businesses, workers and everyone with an interest in this issue. And I note that in the explanatory and financial memorandum that it states that the direct costs will be borne by employers, and I think that this highlights the need to assess what those additional costs would be, because we can't implement important legislation and then think about the costs. The costs and implications of the legislation need to be identified before we bring it forward. In particular, I am concerned about how some of the proposals will work in practice and how they will affect the businesses tasked with implementing them. Has there been any consideration of the, or has there been any quantification of the administrative burden of the proposals regarding banded hours? What will this proposed process really mean for all concerned? How many employers has the member actually spoken to determine what the impact of the proposals would mean for them? How will our small and micro businesses who don't have HR departments manage these processes? I'm concerned also that there seems to be provisions in the bill to give workers who do not have employee status the same entitlements as employees in certain circumstances. Members will know that employee status is a particularly complex area of employment law, but it is one that is crucial in terms of understanding which rights a worker or employee may be entitled to. It is essential that any changes to existing legal definitions are fully assessed and understood to ensure that there are no unintended consequences that could be detrimental for either workers or employers. I am also genuinely concerned that the measures proposed may not protect jobs, but instead could jeopardise them, as well as deter employers from permitting flexible working. Has any analysis been undertaken to determine what, if any, job displacement may occur as a result of this proposal? If, for example, some people move to a contract with more hours, or if employers are incentivised only to have fixed hours contracts to avoid admin burdens, does that mean there are less contracts to go around? If so, that would suggest there could be winners and losers from this. Would the losers be the young workers who need flexibility to work around their studies? Would the losers be carers who require more flexibility in employment to meet their caring responsibilities and are more likely to be female? I also wonder, instead of creating stability for workers, is there a risk that the 3-month proposed timescale could actually have the opposite effect? Could this encourage employers to deploy a wider pool of casual workers so that no one in the pool ever gets to work longer than 3 consecutive months, meaning the obligation to consider banded working never arises? I do not have answers to these questions, as this is not my bill. However, if I were taking forward such a bill, these are the kind of matters I would expect to be scoped out fully before progressing any legislation. And these are the kind of questions I would expect the Economy Committee would want to consider if the bill reaches that stage. Now, speaking more generally in the sphere of employment law, we hear people speak frequently about rights and responsibilities, and we recognise that both workers and employers have rights and responsibilities in the employment relationship. We as legislators also have rights and responsibilities. Of course, we have a right to bring forward motions and bills before this chamber, but alongside this we also have a responsibility to properly scrutinise such legislation. We cannot allow legislation to pass solely because we like the principle of what a bill is intended to achieve. We have to look at the text and understand what effect it will have day to day. What will it actually mean for workers? What will it actually mean for employers? Can it actually work in the real world? Because the consequence of bad employment legislation is bad employment relations, and bad employment relations lead to increased employment disputes where everyone involved suffers. And I cannot stress enough that in seeking to protect workers, we need to create an environment where we support and enable our employers to actually be what we all want them to be, which is good employers. Disproportionate and ineffective regulatory burdens do not achieve or allow our employers the time to be good employers. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recognise that there is broad support around the House today for this bill. And I don't want to dampen the enthusiasm any. However, I do think it is important that we ask these difficult questions and that we scrutinise this fully. I understand that's what the committee stage will allow us to do, but I think more work needs to be done on this so that we don't fall in to that trap, which I think this House has been guilty of quite a bit in recent months, that we like the general principle of something, but we don't look at the consequences that we could have further on down the line. It is our duty and our role to make sure that we are watching out for that. So, having stated my concerns, I leave it to the House to decide whether the bill should proceed to committee stage. Although it is my strong preference that we need to address this issue in the right way and at the right time to the real benefit of the workers who are adversely affected by abuses of these types of arrangement. Rushing through legislation at the end of this mandate will only undermine any commitment to working together to develop good employment legislation that benefits everyone. And that's one of the reasons why we were not able to progress this bill within the department, because if we were to bring this forward, it would have been critical that we had the proper consultation in place, that we had answers to all of these questions, and that we had this developed before we got to this stage. I'm not sure if the member is going to have time. I don't think that she will, to have that consultation and to tease out all of those issues. However, as this is second stage and as we are addressing the general principles of the bill, and I do believe that the wider issue of 0 hours contracts needs looked at and legislation needs in place, I'm content to allow it to proceed to the next stage.
Agus na sirim sir Jemma Dolan hon críocha chur leis an díosparach agus to suas le Jane moment jogad. I now call Jemma Dolan to wind up on the debate, and you will have up to 10 minutes.
To all who've contributed to the debate, you've raised important points, and the contributions were informative and detailed. Issues were raised that I will certainly take away and look into, because we want this bill and in turn this Assembly to deliver for workers and families. The legislative process allows for deeper scrutiny of clauses, as members know, and possible additions. And it's proper that members have raised questions and concerns. I will cover some, and apologies if I don't get to them all. I don't want the chair to cut me off. So I hope this bill can continue to the next stage to allow the committee to carry out the scrutiny of the bill. So, turning to members' contributions and concerns, a number of members raised the concerns around consultation, and as I've said at the committee, the consultation was public and was published on the Assembly's website. It was open to responses from all sectors, including those business organisations. We can't make organisations respond, but we were proactive and carried out as much engagement as possible. And as already been pointed out, consultation was already carried out in the last mandate with businesses in relation to the Employment Act in 2016. As my colleague Padraig Delargy pointed out, the reality is that the vast majority of businesses don't actually use these contracts, so it will only affect a minority of businesses, yet it will make a huge impact to the lives of the workers that are on these contracts if this passes. The other issue that members raised was the issue of flexibility, and my colleague Orlia Flynn and John O'Dowd touched on this. The purpose of this bill is to provide workers with the option of being on a banded hour contract or to stay on a 0-hour contract. It's not forcing them. The option is there, and if after 3 months the offer is made and they still don't want it, that's their prerogative. But the option is there. And Matthew O'Toole and actually John as well used examples of how if we pass this bill, it will show our frontline workers how much we value them. John's example of the paramedic was really good, and exactly why we're bringing this bill forward. The fact that to show the workers that we've clapped for on a Thursday evening, and the workers that kept food on our shelves in the shops, that we value them and we value their rights as employees. What else? Yes. Orlia actually as well. I welcome the point of view that Orlia came to this bill with, the impact on our workers' mental health and the implications that it has, the stress, the financial stress, the anxiety and the worry that it causes to our workers. And I welcome Pat Catney's point of view as well in highlighting the importance of treating our workers well. And Pat came at it from a former employer, and it's important that we that we do treat our workers like that, and that we do take all views on board. A number of members, Peter Weir in particular, challenged, the fact that some workers might, or some employers might actually abuse this. We acknowledge that there will always be a minority of employers who may try to get around legislation and exploit workers. Unions, advice agencies, access to tribunals are always a way to counteract that. And employers who treat workers like this would soon find themselves struggling to recruit, especially if other employers are using banded hours and treating their workers fairly. And this legislation isn't perfect, I admit that, but it closes loopholes that currently exist and gives more certainty to workers. And I welcome the views that the committee have, and I welcome the views that whenever they carry out more extensive consultation. And I'm excited to see, I think it was Stuart said about sculpting this bill. I'm excited to see what the committee can bring forward. This type of legislation is already proven to be workable in the 26 counties, and it will provide parity across the island for workers. Yep.
Yes, in the Republic of Ireland, she will note that there the time period is 12 months for the, so that takes into account the variations and seasonal variations that might exist. Can I ask the member why she's chosen a 3-month period instead of a 12-month, as there is in the Republic of Ireland? And does she not see that that is actually one way in which it increases the administrative burden on businesses, because they're having to redo this every 3 months, as well as the fact that that doesn't take into consideration some of the seasonal variations in some of the jobs and sectors that we've been talking about?
The Minister for his question. The reason we actually had originally 12 months in the bill, and the consultation, as a result of the consultation, we changed it because their views in the consultation were that 12 months was too long, and that the respondents to the consultation thought it should be 3 months, and that's the reason why. And the Minister actually raised the issue that people on 0-hour contracts don't want more hours. That's not the issue that we're dealing with. We're dealing with the issue of creating fairness and certainty for workers. It's nothing to do with how many hours, it's that they have the fairness and certainty from week to week, that they know how many hours they're going to be working. And the Minister also asked about the cost on employers. There shouldn't be a huge increased cost on employers because they're paying the employees anyway, and in the long run it may potentially save them money on recruitment and retaining staff. So that's a very quick summation of the views made on the bill. I'm sorry if I haven't got to all points, but I look forward to working with all members and hopefully the committee in the time ahead to see how this bill can progress and how it can impact and change the lives of workers in our society. The
question now is that the second stage of the employment 0 hours workers and banded weekly working hours bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you for that. And now we move to the final item on the agenda, and that's the adjournment. Item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. And safe home.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly